Hey everyone, and welcome to the best of August 2024. I hope you all enjoy it. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 600 likes on this one. Of course, only drop a like if you feel that this video is genuinely deserving of it. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post content just like this all of the time. Sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Back in April of 2013, I went through something that I haven't been able to talk about. I was paid a significant amount of money to stay quiet, in return for signing a 10-year agreement to shut up. Now that the time is up, I've considered my options. I could just let this go and never speak of it again. I won't gain anything from speaking out, and I got a lot to lose. But then again, this is just an anonymous post online. Words have less meaning that way. West Virginia. It was hotter than usual, without a whiff of wind. I was coming home from a visit to my aunt. She'd broken her leg and couldn't leave her house. I was making my way back home, taking the I-64 out of Lewisburg. It started with the radio. It was playing that one Macklemore song I'd heard 100 times over. The sound was cutting in and out in a quick staccato, then disappeared completely. I could hear cars honking up front as a line began to form. There was a sway in the trees, as if greater and greater pressure was being put on them. I could hear wind rushing against the left side of the car, forcing me to pull the other way to compensate. I closed the sunroof as a dust cloud blew past, staining the windshield. Then, a rumble. It sounded like thunder, but from the ground. Like a groaning bellow growing louder and clearer by the second. As it reached its peak, I could see trees toppling over. A small Kia got pushed off balance and swerved off the road. As the sound died down, the road devolved into chaos. Some were desperately changing lanes. Others were stepping on the brakes. I got my door scraped as the car behind me sped past. The radio was playing an automated message, a local emergency alert, referred to as a geological event. We were asked to turn off all air conditioning, slow down, and divert to the nearest exit. It repeated in a monotone voice. Geological event, no air conditioning, slow down, divert to nearest exit. Minutes passed. There was a line forming further down the road. Police officers blocking the lanes in all directions, leaving a highway exit as the only option. Some folks were trying to push past the barricades but were forced back at gunpoint. I could see officers wearing gas masks and riot shields. We were waved in. I followed the exit and got directed to the right. There was an open field that was used as a sort of impromptu parking lot. Cars were being waved in and parked in a way that boxed us in, leaving no room for us to open our doors in either direction, unless we got parked at the edge. 4 lines of cars, about 10 to 15 vehicles per line. Surplus vehicles were directed further down the road. The place was packed. I got stuck in the second row, about 6 cars in. Pretty much everyone around me were on their phones. I didn't have anyone to call, but there seemed to be an issue getting a signal through. The radio was still repeating the emergency message. Voices were getting louder. A man 2 cars to my left leaned out of a gap in the door, screaming at the officers to answer his question. They responded immediately with a warning shot, straight into the air. "Stay in your vehicle," they screamed. "Lock your doors. I'm not telling you again." A couple of folks were filming, but there seemed to be trouble uploading. We were losing bandwidth. It didn't take long until phone signals were completely blocked. I think a video or two of that officer firing into the air made it online. They were patrolling back and forth. We were told to stay in our vehicles. Windows up, doors closed and locked, engines off. I could hear people talking in the other cars. Someone said there had been a natural gas leak from the geological event, and that combustible engines could spark an explosion. Others were talking about a terrorist attack. There were no answers, and the officers weren't eager to talk. After about an hour, things were getting ugly. People were hungry, thirsty, and restless. One officer stepped up on the front cars, handing out water bottles, crackers, and processed cheese slices. He had to step from one car to another, denting the hoods with his steel-tipped shoes. They were also handing out thick, black plastic hygiene bags for people who needed to relieve themselves. Use 'em, seal 'em up, drop 'em out the door, then lock up and wait. I'd crawled into the back seat, pulled down my cap, and tried to relax. I'd been playing some games on my phone, but the battery was running low. I wanted to save some, so I settled for having a nap instead. The sweat was stinging my eyes, not because of how warm it was, but because of how nervous I was. No matter what I did, I felt trapped, and the car felt smaller and smaller. I couldn't get out if I wanted to, and it physically hurt me to think about how little control I had. Is that what claustrophobia feels like? A couple of officers were discussing something by the front line. One of them had a white cotton glove on, which he used to wipe off the hood of one of the front cars. The glove was taken off and put into a bag, which in turn was sealed with a hot air gun. I was getting the impression that our cars had been covered in something. I wasn't the only one considering it. There were 2 college kids in the car to my left, and they were discussing it too. Anthrax, one of them said. Gotta be. No, coal dust, the other chuckled. They don't want to share. You know what? The first groaned. I honest to God hope you're right. You're not, but I hope you are. Screw you. I joined in the conversation shortly after. I offered another explanation, something combustible, something that might blow up if we started our cars. They were willing to consider this. The car behind me couldn't hear us, but the driver held up a notebook with the text, "If we don't know what, it's gotta be aliens." I couldn't tell if they were serious, but they weren't laughing about it. A man in his 50s, and what looked like his daughter. There were a couple of other folks in the other cars. A man in a black shirt, sort of looked like a preacher without a collar. 2 middle-aged women with a kid in the back seat. A fat man blaring Johnny Cash from his stereo. A couple with a teenage son who couldn't stop drumming on the windows. We'd been stuck for about 2, maybe 2.5 hours when a truck rolled in. One of those with a large water tank. It was unmarked, looked civilian. As it rolled in, they were calling out on the megaphone. "We'll be hosing your vehicles down," they said. "Keep everything locked and closed. Then we'll be covering your vehicle with protective plastic while we wait for it to dry. After that, we'll start letting you go in an orderly manner. I repeat." Most of us were relieved. It was only a matter of time now. It was getting dark. They were getting up on the cars, hosing them down thoroughly. It smelled of chlorine, so maybe they'd mixed something into the water. As they came to my car, they stepped up on it and double-checked the sunroof, making sure it was locked and secured. They sprayed the car down, bathing it in chemical stink, the kind that gets stuck to the back of your throat. It took a long time for them to finish, at least an hour or 2. After that, they were rolling out a kind of plastic cover at the short side of the lot. The kind you use to protect pools or rain covers for football fields. They used 2 squad cars to slowly drape the thing over the entire lot, securing the edges with large rocks. "Please stay calm," they called out as the plastic crawled over us. "I know this is uncomfortable, but this is for your own safety. Once the cleaning is done, you will be free to go. Stay inside your vehicle at all times. I repeat." I did as I was told. I stayed inside, and I watched that plastic cover sweep over me. It felt like getting buried alive. All lights went out, leaving me in complete darkness, accompanied only by the vague, disembodied voices of the others. The college kids were talking about where they were going to go after this. Someone was honking. Not sure if it was to show support or discontent. Someone else was cheering. I took my last swig of water, washing down my final plain cracker. I got back in the driver's seat. I could hear as they finished moving the plastic cover and parking their squad vehicles. I waited patiently, figuring it'd be maybe another hour or so. They hadn't really given us a timeline, but I could breathe a little easier. Sort of. I was going back and forth between feeling empowered with my hands on the wheel and feeling like I was stuck in a metal coffin. It was so dark, and everything smelt of plastic and chemicals. Like a car wash stuck in time. As the excitement died down, I paid more attention to the background sounds. I tried to filter out the various discussions from the nearby cars, and maybe somewhere in the distance, I heard raised voices. It wasn't coming from the cars, but the officers. Whatever they were talking about, it was a heated discussion. An hour came and went, and people were getting impatient. More cars were honking. Others were yelling, demanding answers. I couldn't get my leg to stop shaking. The more I thought about getting out of there, the smaller the car felt. I was hyper-focusing on things I couldn't control. I was a little thirsty, and I was out of water. I needed to use the bathroom. I wanted to stretch my legs and go for a walk. I wanted to breathe fresh air and get that awful chemical taste out of my mouth. I heard cars starting, accelerating. The truck was moving somewhere off to the side. "We need you to stay in your vehicle," a voice screamed over the megaphone. "Do not leave for any reason. Stay in your vehicle." Cars speeding off. Not many, but a couple. Then quiet. The officers left us there. Everyone was quiet. A couple of folks had opened up their phones, using them as flashlights to look from car to car, looking out at the sea of vehicles, all of us trapped under that dark cover. I could see a handful of lights cut off by sharp silhouettes. I couldn't make out who was who in the dark. It was all just people. Anonymous. I heard a gasp somewhere in the back. There was a metallic clunk, like when the officers climbed atop our cars to get us our water. There was a careful cheer as some folks figured they were taking off the plastic cover. But that wasn't it. Instead, there were more footsteps. The cheers slowly died down as more and more footsteps pattered across our cars. I stopped counting after a dozen. The silhouettes in the other cars were still. We all held our breaths, waiting for an answer to show itself. What the hell was going on? What was that sound? Somewhere off to my right, I heard a voice. "Who's up there?" It sounded like an older man. I'd seen a pickup truck that way earlier. Almost as a response, the footsteps stopped. There was a faint clicking sound, like someone snapping their tongue against the roof of their mouth. Click, click. And from further away, a click in response. From somewhere to my left, another couple clicks. Then a cascade of clicks. Dozens, maybe hundreds. There was an awful metallic noise coming from my right, then breaking glass. A scream cut short, followed by several irregular taps of the car horn. One of the silhouettes in the distance turned into a blur as something passed through the windshield, cutting through the plastic cover. Somewhere in the front row, the roof of a car was cut wide open. Someone was pulled out of their seat. 2 cars back from where I was, there was more glass breaking. It sounded like a wild animal got in. I could see a weak hint of red splattered against the passenger side windows. I wasn't getting any air. I could feel my heart beating through my chest as my arms started shaking. My hands were clamped around the steering wheel, and I felt sweat dripping down my shoulders. I couldn't control it. I didn't even see what was going on. But these sounds, these screams, they awakened something primal. This was danger, a threat. My body knew long before I did. The college kids in the other car were ducking down. One of them waved a hand at me, as if telling me to get down. I nodded. I scrambled into the back seat. I couldn't see where I was putting my hands or my feet. Everything is different in the dark. As I tumbled my way over, my foot accidentally tapped the car horn. It was a quick tap, a fraction of a second, but to me, it was the loudest sound in the world. I was lying on my stomach in the back seat, and within seconds, something heavy climbed onto the hood of my car. I could feel the car buckling. It was much heavier than the man who'd passed out water bottles. I held my hands in front of my mouth to stop the panting, but I just ended up snorting up sweat instead. My nose stung as I bit my tongue, listening to every metallic groan as whatever was outside moved and shifted. Click, click, and from behind my car, a click in response. There were no lights being held up anymore. Everyone was cowering, going quiet. I pushed myself up against the door behind the driver's seat, trying to make myself as small as possible. I could hear the frame of the car complain as something slowly moved. When it came to my sunroof, there was a slight crack. That made it stop. Another crack. I silently shook my head, as if trying to ask the car to stop. That thing was going to break. And it did. My legs were showered with glass as a big blob of plastic cover dipped into my car. Something big came tumbling into the front seat, still covered in protective plastic. It twitched and spun around, its clicking turning from a careful question-like noise to a never-ending barrage. It was calling for help, alerting others, and it was cutting its way through the plastic. There were footsteps coming from every direction, some of them leaping from car to car, some of them leaping far enough to skip a car as they hurried. I was going to be swarmed within seconds. I fumbled with my hands, accidentally cutting my thumb on the broken glass. I managed to open the passenger side door, but even at its widest, and even when pressing into the college kid's car, it wasn't enough room to get out. Still, I had to try it. I pressed myself into the gap and exhaled as much as I could, flattening my chest. While the thing thrashed around inside my car, I could feel my vision going faint. Black spots popped up at the edge of my vision. My arms were going weak, and yet by some miracle, I made it through. As my face hit the gravel of the makeshift parking lot, I felt the burn of residual chemicals. I swallowed my instinct to run, instead staying on my stomach, forcing myself to crawl under my car. There were more of them, some climbing on, some off. My chest was pressed to the ground as the weight shifted. I heard breaking glass from the windshield and tearing fabric. Something was stuck up there, and it was furious, like a trapped animal. I could hear the college kids mumbling to one another, trying to stay calm, one assuring the other that all they had to do was stay low, stay quiet, and wait. Then something slammed into the passenger side door, the one I'd crawled out of. The door was pressed up against the neighboring car, then fell haphazardly to the ground, completely off the hinges. An ink-black, bird-like foot touched the ground right next to me. I've looked it up since. There were 3 toes forward, 1 toe backward, all clawed. Anisodactyl feet, similar to that of many birds of prey, except larger than a human foot, and with smooth, oil-like skin. It must have been heavy, at least 400 pounds. If the clicking noise came from its mouth, I can approximate that it was somewhere around 6'7" to 6'9", or taller. It could have been hunched over. How it managed to walk in the gap between the vehicles is beyond me, but I suspect it was very thin. It daintily walked from my car to the others, as if scanning for something. I could barely see anything in the dark, but this thing seemed to navigate it perfectly. It didn't bump into anything. There was a tap on the glass of the car behind me, to my right, and someone getting startled. A short scream, and the hunt was on. This time was different. It must have caused some kind of chain reaction, as all of a sudden the plastic cover was getting torn up left and right. People were clawing their way out of their cars. I heard someone kicking against their windshield. Another was trying to open their door. I could hear it slamming against the side of the car next to them. And off in the distance, there was gunfire. Just a couple of shots. The college kids in the car next to me slammed their doors open and followed my lead. They rolled onto the ground and under their car. There was a little more light coming in as the cover had been torn above. Their faces were red from tears, and one of them was desperately trying to call for help on his phone. The other grabbed the phone out of his hand. A short scuffle ensued, ending with them putting on a ringtone and sliding the thing as far as they could. Whatever car that phone landed under was demolished. Every window broken, every passenger gone. I could hear the grinding as a seat was ripped in two and thrown away. In a matter of seconds, an entire vehicle was torn to pieces, as a dozen of those things swarmed it. "Shut up," one of the college kids repeated. "Shut up, shut up." Something reached under my car. It scraped against the sole of my shoe, tearing a hole all the way to my big toe. I hurried forward, scurrying like a lizard. The college kids noticed and followed suit. I don't think they thought about it too much. It was just movement, and they went for it. I made it 2 cars down before I got stuck. There was something dark in the way, and I couldn't get around it without exposing myself. I couldn't see what it was, but it didn't take long for me to figure it out. There was a meaty crunch, as if someone was biting chunks out of a piece of meat. It was struggling to get through the fabric of their clothes, making a snapping noise as threads gave way. A pool of blood rolled under the car, staining the tips of my fingers. It was still warm. One of those things were eating a victim. I hunkered down, trying to remember to breathe, and I stayed there waiting for a chance. Any chance. I must have stayed there for at least an hour, hearing every bite, every crack of bone and snap of sinew, satisfied clicking noises. As it finished its meal, it wandered off, dragging the remains along. They were moving forward. Something heavy walked over the car I was hiding under, dragging a body along. Slowly the footsteps disappeared. It was quiet again, and in that quiet, I found my footing. I made my way to the edge of the plastic cover. I listened one final time, pushed one of the weights away, and slipped through. They were gone, and I was out. I could feel my chest growing lighter, allowing me to breathe. I wanted to cry from relief. A breeze was picking up, drying the sweat on my brow and carrying the smell of grass. Stepping back, I turned towards the sea of cars to see how bad the damage was. And then I saw one. It was a bit off to the side, perching on top of an old Honda. At a glance, it looked like a tall person, covered in a slick black ink. But looking closer, you could see the strange bird-like feet, the pointed nails, the long row of shark-like teeth on a mouth that was far too wide. I froze. The thing rose to its full length, easily over 7 feet tall. It looked ready to pounce on me. I had nothing to defend myself with. I couldn't make any sudden moves. I wouldn't even be halfway under the car before that thing would be over me. 100 thoughts raced through my mind, but there was nothing I could do. I was out of options. But the thing just looked at me. It raised a slice of raw meat. Blood dripped into the plastic cover. It looked at me curiously, taking a bite. Then, as if nothing had happened, it wandered off, satiated. I was left there, shaking like a dry leaf, and with the last of those things gone, all that was left was the panic. It didn't take long for the officers to return. The plastic cover was removed, but we couldn't go home. Not after this. Some folks signed a waiver and were let go immediately. They weren't allowed to talk about what they'd seen, and in return, they'd get a hefty sum of insurance money. Others demanded answers, and were taken into custody for obstruction of justice. A few others still were too panicked to make any kind of sense, and had to be checked out by medical personnel. A total of 14 people died. It was described by a combination of causes: a traffic pileup, carbon monoxide poisoning, animal attack. I think there was something about an escaped convict, too. Excuses all over the place. And the times were all wrong, spread out through a couple of days to more smoothly blend into accident statistics. And if you wanted to go home and get your insurance money, you had to sign a non-disclosure. I did too. I know the college kids did as well. Miracle they made it out, but I saw them. 34 cars had to be towed, 18 people wounded, 6 seriously so. 4 people lost at least one limb. One guy had an arm ripped off halfway up his collarbone. I don't know how he survived. Most people never saw those things up close. They just remember the screams and the breaking glass. Sometimes at night, that's all I hear too. Closing my eyes reminds me of lying under those cars, feeling the pressure as the weight shifted. I still get trouble breathing. I think a part of me is still stuck there. It stayed in my vehicle. Seriously, please read this if you live in an apartment complex. I know this will seem humorous to many of you, and others will simply dismiss this as fantasy, but let me assure you, I've seen what happens with my own eyes, and if I could scratch out the memory of what happened that day, I swear I'd claw out my brain with my bare hands. You all know that I can't disclose the address of the apartment that I work for. It's not just posting rules that I'd be breaking. It's also the contract I signed with the landlord. There are 2 very unusual clauses in it. The first is that I never use the bathroom in the basement. The second is that I never flush that toilet. Even if I don't use it, don't flush it for the sake of curiosity. Don't clean it. Don't make it dirty. Don't let anyone near it. And don't let anyone flush it. I literally laughed out loud. Then I looked at the financial penalties if I broke those 2 rules, and I took it more seriously. I wanted the job. The salary is more than I expected, and I enjoy working as a handyman. I was offered the job and wasn't even going to mention those two odd clauses when the landlord brought the topic up. You read the part about the toilet in the basement? Yes, I did. And I'm satisfied with the private bathroom that comes with my office. Thank you. I see no need to use the one downstairs. The landlord leaned across his desk and stared at me with his dark, black eyes. Flushing that toilet is a death sentence. Do you hear me? If you are going to work here, you are going to help make sure no one else gets killed. He was spooking me out. I had to ask. Wait, someone died from flushing a toilet? Not just one person. Over the years, 6 people have died because of that specific toilet. One of the victims, the last one, happened on my watch. The police filed his death as an unsolved crime, just like the others dating all the way back to, well, back a long time. My God, I said. Is there a reason you haven't gotten rid of it? His eyes changed. The intensity was gone. He looked scared. I can't remove or alter the toilet in any way. It's in my contracts, he said softly and leaned back into his chair. I didn't know what that meant, but I really wanted the job, and didn't want to talk about this strange topic anymore. I can handle not flushing one toilet in the entire world. I assured him that I would never break my contract with him. He offered me the job. A year later, the toilet found a way to get my attention. Up till then, we had no problems. I had been down there 2 or 3 times a month to do small tasks or stack stuff. The basement seems much larger than all the other floors, and this bathroom is a small closet-sized room in the farthest corner from the stairs. The elevator doesn't even come down there, as if the building was originally constructed to conceal the underground cavern. I was unloading some extra air conditioning filters along the wall when I noticed a red mark on the floor. It was blood. One of my rat traps was missing. I had placed a few of them around the basement when I found rat turds earlier that month. The blood trail led me into the depths of that pit where the lighting was bad, and I knew where it was taking me before my eyes verified it. The blood trail led to the bathroom. There was a small hole between the closed door and the rotted frame. The dying rat had gone through the hole and was in the one place that I feared to go. But I couldn't have a dead rat in there. It might have stunk up the basement. That's what I told myself, but I dare confess that curiosity may have got the best of me too. I opened the door and stepped half inside while I searched the wall for a light switch. The room was pitch black, making the rest of the basement seem lighter. I was starting to panic when I couldn't find the darn switch when I saw it. I went for it and took one big stride inside the small space and grabbed a hold of the metal chain that hung from the ceiling and yanked on it. Inexplicably, the light above my head still worked as the room lit up. I hadn't realized I was holding my breath until I let out a long sigh of relief. The front and side walls were wood, but the back wall was brick, old brick with dried globs of mortar that looked like massive lesions. The toilet was also made of brick. Perfectly carved stones that formed a wide base along the floor. There was no lid or back. The disfigured wall appears to have been built after the toilet structure as a back support. The hole in the center of the stone toilet is carved in the shape of a hexagon. The rat's blood trails led across the floor and ends at the toilet. No trap, no rat, just blood. I looked around. There wasn't anywhere for it to hide. There's no sink or trash can in there. No toilet paper either. There is only the toilet. I moved closer to see if there was any trace of the rat and trap having gone down the drain. Nothing. I leered into the belly of the toilet. Understand this. At this point, I was not fully in control of myself. It was as if I was slowly fading into a dream and witnessing my actions, not controlling them. I watched my hand reach for the stone lever along the left side of the toilet. It was as wide as a wallet and smooth like marble under my fingers. It's a death sentence, I thought, fighting my way to regain control. The landlord said it was a death sentence. It took all of my might to resist pressing down on the lever. A weaker person would have flushed. I ran out of there and went home early. After I calmed down, I rationalized what happened. I hadn't been sleeping great the last few nights. That's what I convinced myself. No need to freak out, and no need to tell the landlord. I just needed rest. That night, I didn't get any. All night long, I laid in bed with a disturbing ache in my gut. It was the toilet. I could feel it, beckoning me. It was 2 weeks before I had the courage to go back down there. The rat's blood was dried up, and the light was still on. I pulled the chain, closed the door, and went back to ignoring the toilet. That was my mistake. I didn't realize how hungry it was. My close encounter with it must have increased its longing for a fresh victim. That means I bear some responsibility for what happened to the newlywed couple that recently moved into the building. I like them very much. Young, energetic, and crazy for each other. Even though I only spoke with them a few times while they were in the process of moving in, but I could tell that they loved each other. Not as a new couple, as a pair of old souls that had found each other again. Maybe I'm being dramatic given what happened that day. The wife had knocked on my door to say their toilet stopped flushing, and for the life of them, they couldn't get it working again. She seemed embarrassed. I told her I'd be up in a few minutes to take a look at it. She left. I gathered my tool belt and called the landlord. He had told me many times to contact him immediately if there was a toilet-related issue anywhere on the premises. This was my first one, so I called him and told him the situation. "Stay where you are," he yells into the phone. "I'll be up there in 5 minutes." I waited for him by the entrance. When he arrived, we went straight to the newlyweds' apartment and knocked on the door. The wife opened the door with a pleasant expression on her lovely face. But when she saw that the landlord was with me, she suddenly looked guilty of doing something bad. "Oh my gosh," she blurted out. "You gotta be kidding me. He got in trouble for that?" The landlord looked at me, and I shrugged my shoulders. He turned back to her and said, "I'm here to inspect your bathroom with my maintenance man. I'm not aware of anyone being in trouble. I assume you're talking about your husband?" She giggled but didn't give an answer. She only looked more guilty of something. "Get him, please," he said. "He's not here," she replied, followed by an uncomfortable giggle. "What do you mean? Where is he?" "Well, our toilet broke over an hour ago, and he really had to go, so—" The landlord suddenly grabbed the woman by her shoulders, startling her. "No, where is he?" "We're sorry," she said. "You made such a big deal about us not being allowed to flush the toilet in the basement when we signed our lease. We thought it had to be a joke. And like I said, he really had to go." The landlord took off running. I instinctively ran behind him as the terrifying thought once again filled my head. Flushing the toilet is a death sentence. I was out of breath by the time I entered the basement. The landlord was standing in front of the open bathroom door with his hands up in a calming stance. The light was on, and beneath it stood the husband. He had his hand on the stone flushing lever. He looked at us and smiled. "Don't do it," pleaded the landlord. "I have to know," replied the husband, and then he flushed the toilet. That's when the wife entered the basement and stood right behind me. The two of them were so in love. You could tell by the way they held each other's gaze as a loud flushing sound emitted from that bottomless pit, despite the fact that no water circled the bowl. No, the toilet was dry, but still flushing. The four of us stood there without moving, and then I saw it in the husband's face. An expression came over him that I can only describe as pure horror. He was still looking at his wife behind me when the landlord turned to face my direction also and gasped at what we saw. I heard strange sounds at my back, wheezing, gurgling, and splashing. I turned around, face to face with the wife. The toilet was draining all of the water from her. She was soaking wet as her pores pushed water out from every cell in her body with such force and speed that a large puddle was forming beneath her feet. Inside, her organs were suffocating and exploding. Her eyes gushed water out as she choked to death in seconds. The sound of the toilet draining slowly came to a silence as the wife collapsed on the wet floor, making a splash. She looked like a dried raisin. Someone started screaming. I think it was the husband. Maybe it was me. Maybe it came from my head. All I know for sure is that flushing that toilet is a death sentence. Not for whoever flushes it. Whoever that person loves the most. That's who dies. The ones who love the most, and it can't be stopped. I know because I was here as the cops came and declared her death an unsolved case. The landlord and I had to clean the newlyweds' apartment out for new tenants. The husband went mad and checked into a clinic. Their love story turned into a nightmare. And I worry for you out there. Who knows if there are more of them? They might even look different. Maybe they're starting to work together. I need you to believe me when I say if you live in an apartment and you've been warned, then please, I beg you, don't flush the toilet. It was a humid August day, the air thick with the heavy scent of summer. The sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows on the street as I returned home from work. The city was unusually quiet, as if everyone had retreated from the heat. I opened the door to my third-floor apartment in the old residential building where I had lived since childhood. The interior was pleasantly cool, thanks to the thick walls that effectively kept the heat outside. I tossed the bag onto the couch and turned on the fan, which began to hum softly, providing relief in the stuffy air. I had barely a moment to sit down and relax when the phone rang. Jerry's name appeared on the screen, my childhood friend, with whom I hadn't been in contact for years. I answered instinctively. "Hello?" I answered, uncertainly, wondering what could have prompted him to call right now. "Hi, Harry. It's Jerry. It's been a long time." There was something unsettling in his voice, something that made my heart beat faster. "Hey, Jerry, is something wrong?" I asked, trying to hide my surprise. "This isn't a conversation for the phone. Do you have time to meet?" We agreed to meet at my apartment at 10:45 p.m. That evening, as the sun began to set, I heard a knock at the door. It was Jerry. He looked different from how I remembered, pale with something disturbing in his movements. I opened the door and let him in. We sat at the table, and I let him speak. "Harry, I have to tell you something. Something that has been haunting me since that time," he began, his voice trembling. "Do you remember the rules of apartment number 12? I felt a shiver run down my spine, and my heart started to race. Jerry's words brought back memories from our childhood. The first time I saw him, we were 14 when it happened. Jerry lived on the lowest floor, where the bricked-up apartment number 12 was located. It was at the very end of a long corridor, with no other apartments nearby. Apartment number 11 was much earlier, closer to the beginning of the corridor, and apartment number 13 was only on the next floor. There was no other apartment above the bricked-up apartment number 12. My parents forbade me from approaching that apartment. I never understood why until that day. That evening, the sky began to darken faster than usual. Clouds gathered on the horizon, and there was tension in the air. In the distance, I heard thunder, heralding an approaching storm. I had arranged to spend the night at Jerry's place, who lived 2 floors below in the small residential block. I headed for the staircase. I began to descend the stairs, but at the very bottom I noticed a figure. I descended further. That's when I saw him for the first time, a man with a cigarette. I quickly passed him. Only after passing him was I able to take a closer look. He was standing on the staircase, his face pale, his eyes deep set, staring at me, or so it seemed. After a moment, he moved toward me. I quickened my pace, but before I realized it, he was already behind me. I feared what he might do, but he passed me, heading toward the door marked number 12. I watched as he approached the bricked-up apartment. Then something happened that I will never forget. The man with the cigarette stopped right in front of the door. Slowly, he reached for the handle. My eyes widened in fear and disbelief. The concrete wall vanished as if it had never been there. The man casually walked inside and closed the door behind him. A moment later, Jerry saw me through the peephole and invited me in. I didn't immediately tell him what I had witnessed. It wasn't until several minutes later, when we were alone in his room, that I recounted the incident with the mysterious man. He didn't hide his excitement, and suggested that we go there the next day, knowing that his parents wouldn't allow us to go anywhere so late. We agreed on 3 p.m. the following day. In the morning, we had breakfast, and I left his apartment, my mind preoccupied with thoughts of the mysterious man with the cigarette and apartment number 12. As the appointed hour approached, my heart began to race. I entered the staircase, and the atmosphere was strangely tense. When I reached the bottom, I saw Jerry waiting for me. Together, we cautiously approached the apartment. Jerry reached for the handle, but all we saw was a concrete wall. The apartment was bricked up. Jerry accused me of lying, his excitement turning to anger. Suddenly he stopped, standing still and staring at something behind me. I immediately turned around. There he was. The man with the cigarette stood right behind us, staring straight at the door of apartment number 12. I had never seen him blink. Suddenly, without taking his eyes off the door, he pulled something from his coat, a rolled-up piece of paper, which he extended toward me. Hesitantly, I took it from his hand, and almost immediately he turned and walked toward the staircase. I stood there, stunned, as the man with the cigarette handed me the paper and silently walked away. Jerry, noticing my inaction, suddenly snatched the paper from me and began to read it. Only when Jerry grabbed the paper and started analyzing its contents did I join him. The contents were handwritten, but it was clear that it had been written in a hurry. The letters were uneven, sometimes crooked, as if the writer's hands were trembling, trying to keep up with their thoughts. Some words were barely legible, smudged by the quick movement of the pen. The content of the note read as follows: Rules of apartment number 12. Remember, before you decide to explore apartment number 12, think twice. Rule 1. You can only ever enter the apartment between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. This is the only known way to access this apartment. Rule 2. When the clock strikes 3 a.m., you will have 5 minutes to leave the apartment. If you don't, you will notice that where the door should be, there is only a concrete wall. You will be trapped. If this happens, follow Rule 3. Rule 3. If you are trapped in apartment number 12, know that your chance of survival are slim. After a moment, you will hear wailing coming from the bedroom, growing louder with each passing second. Hide as quickly as possible and pray that it doesn't find you. You will be able to leave the apartment again at 11 p.m. Rule 4. Between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m., you can move freely around the apartment. However, remember that if you enter any room other than the one with the exit, always close the door behind you after leaving that room. Do not re-enter that room. If you do not follow this rule, you will soon hear a quiet wailing, and the apartment's exit door will slowly begin to close. Run to the exit as fast as you can. There might still be hope. Rule 5. In 1967, a woman with long black hair named Isabella was brutally murdered in the bedroom of this apartment. She was skinned and cut into pieces. After this incident, no one wanted to live in the apartment, and the building authorities decided to brick it up. However, for reasons unknown to me, the apartment can be accessed during the previously mentioned hours. So remember, if you hear quiet wailing, know that it's Isabella. Don't look at her. Don't turn around. She hates being watched. Hates being judged. Rule 6. Don't scream. It will only hasten your painful death. Rule 7. Never turn on lights emitting objects between 11:59 p.m. and 3 a.m. She is drawn to light. After reading the rules, Jerry couldn't hide his excitement. His eyes sparkled, and a smile betrayed his growing adrenaline. "We have to go there," he said firmly. We agreed to go to the apartment at 11 p.m. We told our parents that we were spending the night at our friend Ben's place on the second floor to study for an important math exam. They didn't mind, as it wasn't the first time we had stayed at Ben's. When the night came, the clock read 10:55 p.m., and with hearts pounding we tried to sneak out of Ben's apartment. Unfortunately, our footsteps woke him from his sleep. Groggy and confused, he asked where we were going. We told him about apartment number 12 and the rules written on the note. Ben frowned as he read the hastily written list of rules, then burst out laughing, unable to believe our story. But Jerry insisted, urging him to come with us and see for himself. "I don't believe you, but it wouldn't hurt to check," he finally said, visibly intrigued. "I'm going with you." Jerry nodded in agreement. The darkness of the night enveloped us, and excitement and tension grew with each step that brought us closer to apartment number 12. As we stood in front of the apartment, we made sure the corridor was empty. When Jerry reached for the door handle, the door opened with a quiet creak, and we held our breath, ready to see what we remembered. A solid, concrete wall that seemed to be the end of our journey. But as the door opened fully, we stood in shock. Instead of the cold, concrete wall that we both so clearly remembered, we saw an ordinary room. The room was dark, but fully accessible, as if there had never been any obstacle there. This is impossible," Ben whispered, his confidence dissolving into the air. I stepped closer, hardly believing my own eyes. Jerry stood beside me, just as confused as I was, his hand still resting on the handle. Finally, we snapped out of it and entered the apartment, closing the door behind us. All three of us took out our flashlights after entering the apartment. The first thing that caught our eye after turning them on was the damage. The walls were covered with a thick layer of mold, its dark stains spreading along the rotten surfaces. In some places, the plaster had completely fallen off, revealing the raw brick underneath, and some areas were literally eaten away by moisture. For a moment, I thought I could smell the sickly sweet odor of rotting wood and fungus, which made me nauseous. The windows, barely visible through the semi-darkness, were completely bricked up from the outside. The curtains, which might have been once decorative, were now just shreds, dirty, decayed, and so fragile they could disintegrate at the slightest touch. The furniture in the room was scattered haphazardly. Old armchairs and sofas were caked with dirt, their upholstery consumed by moisture. Trash and shards of glass, which might have once been part of windows or mirrors, were strewn across the floor. Sinister moisture stains hung from the ceiling. In one corner I noticed the remains of an old, broken chandelier, hanging miserably from a single, creaking chain. Every breath was a struggle. The air in the apartment was heavy, filled with dust and dampness. Yet in all this decay, one thing was most unsettling, the feeling that, despite looking abandoned for decades, the apartment had something in it that made me feel watched. We hesitantly explored what was once a living space until, finally, as we approached the door leading to the bedroom, the tension in the air became almost unbearable. Jerry looked at me, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear. I felt that something terrible awaited us behind those doors, something we could not even begin to imagine. The smell of rotting meat hung in the air, making me feel sick and only intensifying the sense of unease. The door creaked open and we stood in the doorway. What we saw exceeded our worst nightmares. The bedroom looked like a scene from a macabre film. The walls were covered in bizarre, chaotic drawings made with blood and something that resembled dried shreds of flesh. In the middle of the room stood an old, decayed bed, its mattress torn and soaked with blood, which had dried over time, forming dark, sticky stains. On the bed lay something we initially took for old, tattered rags. Only after a moment did we realize it was a person. The body was in a state of decomposition, barely holding together. It was scarred, and in some places, its limbs were cut off. Its eyes, empty and lifeless, seemed to be staring straight at us. Then I realized who I was looking at. I was looking at Isabella. I ran out of the room as fast as I could. The sight of the decaying body made my heart pound wildly, and my stomach churned. I felt an uncontrollable shiver run through my entire body. Jerry reacted second. He turned abruptly and, almost losing his balance, ran out of the bedroom. His breathing was ragged, his eyes wide with fear. Before we reached the front door, I felt I could no longer hold back my nausea. I stopped, doubled over, and vomited onto the floor. My body trembled. I also noticed that, for some inexplicable reason, the apartment door was open. Moments later, Ben ran out of the bedroom, asking what was that. I didn't listen because I realized something that froze the blood in my veins. Ben hadn't closed the door behind him. Then I heard it. A faint, almost inaudible wail coming from inside the bedroom. The sound was like a moan, slow, full of suffering. Jerry and Ben lifted their heads and looked toward the open bedroom door. I wanted to do the same, but I remembered the rules. The fifth rule. At the same moment, my friends turned their gaze towards the bed. The wailing grew louder, turning into a cry of despair, and I felt pure survival instinct take over. I didn't wait a second longer. I ignored everything. I didn't care what Jerry and Ben were doing, or even if they were running after me. I thought of only one thing: run. I sprang to my feet, leaping over broken furniture and piles of trash. I ran blindly, barely noticing what was in front of me, my heart pounding like a hammer, and my head throbbed with adrenaline. Every step, every stumble in this abandoned, rotten apartment only spurred me to even greater efforts. Suddenly, I noticed the door leading to the corridor slowly starting to close. My heart stopped. I knew that if those doors slammed shut, we would be trapped in this cursed apartment, and the hope of escape might disappear forever. Jerry ran beside me, his breathing heavy, his movements full of panic. My heart beat in quick, almost terrifying coordination. Just as the door slammed shut with a loud bang, Jerry and I were already in the corridor. We tumbled out of the apartment, falling to the ground, trying to catch our breath. With a mixture of terror and relief, I looked at Jerry. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. Suddenly a cold shiver ran through me as I realized that Ben was still inside. I suddenly collapsed, struggling to stand, but my legs would no longer obey me. I fainted, collapsing onto the old, dirty corridor floor. I swear in that moment I fell, I saw him. A man with a cigarette stood at the end of the corridor, smiling at me mockingly. After those events, we decided to remain silent. It was a decision that came hard to us, but we considered it the only possible one. Ben's disappearance was reported, but he was never found. He vanished without a trace. But I still remember. I remember the mocking smile of the man with the cigarette, and that awful moan that haunts me in my nightmares to this day. And though years have passed, I still can't forget what happened to Ben, and I still feel the weight of the fact that he was never found. After Jerry and I finished school, our paths diverged, and I never saw my friend again, until that evening. Do you remember that horrible evening? That night changed our entire lives. Especially mine when I looked into the bedroom that night and I saw that... What did you see? I asked, worried. I saw Isabella. Her corpse slowly stood up on what used to be legs, and she let out a moan. I saw her grab Ben by the ankles and slowly drag him into the bedroom. I heard his screams and then the sound of bones breaking. I know that your nightmare probably ended that day, but mine only began. Since then, I hear her at night. I hear her whispers, and they're accompanied by the smell of rotting meat. I was probably the only person who didn't think he was crazy. I was there with him. I saw all those things, and I heard that awful moan. In 5 minutes, it'll be 11 p.m. I'm going to that apartment. I can't take it anymore. I have to end this. It dawned on me that I was most likely seeing Jerry for the last time. I watched as he slowly got up from the table and left the apartment. At first, I thought it was fun. We lived in an RV. It was like an endless vacation. 1 week we were in LA, the next we were in Salt Lake City. We didn't know much about our lives before this. We knew we were born in Portland, and that we could never stop moving. We always knew we were a special family. I just guess we didn't know how special we were. My parents tried so hard to have kids and almost lost hope. That's why my twin sister and I were so special to them. They're little miracles. It was annoying, but at least we knew we meant something to them. Amelia and I were fairly close, as far as siblings go. We were kind of each other's only friends. Since we were homeschooled, we felt pretty isolated. We never set up camp anywhere fun. No KOA campgrounds with ice cream shops and swimming pools. Always driving off-road and living deep in the woods. I guess it was peaceful, in a way, but anyone who grew up near the woods understands it's not something you mess with. The first time I really personally realized something was up was just before our 7th birthday, when we were staying in a place in BC called Kamloops. We weren't supposed to sneak out or leave Mom and Dad's sight, but at the time, we were mischievous 6-year-olds, with a huge, unexplored forest in front of us. What do you expect? We waited until they fell asleep for the night and snuck out of the RV through the window, which was easy because the window was just a sheet of plastic held together by a zipper, and we set off, with nothing but a lantern to illuminate the path in front of us. It wasn't long before we saw something strange. A glow. Not from our lantern, it was coming from in front of us. It didn't take long for us to see who or what was in front of us. It was a lady, holding a small homemade torch, but she didn't look much like a lady. Her hair was matted and fallen out in some places. Her skin was almost blue and looked rotted. Her teeth were yellow and a few were missing, and I thought you could even see part of her jaw. She was wearing a dirty hospital gown. I didn't know where the nearest hospital was, but it had to be pretty far, because the last time I remember driving anywhere with a paved road had to be 3 hours before we set up our camp here. Amelia and I were frozen in fear, and for the first time since we had mutually decided affection towards siblings was lame, I reached for her hand. That thing reached out its bony arm to us. It moaned something almost indecipherable, like something. That was enough to snap me out of it, and I sprinted away, dragging Amelia behind me. By some miracle, we had made it back to the RV, and by some other miracle, got back in without waking our parents. We didn't get much sleep, and were far too shaken up to even say good morning to our parents, let alone tell them what happened. Would they even believe us if we told them? Well, after what happened next, I guess they would have to. When we opened the door to the RV, we saw that the remains of what we had left out overnight, a campfire reduced to ashes, the sticks covered in charcoal Amelia and I had used to draw on the rocks, and a makeshift table with a few cans of beans, had been utterly destroyed. It wasn't too out of the ordinary to have our camp ravished by animals. We lived in the woods after all, but this was something no animal could do. This looked set up, like whatever did it had a plan. What we saw written on the back of the RV confirmed this belief. In the charcoal sticks, someone had written, "You can't run forever," on our trailer. Mom made us breakfast while Dad cleaned up the mess. We left shortly after that and drove for hours, not even stopping for quick bathroom breaks. Mom and Dad spoke in hushed whispers as Dad drove. I wish I knew what they had been talking about. That night, I guess because Mom and Dad could see we were shaken up, they took us for a rare treat. A dinner at a real restaurant. A crappy diner, but a restaurant nonetheless. It was empty there, which was why my parents liked it, as they hated crowds. I was over the moon. A root beer float and a greasy cheeseburger was anything a 6-year-old boy could dream of, which was why I was so upset when Mom and Dad made us leave the second someone else came in. It was just an old trucker. I didn't get the big deal. While we were in the RV, Amelia asked why we had to leave while I sulked in my bunk. A glorified shelf. Mom sighed. I suppose you two are almost 7. That's old enough to know. Well, Zachary, Amelia, the reason we had to leave is because we're scared of losing you. Do you remember what happened when you were 4? I had no idea. My memory was never good, but Amelia claimed to remember. We were in Beaverton, not too far from Portland. She said that when we were 4, we were running around in a field when a big man in camouflage and big boots came up to us and bent down to our level. "We're not supposed to talk to strangers," Amelia said. She was always a goody two-shoes. "I'm John. Now we're not strangers. What are your names?" "I'm Zach, and that's my sister Amelia. We're 4 and our birthday is July 26th, 2002, I had apparently said. But I bet Amelia just said I said that to make me look worse. That's when he stopped smiling. He roughly took our hands and started to lead us away. "Let's go somewhere fun, Zach and Amelia. I need to take you someplace else." My mom got teary. "That's right. If your dad and I hadn't caught you just before you left, we probably would have never seen you again. I took you to someplace safe. And your dad, well, your dad, I shot him in the leg. Hope he had fun crawling back to his house," he said coldly. Amelia and I shot each other glances. "Okay, Daddy, I'm going to sleep now," she said, climbing over me to get to her bunk. That night we stopped somewhere for the night. I forget where, probably near the interior of BC or maybe Alberta. I looked out the little plastic window and I saw her. I saw that lady again. She was staring at me and Amelia in our bunk beds, reaching out for us with that same long bony hand. I rolled over and tried to sleep, but couldn't, knowing she was there. Life continued on like that for a while. Anywhere we'd stop, she'd be there. Washington, there she was. Nevada, you bet. Montana, better believe it. Amelia and I didn't really explore much anymore, partially because we were getting older and gradually showing less interest in that sort of thing, but partially because that experience in Kamloops traumatized us both. That didn't stop the lady from trying to get us. Sometimes we'd catch a glimpse of her on the highways we drove by. Sometimes she'd appear right where the fire of our campsite stopped illuminating, so we could barely see her. On the rare occasion we went into public to get supplies or food, I could have sworn I caught a glimpse of her in the crowd. Whenever she was around, I always heard that cry of hers. Ma-ba-ba. After a while, she stopped scaring me. Well, as much. Everything finally made sense. The day before Amelia and I turned 14, Mom and Dad had left the RV and gave us a rare couple hours of freedom as they gathered things for our birthday. We weren't parked ridiculously far from civilization, but I'd say a good hour's worth of walking. We weren't that scared. We had lived in the woods long enough to know as long as you didn't bother the forest, it wouldn't bother you. And the lady in the hospital gown was honestly more of an annoyance than anything else. I'd even go so far to say we had almost forgotten about her. I was reading, and Amelia was rummaging around the RV for food. I was getting immersed in my book when Amelia shouted out, "Zach, come check this out." I rolled my eyes. What could it be? We had lived in this tiny RV for almost 14 years. I knew it like the back of my hand. There was absolutely no nook or cranny I didn't know about. Oh, I guess I was wrong. There, under the driver's seat cushion, Amelia had pulled out, for some reason, a box. It was small and a bit squished from all the years of my dad's butt sitting on it, but we could still tell what it was. Amelia excitedly reached to open it. Inside were papers. "Forget about it, Amelia. It's probably just boring documents for work," I said, but the look of confusion to horror on my sister's face was enough to change my mind. They were documents, but not for work. Birth documents. For us. But the stated parents weren't ours. I was apparently Zachary Jr., but nobody in my family was named Zachary. I looked at the father's name. Zachary. The mother was someone named Emily. Maybe we were adopted, I suggested. Amelia reached in and pulled out another sheet of paper. She shook her head and held out the next one for me with a shaky hand. Infants missing from Portland Hospital, July 27th, 2002. Twins Zachary Christopher Clark Jr. and Amelia Emily Clark. Ongoing search. Anyone with information is to report it to the police immediately. Clark? Christopher? Those weren't our names. Our last name was Brown, and our parents certainly weren't Zachary and Emily. They were Jenny and Kevin. I had a feeling things were going to get worse. I was right, as Amelia pulled out the third and second to last paper. Portland mother of 2 murdered in hospital. Emily Clark, 27, had recently given birth to twins, now missing. When she was smothered to death in her own hospital bed. Police drawing of suspects. We looked at the police drawing. It was obviously not a complete match, but they were basically the only other 2 faces we had seen our entire lives. Mom and Dad. CCTV footage shows the 2 suspects leaving the hospital through a back door with the 2 infants. Search is ongoing. If spotted, do not approach these individuals. Alert the authorities immediately. We were silent as Amelia shakily grabbed the last piece of paper. This was from 2006. We were 4. After an Oregon man allegedly spotted the missing kids and was attacked by the perpetrators, a glimpse of hope is seen in this 4-year-long cold case. Father and husband of the victims, Zachary Clark, shares this message. To my babies, I have no idea where you 2 are, but I will never let go of hope that one day I will see your beautiful faces again. You may not even know who I am, but that doesn't change anything. Until we meet again, Daddy loves you. We couldn't even say anything. What do you even say to that? We just stood in silence for a while, then we heard a banging on the RV. We jumped and looked outside. It was the lady in the hospital gown, closer than ever. We could see her bluish gray skin. We could see her hazel eyes. They kind of looked like Amelia's. Ma-ba-ba, she moaned, reaching out for us again. I looked down to the newspaper clipping. It had a picture of the victim on it. I held it up to the window, where she was staring at us. Ma-ba-ba, she said again. Ma-ba-ba, my baby. All this time, she had just wanted her babies. Amelia stepped out of the RV. I was scared at first, but this day couldn't get any crazier, so I followed. Mama? She asked, tears in her eyes. Baba, she said, reaching her bony hand out once again, but she didn't run. She let her touch her face. As she gently rubbed her hand across her cheek. She did the same to me, but then pointed in the direction of the nearest town. Go, she said. Go? Why? Amelia asked. Da, our mother croaked. Dad, Zachary Sr., was he still alive after all this time? We have 2 hours until Mom and Dad. Amelia cut herself off. They get back. Let's go. Quick. Although we didn't really have any idea how to get to the town, we somehow knew. Like someone was guiding us. We busted into the sheriff's office, probably looking awful. First came the questioning, then the DNA testing, then they looked for our parents, then they arrested my parents, then the news stories and the interviews. Then we were flown out in a plane, my first plane ever, to Portland, to meet our dad. We were quite the story. They called my parents the wretches of the woods. They thought of them as evil witches, who stole us and hid us deep in the woods. I guess they were right, in a way. It was weird seeing them behind bars, serving life sentences, because after all, they raised us for nearly 14 years. But that's where they'll stay. No running, no hiding. There's nowhere to hide in a cell. He burst into tears when he saw us. We didn't. It was weird. He was my dad and all, but was he? I mean, I guess I met him when I was like a few hours old, but I just couldn't connect to him. It took a while, but we slowly got used to our new lives, in a house with a bed and our own rooms, not running from everything, or living in the woods. It was peaceful, although most of the time I ended up sneaking into Amelia's room because after all this time, I still couldn't be alone. One time I got a knock on our window. We both woke up and saw the lady in the hospital gown outside, but she looked happier, less rotten, like she was complete again. "Mama?" I asked. Could she stay? And I could live with the family I craved. Like she read my mind, she shook her head. "I have to go, my babies," she said, reaching her hand out to us through the window as she slowly disappeared into the night. We never saw her again after that, but we always knew she was watching us. But this time, we wouldn't run. The local study hall has some very strange rules. I would love to simply study at home, but it's tough to concentrate for more than a few minutes when your parents are arguing 24/7 in a cramped 2-bedroom apartment. I'm the type of guy who needs to focus for hours to consider it productive. Despite everything, the screaming would have been more than worth it if I had anticipated the following events. The night of the incident was on a Friday. It was 4 days prior to my final chemistry exam before Christmas break. I walked into the study hall at 11:43 p.m. and greeted the old man who was sitting on the information desk. He also happened to be the man who funded the study hall, so whenever he asked me to reiterate the mandatory rules, which was every time I walked in, regardless on whether it was my first time or 500th time, I had no choice but to do it. Let me get you up to speed with the rules. I'll spare you the details and only tell you about the most important ones. Make sure every light in the study hall is on until you leave. When you leave, make sure the door sign says closed. When leaving, make sure you are illuminated at all times. Never, and I mean never, turn off a light that's above you. Make sure you're not in the dark either, not even for a split second. If it's still dark out, do not forget to lock the door when you walk out. If the sun's already out by the time you leave, I'll lock it myself. Leave it. If you hear any humming, ignore it. Do not go check or look at what it is. I never heard anyone humming outside of the study hall, but rules are rules. Never pick up the phone for anyone after I leave, no matter what. This never happened either. Do not stay in the study hall after 6 a.m. You're not allowed to come back until 9 a.m. After reiterating the rules that have been drilled into me more than the periodic table, I dapped up the old man before sitting down. I always sat down in the same seat. The first few hours went by in a flash, as always. However, I got disrupted at 2:30 a.m. This is because it is when the old man goes home for the night, leaving the massive study hall to myself. Today I chose to hang around for a little longer. Quite frankly, I didn't want to get another slap from my parents after realizing I got an A- on my final exam. I had to remain focused and study for a little longer. A few more hours, which felt more like 10 minutes, went by. The clock had finally hit 5:55 a.m. I wouldn't have realized if it wasn't for the alarm I set for myself. Jolting myself back to reality, I began to set everything up to make sure I didn't upset the old man. He can get a little cranky sometimes. My brain was completely fried. My vision was blurry too. I packed my bags and turned off all the lights in the necessary order to ensure that I stayed true to the rules. I've done this so many times that I didn't even have to think about it anymore. As I opened the front entrance, I turned off the final light. Concurrently, the clock hit 6 a.m. It was still dark outside. As dark as when I came in at 11:43 p.m. Inhaling the cold, fresh air of the countryside, I juddered as I heard a loud ringing sound piercing my eardrums. It was the rotary dial phone on the old man's information desk. I muttered under my breath, "I didn't expect it to be so loud." I rubbed my eyes and yawned. Unfortunately, that only made my eyes feel heavier. I should turn it off before I called a night. Taking a step back inside, I gasped as I remembered that I had to turn on the lights whenever I was inside. I did so accordingly before reaching out to the phone. Realization struck as one of the rules popped back into my head, making me stop. Never pick up the phone for anyone after I leave. Oh, right, I thought to myself. Better for me to leave it. I sighed and scratched the back of my head. Can't wait to finally sleep, I told myself, yawning again. As I turned back around, my ears picked up on a sound from far away, a sound that kept getting louder by the second, although so slightly. Hum, da hum, ba hum. I don't know why, but the sound alone sent shivers down my spine, waking me up instantly. It echoed across the study hall. As it got louder, I felt an insane pressure weighing down on me. It felt similar to the pressure one gets during sleep paralysis. As I felt my chest being crushed, I deeply inhaled and exhaled. I looked at my shaky palms. Eyes widened. What the... I thought to myself. What's wrong with me? It was a strange sensation, one I had never felt before. Everything felt off, eerie. Suddenly I heard a loud thud coming from behind me, the sound of a heavy object crashing onto the ground. Instinctively I turned around and jumped backwards, screaming. On the other side of the hall stood a shadowy figure. It was over 8 feet tall. Its lankiness was towering over me, its arms looking long enough to reach out and grab my head. It's where the humming tunes were coming from. At that very moment, I felt completely unsafe, as if the figure was going to jump out at me. All I could hear was my heartbeat in my throat. "Oh, screw this," I shouted. Turning around, I bolted out the door, not looking back even once. As I was running, I could feel something chasing me from behind. Despite that, I couldn't hear anything beside my breathing and quiet grunts. As soon as I made it home, I slammed the door shut, locking it. Throughout the night, my mind was racing with different thoughts. No matter what, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was close to me, keeping an eye on me from nearby. Whenever I tried to close my eyes, I could see the figure rushing towards me at a speed I couldn't visualize. Before it would catch me, I opened my eyes with a loud gasp. However, the pressure persisted. Who was the figure standing on the other side of the study hall? It looked nothing like the old man. I eventually dozed off, and woke up a few hours later to a text message from a number I didn't recognize. "Hey, you that kid who always goes to the study hall every night, right?" It wrote. My heart skipped a beat. I chose to ignore it. No way was I going to get in trouble because of some stupid rules. It must have been my nerves of the exam coming up. As I see the same number typing again, I blocked it. I had no interest in getting involved in whatever I saw yesterday. That night, I readied myself for another study session. I decided that I would leave the study hall at the same time as the old man to avoid a similar situation, which was 2:30 a.m. I wanted to tell him about last night, but I was scared that I would get in trouble. I nervously walked into the study hall and greeted the old man. However, something felt off. He was staring into my eyes a lot more intensely than usual, even after I recited the rules again to reassure him. He didn't seem mad or worried, just off. I figured it was paranoia. No way would he know about yesterday, right? After all, I didn't break any of the rules, and he wasn't even there for most of the time, right? I sat down on the same chair as last night. Discomfort grew as I glanced to see the old man staring right at me from his seat. I took a deep breath and put on my earphones. Minutes later, I received a text. It was from the old man. I had his contact saved just in case, so it wasn't out of the ordinary to receive a message from him. However, why would he text me when we were in the same room? "Hey, I wanted to let you know that I'm running some errands out of town at the moment. I think you've been in the study hall enough times for me to trust you alone for one night. Don't mess anything up, and I'll be back on Monday morning," it wrote. My heart stopped as I read it. I'm running some errands out of town. I started shaking, rereading it over and over again. I'm running some errands out of town. I slowly looked up. The man on the information desk was still staring right at me. The pressure I felt on my chest last night came back. The light started flickering subtly as my breathing became shallower and quicker. My body tensed up and paralyzed. Out of town. If that's the case, then who am I in the study hall with? Don't call it a midlife crisis. A boat is a perfectly sound investment. And this was a real beauty. 36 feet of pure white fiberglass, hull with an interior flooring of varnished teak, and a closed-loop fuel system feeding 400 horses all at once. Whole setup running so smooth. It was like a cat purring at you. And all amenities included. For two lucky lovebirds to travel in style. Sure, there was only me at the moment. Charlotte had left a while ago. Taking the kids with her. Screw her. I'd put myself out there. Find someone else. I'd just work on my tan for a while first. Maybe drop a few pounds. Plenty of time for that. What I couldn't wait to do was to take my new baby out for a spin. I knew boats. We'd had one when I was a kid. Fine memories of family vacations. Sun beating down as I dried out on deck after my third swim of the day. Great stuff. And I got to steer the thing too sometimes. That's how I knew this was not gonna be a problem. So easy, a kid could do it. I didn't get lost exactly. I had the GPS. It told me which way was which and how to get back home. even though it did insist there was an island right next to me, and there wasn't. And I had the radio. I could call for help. No worries. Since everything was obviously all good, I decided to enjoy myself. Nothing but open ocean meant perfect privacy, and maybe this was just what I needed. A little R&R. In any case, the boat was fully stocked. No time like the present to take advantage of it. I went below deck to get a Bollinger out of the fridge. I considered filling a bucket with ice and getting out a glass, but then I thought, who cares? Salt life, baby. Popping the cork, I took a big swig. Who says money can't buy happiness? Going back out on deck, I admired the view. Life was so good, clad in nothing but my bathing shorts. I was on a beautiful boat with cool blue water lapping against the hull, and gulping down champagne like it was nothing. Anyone out there who wouldn't want to be me right now? That's what I'd like to know. I sat down in the captain's seat, putting my feet up on the dash. I took another swig. I tapped my fingers on my leg. I got bored. This sucked. The sun was too hot. I was getting hungry too. Of course there was plenty of food on board, but I didn't feel like cooking anything. I remembered there was an all-day buffet back at the marina, and that realization tore it. Sitting up in the chair and tucking the still cool bottle between my thighs, I flipped the key in the ignition. It spectacularly failed to achieve anything. I turned the key back. I flipped it again. Same result. I swore, then glanced vaguely upwards and muttered a quick, "Sorry," while crossing myself. Old habits from Catholic school die hard, and if Sister Agnes had been here now, a busted engine would have been the least of my problems. I stood up, clasping the bottle, not knowing what to do. I was no mechanic. Were there even any tools on board? I had a sinking feeling that the only way I'd be getting my hands on a screwdriver was by mixing vodka with some orange juice. I took another drink. All the joy of it had vanished now, and the bubbles only tasted sour. Petulantly, I spun around and hurled the bottle away from me in the same motion. My eyes going wide, I watched in horror as it perfectly struck the forehead of the young woman who had just been hauling herself over the gunwale. Half in the boat and half out, she clung there with a dazed expression that slowly went cross-eyed, then grip slackening as her body went limp. She began to slide back towards the water. Instinct made me leap forward to grab hold of her. I got her just in time, and grasping her under the arms, managed to flop her onto the deck. "Jesus," I was muttering. "Jesus, Jesus." This didn't count as blasphemy, right? I was asking for help more than anything else. Her head was bleeding freely. I still carried some muscle from my football days, and I'd gotten her really good. Was she dead? Please, dear God, don't let her be dead. I put a hand to her throat to feel for a pulse, and a warm sense of pure relief flowed through me when I felt a beat. Slow, but steady. Picking her up like a child, I began carrying her below deck. No way I could leave her out there in the baking sun, so the bed would be the best place for her. It did occur to me that she was completely naked, dripping wet and naked. Where the hell had she come from? Was there another boat? I put her gently down and draped a sheet over her for the sake of modesty. Then I hurried back and scanned the horizon in every direction. Nothing. I wished I'd brought a pair of binoculars, but probably it wouldn't have made any difference. Laser eye surgery had left me with 20/20 vision, and everywhere I looked there was nothing but the sea. I shook my head. This was too much. First my boat had broken down, and now a skinny dipper appeared out of nowhere to bleed all over my Egyptian cotton. I had to get on the radio and call for help. The only smart thing I'd done before heading out was to familiarize myself with the handheld VHF. The thing had a built-in GPS that would automatically transmit my position, and it didn't take me long to get in contact with a rescue vessel. It was a stroke of pure luck, but they were returning from what had proved to be a false alarm, and had no problem redirecting themselves to pick us up. When I explained about the presence of an unconscious woman with a head wound, it really seemed to light a fire under their butts, too. When I turned around, the unconscious woman in question was sitting up in the bed. I froze, looking at her. She looked back. Her eyes were shockingly dark, as if the pupils had fully dilated. She fixed me with a gaze of such intensity I wanted to look away, yet I didn't dare to break eye contact for a second. You see, the sheet had slipped down around her waist, and her small breasts were on full display. It shouldn't have mattered. I'd seen all there was to see out there on the deck, and touched her too, when I carried her down here. But somehow the sheen of the purple bedcloths around her were emphasizing her nakedness, turning it from a natural state and into something lecherous. I wished I'd gotten the plain white sheets now. I realized. Who did I even think I was? "Are you all right?" I finally managed. She touched her forehead, licked blood from her fingers. "My head hurts," she said slowly. Her accent was unfamiliar to me. Russian, I thought. Eastern Europe somewhere. Long way from home, if so. "Yeah," I said. "I'm really sorry about that. I didn't see you." I chuckled nervously. "I mean, where did you even come from?" She sniffed, looking around at the interior of the cabin without seeming much impressed. "I swam, because boats always..." She was making no sense, trailing off in the middle of her sentence. The blow to the head must have done a number on her. I silently prayed there would be no brain damage, and offered to attend church every Sunday for a full year as payment for it. "You should let me look at that cut there," I said. "I'll clean it up." I was already scrambling for the first aid kit. Something had cracked when I hit her. But was it her head or was it the bottle? I knew more or less what I was doing when it came to the basics. But I was worried this would be beyond me. Didn't matter. I'd do what I could, and the rest would just have to wait. Sitting down on the bed, I put the little red and white satchel next to me and began setting out some gauze and a small bottle of saline solution. "This might..." I began. I was going to say sting a little, when her hand snaked out to grab my wrist. I instinctively tried to pull away, and found I couldn't. God, but she was strong. She leaned into me. I saw her nostrils flare. Was she smelling me? "Hey," I said. I was stammering a bit. Gently I tried to extricate myself, but it was no use. Instead I found myself being pulled forward. I noticed for the first time that her teeth were surprisingly bad, snaggly and yellowish. Cute otherwise, but not as young as I'd thought at first. Late 20s perhaps. Just very skinny. And acting weird. Concussion, I decided. Had to be. What was the procedure with that? Keep them awake? Play along? "Like my cologne?" I asked. "You smell nice too. Driftwood and kelp. The bold new scent by Saint Laurent." I realized I was babbling. My wrist was starting to hurt. She seemed intent on planting a kiss on my shoulder, despite my attempts at dissuading her. She'd almost put her mouth to the trembling flesh when she winced. her hand releasing me to gingerly prod at her forehead again. She looked at me. "You would mend me?" I'd pulled myself back a little as soon as she let go. I was entirely in two minds about things. Part of me thought the cabin seemed suddenly very cramped. It wanted to place itself out of reach of those slender arms with their vice-like grip. Another part only wanted to help her. It was so clear she needed me. What kind of guy would I be if I just ignored that? This was kinda my fault. "Sure," I said. "I'll take care of it. Just stay still now. Don't grab." Slowly, I dabbed away most of the blood and cleaned the wound out as best I could. It wasn't all that bad, I thought. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it had almost begun to heal already. Head wounds were supposed to bleed a lot too, weren't they? Maybe I'd gotten worked up over nothing. Though she had passed out for a moment, and that probably wasn't good. Carefully, I slightly increased the pressure on her brow, just to feel for any sign of something being broken. No, everything still felt fine. It was just the first momentary panic that had made me think otherwise. Alright, there was some aloe gel in the kit. That was good for wounds, right? Couldn't hurt. I squeezed a small dollop onto my fingers and very gently began to massage it into her forehead. She had closed her eyes halfway through my ministrations, and now she was sighing contently. Her mouth curved slightly. "That's nice," she said. "I like that." "Good, great. I'm gonna put a bandage on you now, okay?" Before I could get that far, the handheld crackled into life. "Cherry Bomb, come in. Cherry Bomb, this is Sunbeam. We are approaching your location now. Please respond. Over." Yeah, I named my boat Cherry Bomb. So what? Sue me for liking the Runaways. "You stay here, okay?" I told my guest. "Rest. I'm going up on deck, but I'll be right back." I grabbed the handheld and hurried out. Out on the deck, the ocean breeze did wonders for clearing my head. I hadn't realized just how on edge I was. Shading my eyes against the sun, I could see the shape of a boat out there now, rapidly approaching. "Sunbeam, this is Cherry Bomb. We are, standing by for rescue. Over." "Roger that, Cherry Bomb. We are prepared to offer immediate medical assistance. Is the patient capable of being moved? Over." "Actually," I said, "I don't think we'll need—" There were footsteps behind me. I turned to look and let go of the call button. "I feel better now," she said. She stood there, naked and completely unashamed. "I remember why I came here." She moved towards me slowly. Her lips were parted slightly, and I thought her tongue darted quickly out to lick them. Then her eyes shifted to a point above my shoulder. "Boat," she said. "Coming to get you?" "Yeah," I said. "Us. It's all gonna be okay now." I had taken a step backwards, I realized, the way she'd been looking at me. She seemed to be considering something. "Made me feel good," she murmured, "when you touched me." She'd come so close we could have almost kissed. Gently, she placed her hands on my chest. "But," she said, "I'm also hungry." She gave me a shove so hard and fast I didn't even have time to yell before going over the side. The water slapped my back like a giant's hand and I went under, then came back up, shuddering. From the deck, she looked at me. "I like you," she shouted. "I will give you a head start, okay? If you make it to the other boat, you can leave." I was about to ask her what she was playing at, but she had already leapt from the deck, curving forward to perform a perfect dive. She knifed into the water and changed. Her speed had carried her deep beneath the surface, but I could still see her well enough to know it wasn't her anymore. Scales glittered on a blue-gray and sinuous body that snaked around and coiled upon itself. A woman's torso grew from the lower body of a giant eel. A pair of eyes like dark marbles blinked as a nightmare mouth split open. Screaming, I thrashed and flailed. Made for the ladder of my boat. I had to get out of the water. The shape came shooting up so quickly it almost seemed to simply appear before me. It cut me off, pushed me back, hurting me away. A webbed hand slid across my belly in passing, grating like sandpaper against my skin. A message delivered. Don't go that way. I reversed, kicking, threw myself around, and turning my momentum into a desperate and inelegant crawl as I began to swim for my life in the direction of the approaching rescue vessel. This wasn't happening. This wasn't possible. She wasn't. A stab of pain in my left thigh. Something flashed past me in the water, circled round, and came up again from behind me. I whimpered, swallowed seawater, floundered, threw myself forward again. It was below me now. I could feel it. Caught flashes of reflected light. At first I'd been praying, begging, please, please, please don't let it get me. God and Sister Agnes, help me now, and I will always be so good forever, I promise. But even that babble of childish fear and pleading had stilled, displaced by a deeper terror. Some atavistic instinct that screamed at me shark, shark, and beneath that, even purer and more thoroughly imprinted in the memory of my DNA, was simply the image of teeth. I wasn't a man, I was prey. Like prey, I fled. A touch of ice against my foot, a red line drawn across my chest, a nip, a prod, a cut, and something vital leaking out of me. Then nothing. I crashed on through the waves, heedless of anything but the need to escape. A wall loomed in front of me. Trapped, trapped. Gibbering with panic, I tried to turn, but strong arms were already gripping me, hauling me up, out of the water. I became aware of frantic voices surrounding me on all sides. Got you, buddy. Hang on. What was that? Jesus, you're torn up. Why did you jump? We were coming right to you. The girl. Where's the girl? Anyone see the girl? I couldn't give them answers. Already I was slipping into unconsciousness. As it was, the paramedic they had standing by on the sunbeam came in pretty handy after all. I was missing 3 toes on my left foot and bleeding from a dozen other wounds. The cut across my chest had sliced away a nipple, and otherwise left a long and ugly scar that swelled up purple and never really flattened out. They looked for her as long as they could, but of course there was no sign of anyone else. Shark must have gotten her. Weren't supposed to be any man-eaters around here, but sometimes they travel and end up in unexpected places. So I was assured, anyway. Of course there were other questions. Who was she? What had happened between us on my boat? I could have gotten in some pretty bad trouble over that, but it all worked out in the end. After all, the crew of the Sunbeam had been watching through binoculars, had caught me going into the water, then they'd seen the girl jump in after me, all of her own free will. After that, things did get somewhat confused, but I knew to keep my mouth shut about it until I had several very expensive lawyers by my side. Money, money, money. What can't it do? Well, it can't get rid of the nightmares. I drink myself to sleep now, most nights. It's not the pain of my missing pieces or the jumbled images from my panicked swim that got through my head, but something else that happened afterwards. When we'd given up the search, everyone else were busy. One man working to stitch up my leg, but I was awake and looking back, sitting propped up against an equipment chest. I saw her, out in the sea. She was bobbing very peacefully, only the humanish part of her torso visible above water. Our eyes met, flashing me a needle grin. She cheerfully waved a webbed hand in goodbye. Then she dove and disappeared beneath the surface. I had a weird experience at the movies yesterday, and wanted to share it on the internet as a bit of a PSA. Essentially, you really should read the warnings that come on before the movie. I go to my local theater pretty often. It's close to my house, and I like the popcorn. Naturally, when I was bored with nothing to do yesterday, I walked over there. There was only one movie showing that I hadn't already seen. I hadn't heard of it before, but I wasn't in the mood to rewatch a movie. I bought a ticket, got a popcorn, and sat down in the theater. I really wish I remembered what the movie was called, but I'm horrible with names. I kind of recall what it was about. Some cheesy rom-com about young adults falling in love in college biology class. I was wondering if the theater was doing some kind of nostalgia event, because the thing felt like it came out 25 years ago. If they were, it wasn't well attended. Only a handful of people were in the theater with me. The above-mentioned warning came on after the standard, "Be quiet and don't record the movie" clip. It was just a black screen with white text that went something like this. Notice: leaving the theater while the film is playing is against theater policy. Violators will be escorted out of the building. A voice read the text out as well, and I guess the addition of the warning had been rushed because she tripped over her words when she read "leaving." I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured some teens had been goofing off in the theater hallway or something. Around an hour into the film, I really had to pee. I remembered the warning, but thought if I wasn't being disruptive, I wouldn't get in trouble. I mean, they wouldn't ban going to the bathroom, would they? So I left, taking note of which theater I was in. Theater 3. I went to the bathroom and walked back. The theater wasn't there. Like I said, I go to the movies a lot, so I know the building layout well. Where Theater 3 was supposed to be was instead Theater C. I had never seen a Theater C in this building before. Only Theaters 1 through 4. I wondered if maybe they'd changed it without my noticing, and tried the door to Theater C, but it was locked. I walked around for a bit looking for Theater 3, and I quickly noticed more things that were out of place. For starters, there was no trash, nothing in the trash cans, no popcorn spilled on the floor. The place was pristine. It was cold, too. Real cold. Outside it was like 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and I knew the theater AC hadn't been this intense when I came in. The most damning thing, though, was the lack of an exit. No ticket or popcorn stand either. Just a couple hallways with doors to various impossible theaters. I was starting to panic and tried all the doors. None of them opened. How are they going to escort me out if there's no exit? I thought hysterically, and chuckled a little. It came out louder than I expected and echoed through the hall. Immediately I heard footsteps behind me. I tried to turn around, but before I could, a frigid hand wrapped its fingers around my shoulder and pulled me back. I jerked away and spun to see what was there. It was a man, I think. definitely a person. I didn't see any specific features. His outstretched hand distracted me. His fingers were blackened and swollen, horribly frostbitten. He lurched forward, grasping for my shoulder again, and I jumped back, turned, and ran like my life depended on it. Half stumbling through the hall, I could hear footsteps behind me. The temperature kept dropping. Freezing air bit my lungs when I gasped for air. I wasn't sure how long I could keep running for. Right as I was about to collapse, an arm burst from the wall beside me. It beckoned toward me, and without thinking, I took it. It yanked me into the wall. We crashed through like it was paper, and behind was a door marked exit. I pushed it open, and stepped aside so my rescuer could follow. After a couple seconds passed without anyone exiting, I glanced through the door to see what was happening. There was nobody there. The credits were rolling in front of the empty seats of Theater 3. I was standing outside, having gone through an emergency exit. My legs ached, but I didn't know what to do, so I just walked back home. I don't know what exactly happened. I don't know if it was the theater or something else that did it. I don't know if it was legal. I was warned, I guess. In any case, I'm not going back to the theater. I'd advise all of you to read the warnings when, or if, you go to the movies. Do you remember all the things you were scared of when you were little? If you really look back on it, you'll probably remember a whole bunch of them. There were probably some silly ones, like lava or quicksand. Probably some more rational ones too, like drowning or getting lost. And if I had to bet, you probably had some of the classics as well. Darkness, spiders, monsters under the bed. The last one was the worst for me. I remember many nights as a child where all I could do was wrap my blankets tightly around me and try to ignore the nagging feeling that something was lurking just below me. It never worked, of course. No matter how many times I told myself that my fear was irrational, that nothing could be down there, I wouldn't believe it. Even if my mom had checked for me as she was tucking me in, my brain would still tell me that something had been hiding from her when she looked. Or perhaps it had materialized after the fact. The only thing I knew for sure was that something was definitely waiting for me down there. Something with sharp claws and slavering fangs. Something that wanted to hurt me. Of course, this fear made sleep all but impossible. Every time my eyes would start to drift closed, I would start to hear little sounds. Nothing significant, just a gentle tap or scratch or shuffle in the darkness. But to a child's frightened mind, these sounds constituted proof of everything I'd been afraid of. Every tiny sound was a sign. Every thump or click or creak. The noise of the terrible beast stirring, shifting, preparing to emerge and swallow me whole. These thoughts lessened as I grew older. After all, these fears were for babies, and anyone who still believed in monsters under the bed at the ripe old age of 10 was an immature, silly scaredy cat. That's what my friends told me anyway. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get over my phobia completely. There were still a few nights a month where the fear would reawaken, and I would pull myself out of bed the next morning, bleary and exhausted, hoping for a miracle solution. That solution came when I was 13. My parents, giving in to my constant begging, had finally gotten me a phone. It was junky, having belonged to my grandma for a number of years before being passed down, and it had very limited capabilities. But it was mine. It was one day, while messing around with that stupid photo booth app that I came up with my ingenious solution. Whenever I was scared that something was under my bed, I would simply take a photo of it. That way, if there was something down there, I would be able to see it and get help. But if there was nothing, which would almost certainly always be the case, I would be able to put my mind at ease and go to sleep, comfortable in the knowledge that no boogeyman would jump out and get me if I did. This method worked wonders. Night after night, when the creeping suspicion would start to sneak into my tired brain, I would switch on the flash, reach my hand over the side of the bed and snap a quick picture, all from the safety of my mattress. And when that picture inevitably turned up empty, my fears would be alleviated and I would drift right off to sleep. Over the years, I eventually stopped having to take the pictures altogether. After all, I had seen dozens of empty photos, night after night after night, and there had never once been anything to worry about in any of them. Finally, I'd come to accept those little noises for what they really were. Just noises. By the time I reached college, I no longer had to use the camera at all, which was probably for the best. After all, the habit would have been difficult to explain to my roommates. Since then, I've graduated college, started my career, and moved away from home. I have my very own house now in a nice suburban town, and though I live alone, I felt completely safe. I hadn't thought about my silly worries in almost a full decade, and everything seemed to be going well. Until tonight. About an hour ago, I jolted awake with a start. I thought I'd been having a nightmare, though at this point, I'm not so sure. If it was a dream, it must have been terrifying because I woke with clammy skin and a racing pulse. Thankfully, as my eyes darted around my dark room, I felt my fear start to gradually ebb away. As I scanned every nook and cranny, seeing nothing, my body started to relax again. I adjusted my blankets and prepared to turn over, and will myself back to sleep when I felt a nearly forgotten creeping terror start to bloom in my chest. For the first time in years, my mind once again started to wonder whether something could be under my bed. I tried and tried to stop thinking about it, but it was no use. The leftover adrenaline from my sudden awakening fueled my anxiety, and soon I was starting to work myself up pretty bad. Every random noise startled me, just like when I was little, and if I focused intently enough on the silence, I could swear I heard shallow breathing. In a burst of petrified curiosity, I peeked down through the tiny sliver of darkness between my mattress and headboard, and for just a moment, I thought I saw something shift. It was then, as I fought through my fried nerves and nausea, that I remembered my old trick. With shaking hands, I reached down to where my charging phone was resting on the floor beside my bed. As my fingers cleared the bottom of the bed frame, it was all I could do not to yank my hand back as I imagined something curling its claws around my wrist. Trembling, I managed to flip my phone on its side so that the screen faced the darkness under my bed. I never managed to take the photo. In a tiny fraction of a second, something happened that shocked me to my core. In an instant, all of my realizations flew out the window, and in a moment of panic, all I could think to do was to yank my phone and myself underneath my covers like a frightened child. I now know, for certain, that something is under my bed, and that no photo I take will help to alleviate my terror. And what's worse, I also know what it looks like. See, unlike the first old phone I had, my current one is loaded with the latest technologies and updates. It can be opened in 2 different ways, as has always been the case. You can input a preset passcode, but for the average modern internet consumer, this process is tedious and difficult to do every time you want to open your phone. So, as an alternative option, phone companies have introduced a much more convenient feature: Face ID. I'm typing this now from the safety of my mattress, though I don't know how much longer I have before whatever it is that's down there decides it's not going to abide by the arbitrary rule any longer. Don't know what it wants, but I'm certain that whatever it plans to do will not end well for me. I can't bear to make a run for it because, from the second I turned that phone over to face the inky abyss, and watched the little padlock at the top of the screen flip open, I knew for sure. There's something under my bed, and it looks just like me. The parade always started with the beating of the drums at midnight. The drummers were first in line, leading on the rest of the parade. The monotonous thudding would evoke the bittersweet feeling of anticipation inside of me. It meant that the most exciting day of the year in our town had finally arrived, but that it would also be over soon. The sound would be followed by dozens of warm lights, held by townspeople in long white robes, moving through the narrow streets with determined gazes. The rest of us would stand by the sidelines, watching the lights while hypnotized by the steady beating of the drums. The parade ended at the marketplace in the center of town, where usually the market was held, with a big party. The lanterns would be attached all around the big place that was filled with booths and food trucks. There would be music and dancing, usually until the sun came up again. For the first 17 years of my life, I'd always only been a spectator, but this year, I would finally carry one of the lanterns and be right in the middle of the excitement. I lied and changed my birthday on the application. You had to be 18 to be a carrier, but my birthday was still a week away. But it worked. When I received the letter with my official invitation to be a carrier, I shrieked so loud that my parents thought I was going mad. My father was born in town, and had carried a lantern himself a few times when he was younger, but my mother only moved here with him a few years before I was born. Carriers couldn't be older than 30, so she had never walked among them, but she always insisted that she didn't mind because she found the parade itself slightly eerie. She only liked the party. I can't exactly blame her. From an outside perspective, it can feel a little odd. The marching, the outfits, and all that fire, but when you have an open mind, you see it for the wonderful tradition it is. And that's how I saw it. Or at least, used to. I thought it was an honor to be among the carriers, and the cherry on top was that my best friend June was chosen as well. When the day of the first year's parade finally came, I was more than prepared. I had picked up my robe earlier in the morning and ironed it. It was a little too big for me, so I had to make sure to be careful not to trip. I'd eaten a carb-loaded dinner and got to the toilet 3 times before leaving the house, so I definitely wouldn't have to pee during the march. June picked me up at 2 a.m., and together we made our way to the meeting point on the outskirts of town. Most people who saw us in our robes on our way there smiled at us and waved, but some also had solemn looks on their faces. "I can literally feel the excitement in the air," I said to my friend. "Yeah," she mumbled, "but have you noticed how weird some people are looking at us?" I shrugged. "They're probably just jealous." As I said those words, I noticed a woman in her front lawn staring at us while watering the bit of grass in front of her. As we got closer, I saw that the water was even reaching her shoes, but for some reason, she didn't move. Even when the can was clearly empty, she was still holding it tilted. A shudder went through me, and I moved my gaze away from her. Anyway, not our problem. I linked my arm with June's and quickened my pace. And how excited are you for the party? This is the first time my parents will let me stay out all night for it. A grin spread all over her face. You mean the first time they know you stayed all night? The meeting point was already packed with people. Most were wearing robes like us, but there were also volunteers handing out lanterns and matches, as well as some water bottles and energy bars. The drummers were readying their instruments, and this year's parade leader, Maximus Abrams, walked around with a clipping board, explaining to everyone which position they would have in line. Maximus was an overly excited citizen of our town. Everyone who lived here knew him, but I found him rather insufferable. He always wore the sharpest smelling cologne, had far too much gel in his shoulder-length hair, and loved to be involved in all types of town business. When he reached us, he gave us a warm smile. "First-time carriers?" he said as a way of greeting us. We both nodded. "Wonderful. We're excited to have you in this year's parade. I'm sure you will have a marvelous time." He took a quick look at his clipping board. "I'll put you both in the 7th line, so you can be together. But," and he really emphasized that word, "no chanting during the march. The only sound will be from the drummers. You have to be focused. Keep the pace, and whatever happens, do not get distracted. There are marchers behind you, and if you suddenly stop or trip, we will have a line of dominoes all falling on top of each other." He stared at us with eyes so wide that I thought they might pop out at any second. "Yeah, of course," June said, the side of her lips slightly tucking upward. "Fantastic. And remember, you do not light your lanterns before you hear the drums." With that last instruction, he left us and moved on to the next people. The last hour passed in a heartbeat, and before I knew it, we were already getting in position. June was on the left, and I was in the middle, and then the person who would be on my right showed up. "Hey, Cassie," I heard a familiar male voice. "Oh, hi, Darian." I smiled. Darian lived in my neighborhood, and his parents were friends with mine, so I'd met him a few times before. It was 5 minutes before midnight, when one by one the few houses around us all turned dark. It would be the same on the other streets on the route. It was custom that anyone who was still at home would turn out their lights, so the lanterns had an even stronger effect on the night. "I don't think I'll ever get used to this," Darian mumbled. "Have you done this before?" I asked. "Only once. Last year." I saw June peeking over from my left side. "How was it?" she asked. "Kinda freaky, but fun. To be honest, I don't even remember much of the night." He laughed. Someone behind us shushed us, and we stopped talking. Next, the street lanterns turned dark, and as we stood there in the pitch-black night, not making a single sound, the first drums signaled that it was midnight. It was followed by the other drums, beginning a steady beat and signaling to us that it was time to light the fires. I looked over at my best friend and saw her smile light up in the warm light, and then we started marching. As we walked further into town, we noticed more and more people by their sides watching us and the lanterns. We kept our promise and kept quiet. Suddenly I forgot all about my too long robe or the fear of tripping. I felt like I belonged with the people around me, and I didn't look over, but I was sure that June felt the same way. I lost all sense of direction, and couldn't even say if we'd already passed my house, but it didn't matter. All that mattered were the people around us. the children watching with big eyes and bright smiles. But as we walked further, something shifted in the atmosphere. At the beginning, I could still hear people calling to us or cheering, but suddenly the spectators were eerily quiet as if they were frozen in time. The smiles disappeared from the children's faces, watching us with tilted heads. The empty expressions of the adults resembled the ones of the lady on the lawn. I tore my gaze away from them and simply stared at my lantern. It felt as if my heart was beating as loudly as the drums, and I started feeling nauseous. From the corner of my eye, I saw some movement on my left. I slowly turned my face toward June and noticed that she was watching me. She was watching me while she was walking, not missing a single step. And then her mouth opened wide as if she was screaming, but there were no sounds. I opened my own mouth to say something, but no words came out, and then I could have sworn that for a second, her eyes turned white as sheets. I was so in shock that I didn't notice that my robe had caught under my shoe. I tripped and was close to falling when Darian grabbed my arm and steadied me. Luckily, I'd managed to hold on to my lantern. It was a trick of my imagination. I had to keep walking on, I tried to tell myself. In reality, I was too scared to look at June again. The rest of the parade passed in a haze, and before I knew it, we had reached the town center. The people started spreading around to find places for their lanterns. Finally, I dared to look at my friend, but she was gone. I tried to call June, but she wouldn't pick up, so I walked around the festival, looking for my parents or other friends, but there were too many people, and the loud noises from every other corner distracted me. So I aimlessly continued walking around with no real target in sight. But I started noticing something odd. Most people were enjoying themselves, but there were a few who caught my attention. When I passed the carnival ride, the old-fashioned horses going round and round in circles, I felt a woman was watching me. I stopped right in front of the ride, and the woman's gaze was on me every time the horse passed. At first, her face was serious, but with each turn, her smile started to spread, wider and wider. I shook off the shudder that went through me and walked on, but then I noticed more people watching me, all with that hungry gaze. Some of them were in small groups, but most walked alone. I tried my best to ignore them, but I finally spotted a familiar face at the cider booth. My mom was chatting with friends. Her cheeks were rosy, and she looked so happy that I finally felt a moment of peace and safety. I felt even more relieved when she told me that she met a completely fine June in one of the drinking tents. That's when I decided to call it a night and head home. On my way to the exit, however, I bumped into Darian. "Aren't you dying in that?" he asked. "What?" He pointed to the thick robe I was still wearing and laughed. "It's like 1,000,000 degrees tonight." "Oh, I forgot about that." His smile turned into a frown. "Is everything okay?" he asked. I looked around to see if anyone was close enough to hear us. "Did you notice something weird during the parade?" "Like what?" "The people, the atmosphere. I don't know." Darian moved a hand through his dark hair but stayed silent for a moment. "Kind of," he finally admitted. "I thought it was just me. I mean, the monotonous beats and the lights, I think they put me in a hypnotic state or something. I only snapped out when I noticed you tripped, but I didn't really look at the people before, just at my light." I nodded. "The hypnosis thing kind of makes sense." I laughed. "Maybe I hallucinated a little. Anyway, I'm heading home. Have a good night." "Are you sure you're okay? I can walk with you if you want." "No, it's fine. It's not far, and there are still a bunch of people around." There weren't a bunch of people around. All the streets that weren't in the town center were empty, and suddenly I regretted not taking Darian up on the offer to walk me home. I steadied my pace, and just as I was rushing around a corner, I bumped into someone. The smell of sharp cologne immediately hit my nose. "Hello there, carrier. Carry the carrier," he said as a big grin spread on his face. He'd just appeared out of nowhere. Why was he not at the festival? "Oh, hi. Glad to see you're still wearing your robe. Not many take the ceremony seriously enough." "Uh-huh." All I wanted to do was get home. Small talk with Maximus was the last thing on my mind. "Do you feel it? The shift in the atmosphere? It's getting more and more right each year." His grin stayed on the entire time. Then he started staring at me as if he was trying to look through me, and then he did the strangest thing ever. He started sniffing me. Suddenly a deep sense of unease settled in my gut. Something told me to get away as quickly as possible. "My dad is expecting me. I should really get home." I lied. He nodded. "Not yet, I see," he whispered, the grin leaving his face. "What?" "I could have sworn it would be you. But don't worry. You still have time to be chosen." I wondered if I should just push him and run or whether I was being paranoid. But before I could make the choice, I heard footsteps behind us. My heart almost left my chest as I saw who was approaching us in a long white robe. "June," I muttered, relief rushing through me. She embraced me from behind, her nails digging into my stomach. She smelled foul, like sulfur, and when she spoke, her breath felt cold against my skin. "What a wonderful night. What a wonderful world," she whispered. Then her eyes went to Maximus, and they just stared at each other. She let go of me and took a step away, and then I saw it again. This time I was sure I wasn't imagining it. Her eyes turned white as paper, and as I looked at Maximus, I realized that so were his. I stumbled back and hit the wall of a house. June simply started laughing, her breathing becoming so fast that I started to see black in front of my eyes. The last thing I wanted was to pass out at this exact moment. "Hey, Cassie." A new voice pulled me out of my sudden trance. It was Darian, walking up to us. I glanced at June and Maximus, whose eyes had turned back to normal. June gave me the sweetest smile. "You. I remember you," Maximus said in a deep voice at Darian. "He loved you, thought about you as his soul shriveled away. Too bad he couldn't even be buried, but maybe you can join him next year." "What are you talking about, man?" Darian nervously laughed. June interlocked her arm with Maximus. "Enjoy your night, sweetie." She winked at me and then proceeded to walk away. What just happened? The relaxed look on Darian's face disappeared the second the other two left. I didn't answer. I didn't know how to. So instead I asked, "Why did you follow me?" "You seemed really out of it. I wanted to make sure you were okay." I wasn't sure I could trust Darian, or if I could trust anyone, but also didn't feel like walking around alone, and at least the other two left when he showed up, so I let him walk me home. The light at the front of our house was on. My father was sitting on the steps leading up to the porch, looking into the distance. When he saw me, there was sadness in his eyes. "I forgot," he whispered. "I forgot what it's like. I always forget." "Dad? What are you talking about?" I kneeled on the steps in front of him. He looked so weak all of a sudden, so broken. "Every year we celebrate, and every year we forget what changes. It's a ceremony. We hold a ceremony for them, and we don't even know it. We present ourselves with the lights, and they take one of us. Just replace them." Darian got closer, but we both stayed silent, waiting for my father to continue. He gently put his hands on my cheek. "I saw you. among them. It went by so fast. I'd forgotten what happens. I always forget, but you're okay. You are yourself, aren't you? Dad? I started, but then he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was as if he'd awoken from something. He quickly shook his head and smiled. Oh, honey, you're home already. The sad expression vanished from his face. Hello, Darian. We saw the two of you together in the parade. Did you have a good time? Darian nodded, but kept staring at my dad. Alrighty, I'm heading to bed. Don't stay out too late, yeah? He winked at me and made his way up the stairs and through the doors before I could stop him. What is going on? I muttered. Darian sat down on the stairs next to me. I don't know. I know it sounds completely insane, but what your father just said sounds familiar. I keep thinking, but just as the thoughts form, they vanish again. I grabbed him by the shoulders and fixed my gaze on him. Try to think. Remember, you were a carrier last year. What do you remember? He kept looking into my eyes, his expression empty, but then he blinked a few times and tears started forming in the corners of his eyes. My brother, he whispered. I went to the parade with my brother last year. He was older than me, moved out when I was 10, and even though he lives here, we lost almost all touch with him. Until last year, when he reached out to me and convinced me to sign up for the parade. What happened to him, Darian? A tear slid down his cheek, and suddenly I understood. Maximus is your brother. I took his hand in mine, and together we just sat there, defeated and scared. We sat there until the memories disappeared from Darian's mind again, and I was alone. All alone with the knowledge of something horrific that nobody in town would ever believe. All alone, mourning the life of my best friend. I try to remember June's smile in the warm light, the look of anticipation and happiness in her eyes. I try to think about that and not of the moment everything was ripped from her, when her eyes disappeared, when she tried to scream for help but nobody could hear her, how the same thing must have happened to Darian's brother and countless other people here, and how it will happen again next year. When I worked as a grade school teacher, 4th grade specifically, I never faced any problems with the kids I taught. Nothing more than the typical boisterous boys, who I suppose nowadays would have been chalked up to undiagnosed ADHD, and girls who might have been a bit too cruel to one another, in the way all children need time to grow to be kinder when dealing with classmates. This was before the time of widespread use of computers in school, and in the small town of Witness, in the lower southeastern part of Iowa, there would be a long wait for our left-behind town to see computers enter our school system. It wasn't the worst thing to be dealing with the old-fashioned way of education, filing papers and student files for classes of no more than 10 to 12 students, didn't make my life complicated. Witness was extremely tight-knit. I never had to worry much about getting into contact with parents, and more often than not, had been invited for dinner at my pupils' houses, in order to grow comfortable with the community. As the new girl in town, it seemed a custom to be thrown straight into the town's communal nature, and within my first year moving there, I'd come to know almost every resident by name, and they were all more than happy to accommodate the fresh, new thing from Manhattan that would surely bring some quality teaching tactics to their otherwise crumbling education system. I was fresh out of college when I moved to Witness. Truth be told, I hadn't been entirely honest with my reasoning for moving to the town to its residents. To them, they had assumed that my education in Manhattan made me something of a higher class, a shiny, bright person that was far more worldly than anyone they'd ever met before. Someone who'd been well versed in the ever-changing landscape of the time, who'd had a great education at one of the best colleges around. It wasn't entirely untrue, but their praise for me came out of their own failings at the hands of a state government that didn't see fit to pour money into a dwindling town like Witness. Their awe at my intelligence was no more than their inability to have explored their own, and their interest in my so-called worldly life was born from their powerlessness to leave the town they'd grown up in. My untruthfulness came more from the fact I withheld information. A left-behind place like Witness probably wouldn't have taken kindly to the fact that I'd moved here to leave my previous life behind. A fiancé whom I'd abandoned after his discovery of my abortion would likely have turned their acts of kindness into vitriol and cruel gossip. This was no fault of theirs. It was a time when residents in towns like Witness weren't the most progressive types, and I wouldn't have expected them to change their tune just for me. Besides, I'd preferred to keep my secrets just that, secret, and to start my life afresh with nothing to tie me down. I was 24 when Timmy Thompson and his parents moved to Witness. There had been talk around the town before the new semester. Miss Greaves, who worked at the grocery store, had asked me if I'd known about the new kid who'd been scheduled to join my class. I'd been surprised at her question, as it was only a week before the semester would begin, and I'd not been alerted of a new arrival by the principal. It wasn't as though we never had new students join the school, but they were few and far between, and the last child to join the grade school had been a young female student who'd joined the same year I'd done, but only for 5th grade, and had then begun to attend the middle school in the next town over, which took in students from all the neighboring towns, so I'd not interacted with her much. Mrs. Greaves offered that my lack of knowledge of the new student must have been due to the family moving to town no more than a week before, 2 weeks before the semester started. She'd gossiped a bit, saying that they'd hardly been into the grocery store save forever the first day of their arrival, and that perhaps the family were cut from a different cloth, and must have preferred to shop for their groceries at the Hinky Dinky. I remembered to just smile and nod, realizing that those same sentiments had been held against me at one point, so I'd taken her gossip with a pinch of salt. In the same way that I'd withheld information about my past, I'd been sure that others would have their fair share of reasons to do the same, and so I decided to wait until I'd eventually meet the parents before I'd make any assumptions about them. It was almost another week until the principal would give me any information on the new student. The Friday before the semester begins, all the teachers and staff come in for meetings, and to set up the classroom and hallways in time for the pupils to begin their new school year. The meetings were always brief, discussing the budget for the school year, and explaining the allergy policies that never changed, but were still important nonetheless. I'd been stapling some posters on my classroom's display boards when Principal Dale knocked on my door. He'd seemed a bit skittish, and his red, blotchy cheeks did nothing to help his persistently nervous and timid demeanor. He'd asked me to join him in his office to discuss the new student. I'd accepted, but wondered why he wouldn't have just spoken about it in the classroom. My questions would be answered when he slid a small file over to me, with the name Timmy Thompson written on the side. "I apologize for leaving this so last minute, Miss Harris. but I assure you that it wasn't of my own tardiness," he began, awkwardly sitting upright in his seat. I looked at him to continue, but he'd simply shifted uncomfortably under my gaze. He'd opened his mouth to speak a few times, but had bitten his tongue back constantly, as if trying to find the words to speak. "Your new student, Thompson? He has suffered quite a bit recently." I'd grown tired of his rambling, and decided to open the file, though he'd quickly stopped me. "Miss Harris, I'd advise you to read through this at home, away from prying eyes. I don't believe you to be that kind of person, but gossip spreads fast here, as you know." He'd pulled a tissue from out of the box on his desk, wiping away the sheen that had formed on his balding hairline. "With all due respect, Principal Dale, I'm confused as to what it is about." I looked at the file, burning the student's name into my head. "Timmy Thompson that you'd like to tell me? Is there something I should be aware of about his arrival?" Principal Dale sighed, his shoulders relaxing as the tension left his body. "Young Thompson? You see, well, he'd been missing for 4 months earlier this year." I remember his urgent nodding, as I must have shown the shock on my face. "They weren't sure what happened to him. His parents said that he'd simply not returned from school, even though the bus driver had seen him get off at his stop." He sighed again, brows furrowed. "It was peculiar, and of course you can imagine the terror those parents must have been through. Well, eventually Thompson just returned home. Not a scratch on him. But..." He trailed off again, and I can still recall how annoying I'd found his bumbling form of speech. He'd never stopped his timid demeanor until the day he'd died. Heart attack, aged 62. "He's not of a well mental condition. He shouldn't be much trouble in your class, I'm certain of that. But he's rather withdrawn. Didn't speak much at all when his parents brought him in. His parents have arranged for Dr. Fielding to do weekly checkups with him, but I thought it best to let you know of his, current faculties. It'd be best that you keep an eye out for him, to make sure he adjusts well in the class. The Thompsons have been through a lot, and I'd hate for them to have more on their plate than they already have." I nodded, bidding him farewell as he pardoned me. However, I couldn't contain my curiosity. "Timmy, did the Thompsons ever mention what had happened to him when he was missing? Where he was?" Principal Dale looked up at me, shifting his eyes around the room. "It would be important for his well-being if I could know as much as possible, so as to not place him under anything that could cause him stress." The principal sighed and motioned to the file in my hands. "The Thompson residence telephone number is in the file. I hadn't thought to ask. I could tell that it was a sore subject for them. I know you won't be disrespectful by any means, but I hope that you know I must reiterate the fact that they've probably dealt with prying eyes for quite some time now. They've come to witness to escape something, and I don't believe they would enjoy having to relive the ordeal." Of course, I'd known that they'd not decided on their own accord to move to a place like Witness. The moment I'd heard of Timmy's disappearance and concurrent reappearance, I'd made the connection that they'd probably decided to whisk themselves away to somewhere more private, a place where the residents all knew each other by name and never shield away from involving themselves in each other's business. For a child to disappear without a trace, well, that simply wouldn't happen in Witness. Too many people would have spotted something amiss, and the town would have moved out en masse to find the missing child. As I entered my home and fixed myself a cup of coffee, I'd sat down and proceeded to check the file. Timmy Thompson. I traced my fingers against the name, ensuring I'd never forget it. There was a school picture inside, a lean, taller child with sandy blonde hair and an upturned nose. He was smiling, and a missing front tooth was visible in his grin. I'd wondered whether he'd smiled like that since the disappearance, and I can still remember the pulling on my heartstrings, as I thought, probably not. I'd continued to read, finding out that the Thompsons used to reside in Indianapolis, and that until January that year, he'd been receiving pretty good grades on his tests. Then there was a blank, until it was recorded that he'd been pulled out of school in late April. I realized that I'd have to call his mother to inquire if he'd had any other schooling at that time, and that if he hadn't, he could fall behind. My work had been cut out for me, but I was never the type to leave a child behind. Besides, outside of work, I had plenty of free time to offer remedial lessons if his parents so wished. I waited until around 7:30 p.m. to make a phone call to the Thompson residence. With my experience, parents with children of Timmy's age usually tended to eat dinner early. After a few rings, I heard the phone line connect, and a small, quiet voice filled with uncertainty greeted me. "Hello, this is Miss Harris, the 4th grade teacher for Witness Elementary. Is this Mrs. Thompson that I'm speaking with?" There was a sigh of relief on the other end, and I'd frowned. They must have been pestered with stress. "Ah, yes it is. Nice to speak with you, Miss Harris. To what do I owe the pleasure?" She exhaled, and I could swear I'd heard the tension melt from her words. "Thank you for your time. I hope I'm not disturbing anything." A quick "no" was exchanged in reply. "I'd like to ask some questions about your son Timmy, if that's all right." Her breath hitched. "Just to clear up some things about his education, so that we can accommodate him suitably for his new place at school." She sighed in relief once again, and beckoned for me to continue. "Of course, I've been made aware of your situation, Mrs. Thompson, and I would like to extend my sincerest apologies for what you've been through. However, I noticed that in your son's life, you decided to remove Timmy from school in late April. I was wondering if he had any remedial education at this time. If not, which is understandable, I was wondering if you and your husband would like to discuss possible remedial classes to ensure he can catch up to the rest of the class." There was a pause. It was unsettling to be left in silence for so long, and I'd begun to wonder if she'd hung up the phone, until she spoke once more. "Yes, yes. He did receive some education from me, and the hospital. I don't think remedial classes will be necessary, but thank you for your help." "Of course, Mrs. Thompson." I was skeptical that the education he'd received would have prepared him for the same level of learning that the other children would be at, but I decided not to press the issue further. Once he'd begin school, I'd find out if he had any missing knowledge that we'd have to work on. Also, I was wondering if there was anything you would personally like me to know about your son, anything that would help me accommodate his needs, and if there's anything that I should know, on a pastoral level, that could prevent him from reliving the experience, for lack of a better word. Another long pause. Perhaps she had been speaking to her husband about this. "Timmy will be fine. Just try to ensure that he and the other children get along, if you can." She finally responded, a shake in her voice that wasn't present before. It unnerved me. We exchanged goodbyes and kind regards, and I was once again left alone to flick through the file, trying to find any inkling of Timmy's character that I hadn't noticed before. Alas, it was just as the first read, the only blip of the pristine file being his disappearance, which hadn't been labeled as such, and his subsequent removal from school. There was talk in the town about the Thompsons. They were a young couple, good looking, according to some. The ladies at the library's book club asked me if I'd seen them yet. I'd told them I hadn't, and they burst into more gossip, speculating about what job Mr. Thompson had, and what products Mrs. Thompson used in her hair. Mrs. Greaves told me that they had indeed returned to the grocery store, only to buy frozen meals and sweet treats. "Can't be very healthy for a growing boy," she said offhandedly, and I just nodded in response, withholding my knowledge that if my child had gone through such an awful ordeal, I'd probably also feed him whatever he liked. On Monday morning, I'd finally seen the boy in the flesh, a face to the name, but one that looked far different from the photograph in his file. He had been dropped off at school by his father, far earlier than the other children would arrive. His father was handsome, and couldn't have been much older than myself, but there was a gauntness in his face that dulled his polite smile. Timmy, as I'd rightly assumed, was tall for his age, and that must have been passed down from his father, who towered over the other teachers that fitted about the hallways. The exchange had been brief, with Mr. Thompson excusing himself to go to work, his tie slightly askew from clearly rushing his morning. I took Timmy off his hands and strolled slowly through the halls with him, making small talk as not to overwhelm him. "Are you excited for your first day at a new school?" I'd asked, smiling as kindly as possible to ease the rigid gait he moved with. He looked up at me briefly, then looked away, gaze fixated on the floor. "I guess," he muttered, and I beckoned him to the door of our classroom. "It must be quite nerve-wracking, huh? Don't worry. The kids here are really nice. You'll make friends in no time." He nodded in response, not willing to continue conversation. "You can sit wherever you like." He moved instantly to the back of the classroom, taking the seat right next to the window. He placed his backpack on the desk and stared outside the window, right at the sky. I watched him carefully as he didn't move his gaze once, just sitting rigidly in his seat. I moved over towards him and lifted his backpack up and pulled open the lid of his desk. "You can place your stuff in here. Pretty cool, right?" He just nodded, and I moved back to desk, pulling out my books and papers ready for the first class. He never looked away from the sky, craning his neck as if to get a better view. I don't know what he found so interesting about it. It was a cloudy September morning, if I recall correctly, but nonetheless, I didn't think it fit to bother him anymore. Eventually the children filed in one by one, many of them chatting away happily about their summers and catching up on missed time. Timmy never looked back at any of them, just continued to stare into the sky with a vacant look in his face. The bell rang and I called attention to the class, which all stared back with beaming faces, excited to start the school year. This was the first time Timmy looked away from the window, looking blankly at the front of the classroom. I welcomed all the students, and played a small game wherein the students had to state their name, and say a small fact about themselves. Many of them said what their favorite hobby was, or color, or food. They all giggled at each other's answers, having known one each other for many years at this point, and so I was sure a few answers were inside jokes at my expense. Not that I found it offensive or anything. It was nice to know that my class would be very lively and friendly towards each other. Slowly, Timmy stood up, ready to answer. The class looked on eagerly at him, curious faces that goaded him on to say something that would interest them. He never looked at any of his peers, just directly at me. "My name is Timmy Thompson, and I don't have any fun facts." He sat down and stared back out of the window. The other children looked at one another and at me, confused at his response. I laughed to try to ease the tension which seemed to calm the children's nerves. Very funny, Timmy, but actually, that's a fun fact in itself, not having any fun facts. A few of the other children giggled, and I believed I'd rectified the situation, as there were no more prying gazes angled towards Timmy for the rest of the morning. The day went as usual, and when they were dismissed for morning break, I wandered off to the staff room to fetch myself a cup of coffee. The staff room had a clear view of the playground, wherein I could see all the children playing with one another and in good spirits. I spotted Tommy stood near the swing set, speaking to a group of boys from my class. He really was tall for his age, standing a head taller than all the other boys. I suppose that would do him favors. Popularity at that age was always chalked down to who was the strongest or fastest. The other boys chirped happily alongside him, even though he'd only respond now and again with a short statement. The next month went swimmingly. Timmy had garnered some popularity amongst the boys, as I'd assumed he would, and was even popular with some girls in the class. I had been wrong to assume that he may have fallen behind due to his lack of schooling, but his tests and homework proved otherwise, and he had been nothing short of a straight A student. The only issue was that he never smiled, and often grew distracted by the outside world, daydreaming as he stared into the sky. I didn't call him up on it, though. As long as he had friends and did well in school, what he did in the classroom was none of my concern, especially since he wasn't distracting anyone. It was only after a lunch break in late October when things began to seem amiss with Timmy Thompson. I'd been eating my lunch in the classroom when a young boy, Eric Lowitz, came rushing in, tears streaming down his face. "Miss Harris," he yelped, barely forming a coherent sentence. "Timmy broke his leg." I rushed outside, following Eric as he pleaded with me to hurry up, my long skirt getting in the way of my movements. But when we came outside, Timmy stood tall in the middle of a crowd of his peers, looking underwhelmed and almost vacant, as if he wasn't there. He was looking up at the large oak tree that stood in the playground, staring intently at the thick, twisted branch that emerged from it. I'd panicked, asking if he was okay, and where he'd been injured. The crowd dispersed, and I saw that Timmy had not a scratch on him, and certainly not a broken leg. The only thing missing was a piece of his shoelace. That couldn't be seen anywhere. Timmy tilted his head as if to force a focused look on his face, though he still looked as disinterested and blank as ever. He responded that he hadn't a clue what I was talking about, and I turned to Eric, a stern voice asking him why he'd said that Timmy's leg had been broken. Eric opened his mouth to respond, exasperated, before suddenly his features dulled, and he looked around absently. Sorry, miss. I don't know what you're talking about," he replied, scratching his head. It seemed he was just as confused as I was, and I demanded the crowd of my pupils explain what happened. They looked at each other and shrugged, unsure of why I'd burst into their playtime with such intense distress. Timmy walked forward without any indication that he'd hurt his leg, and turned away to look at the tree. "I think Eric thought I was going to hurt myself climbing the tree. I didn't even climb it, though. He must have made a mistake," he stated monotonously. He turned slightly to look over his shoulder, and I felt a coldness in his eyes as he stared back at me. I was bewildered. It seemed like such a grandiose entrance for Eric to make, if there'd been nothing amiss to begin with. I decided to pardon myself and not distress the children any further, opting to make a detour to Mr. Fitzgerald's classroom, the third grade teacher. "Miss Harris, everything all right?" he asked, placing his sandwich down on the foil on his desk. He stood up to pull a chair over for me, but I waved him off. Yes, just a, misunderstanding with some of the kids. Nothing serious. I replied, still feeling the adrenaline pump through me from running to unneeded aid. Did the kids last year ever play pranks on you? He quirked an eyebrow, but then chuckled, shaking his head. Sometimes just the classics, though. Shock pens, whoopee cushions. He trailed off, concern reaching his features as he looked me over once more. Why? Have they taken it too far? No, I just... Did Eric Lowitz ever make up tall tales, like as a prank of some sorts? I prodded further. Eric? Oh, no. He was good as gold. Maybe a bit of a snitch, but there's no harm in that. Helps us keep the kids in check. He responded, smiling. Mr. Fitzgerald would always smile, and he had a lovely one, too. That would put all the kids and parents at ease. I thanked him and excused myself and returned back to my classroom. I'd found the whole ordeal so bizarre to wrap my head around that I decided to write it down in my diary to make sure I'd not forget it. I don't know why I would think I'd lose memory of the situation, but there was a pressing urge to record my thoughts, and so I had done. In early December, I had tasked the children to work on a project about space, the Apollo 17 landing fresh on their own, and their parents' memories, which proved exciting for the kids. Every Wednesday afternoon after lunch, my pupils would work on their posters, chatting amongst themselves with whatever it was that they'd wanted to focus on. The project was broad. Anything they wanted to cover about space could be covered, as long as they'd kept everything as factual as could be. Most of the afternoons would entail decorating their posters, as homework would be spent on researching and preparing the content on the page. I would wander around the classroom peering at their work and asking questions about their themes, and, more often than not, reminding them that no, the planet of the apes isn't an actual planet, and yes, the Earth is the only planet with life on it. It was quite adorable, and projects were always my favorite part of the school semester. Allowing the kids to explore something that interests them on their own terms was always a very enriching experience for them. Timmy Thompson proved to be enamored with the project. He focused directly entirely on the poster in front of him, and never allowing himself to be distracted by the other children, and their incessant pestering to find out what his theme was. I hadn't wanted to pry, as it was the first time I'd seen the boy enjoy his lessons that much, and it warmed my heart to see him enjoying himself. I had planned for the children to present their posters on the last day of the semester, and let them leave school early afterward. It went as expected, their posters all designed in a way unique to them, and with information that was clearly written with help from their parents. Timmy had been close to last to present his poster, other children all being far more eager to raise their hands as high as they could, to be picked to present next. He moved in a sunken manner to the front of the room, his hands tightly clasped around his poster, leading it to crinkle at the edges. At the time, I'd believed it to be nerves, a social anxiety that wouldn't seem unfitting for the boy who had many friends, but never opted to speak much. His project had been on our solar system, a particularly broad topic compared to his peers. He'd explain the distance between all the planets, and their general states. From what we knew of them back then, he talked about how Earth was a Goldilocks planet, the perfect climate for life to grow and exist. There was nothing incredulous about his project, but when it came to pure questioning, his demeanor changed entirely. As opposed to his previous withdrawn and anxious disposition, he became animated, answering questions head-on with vigor, as if he enjoyed the interest placed in his project by his peers. I couldn't help but smile, feeling warmed by the typically quiet boy enjoying his time at school, and finally beginning to move onwards from the tragedy that befell him earlier in the year. I had made my mind up that Timmy would be given an A+. His presentation and engagement with his peers was nothing short of perfect. That was until Jenny Powell, a short blonde girl whose mother cut my hair, asked him a question. "Why didn't you talk about Pluto? Pluto's my favorite," she giggled, her braids swinging as she slapped a whispering desk mate's hands away. The kids waited, eager eyes ready for whatever the smartest kid in the class would offer to them. Even I'd turned to muse his possible response, surprised that I'd not picked up on the missing planet. Timmy stood there, silent. His gaze was unwavering as he stared young Jenny down, who began to shrink under his gaze. It was neutral, eyes fixated on the girl like she was a mark on a wall that he'd never noticed before. He then turned to look at me, dead in the eyes, and a small smirk blessed his lips. I'd felt intimidated, and before I could speak to quench the tension, he spoke instead. "That's because Pluto isn't a planet," he grinned, rolling his eyes at the shocked murmurs that emanated from his peers. He lowly shook his head, and I could tell that he was trying to hold back a scoff, his bitten bottom lip and mirthful eyes giving it away. I'd asked him to sit down, and for the class to give him applause as they'd done for all the other presentations, and told them that Pluto was still a planet, and told Timmy not to make jokes in school projects. He'd merely stared back at me, the same vacant, uninterested expression as I'd grown accustomed to, before staring out the window until the class was dismissed for winter break. When the next semester began, I decided to make a seating plan, a way for the rowdier kids to settle down by being placed next to the quieter kids, who in turn might come out of their shell more. It was a common tradition in our school, let the kids bond and acclimatize to the new setting in the first semester, and then get them to focus more in the second. It was just a whim, a decision that I hadn't put much thought into. There were only a handful of kids in the class anyway, and so they were never far away from any of their friends. None had any issues with the new seating arrangement, save for Timmy, who'd asked if he could please sit next to the window again. I told him no, that sometimes we have to do things we don't want to do, and how school was meant to prepare them for work life like that. It's a sentiment I no longer hold, but at the time, the narrative was instilled in us as teachers. To integrate into society, you had to do things you didn't want to, otherwise you'd be coddled. He scowled but never made a big issue about it, just sat down and made a point to veer his hand directly toward the window, despite being at the front of the classroom and closer to the door. A few days later, his parents had asked to meet with me, but not in their home for dinner as others had. So there I was, sat at a makeshift table with desks pulled together, watching the Thompsons avoid my eyes as much as they could. It was the first time I'd seen Mrs. Thompson in person. Unlike her husband, she was very small, her thin frame giving her a mouse-like appearance, and although I could tell that at one point she had been beautiful, the thick worry lines had dimmed her significantly. She couldn't help but scratch at her wrist, a nervous tic that she cringed at whenever she'd become aware of her mannerisms. Mr. Thompson was far less handsome than I'd remembered him to be, and far more sickly. His cheeks hollow, and the heavy purpling under his eyes had aged him a few years. I could see whiskers of gray in his 5 o'clock shadow, and neither of them seemed comfortable being in my presence. "It's nice to meet you both," I'd said, offering a hand out to Mrs. Thompson, whose eyes widened in shock at the gesture. She'd looked to Mr. Thompson, who quickly shook his head at her, and she pulled her gaze back to her lap, scratching at her wrist again. I'd narrowed my eyes at him, disgusted by his controlling nature. However, he offered me a terrifying gaze, one that could only be attributed to a deer in headlights. He held a finger to his lips and proceeded to point lamely toward the classroom window. I frowned, confused, and asked, "What's wrong? I assume you've called me in here for a reason. Why are you—" He slammed his fist on the desk before him, his face void of color and knuckles white. He trembled, and before I could stand up to call for Principal Dale, he motioned his hands as if writing on a piece of paper, green eyes drilling into my own. His wife scratched with more fervor. "We called to see you today about our son, Timmy." He stared, trying to stop the waver in his voice. He'd continued to mimic writing something down, and so I'd opened my journal on a blank page to give it to him. He began to write, but continued to speak. "We hear you've made a new seating arrangement. We were hoping to ask if he could sit in his old seat to accommodate, his situation." He'd finished writing, and then handed me the journal back. "Keep speaking, only to what I ask you. Don't say anything you see written out loud." "Are you both okay?" I'd begun, and he furiously tapped the page, pulling a finger to his lips. His wife mouthed the Lord's Prayer next to him. I began to grow chilly, and my gaze drifted toward the window. I was drawn back to the conversation when Mr. Thompson began to write and speak. "You asked us about accommodations for our son, so all we ask is that you allow him to sit in his favorite seat, for comfort reasons." He pushed the journal toward me, and I froze. "He's listening. He knows that you know something. Don't speak. This is the only chance we have." "I see. Well, Mr. Thompson, sometimes we have to do things we don't like. I can offer school counseling to your son if necessary," I responded, as I wrote on the journal. "Elaborate." "We understand that, Miss Harris, but it can cause some distress for our son to not have things that comfort him, make him feel safe. Counseling won't be necessary, as he receives it every Thursday," he said. "That is not our son." I scoffed, shaking my head. Mrs. Thompson whipped her head up, a new fury that seemed unnatural to her face. "How can you laugh about this? Do you know what we've—" She was promptly silenced by her husband gripping her thigh, nodding his head toward the classroom window. Fear and grief washed over her face, and she shot me an apologetic, yet distressed look, before continuing to look down at her lap, the scratching beginning once more. "I understand that what happened with Timmy was truly awful. I will try my best to rework a seating plan that can fit to your son's needs." I trembled out, truly disturbed by the erratic parents that sat before me. I didn't want to entertain them at the time. I was more unnerved by the fact that one of the pupils' parents were clearly suffering a mental breakdown. Timmy's father continued to write erratically, glancing constantly to the window. "Thank you, Miss Harris. We knew you'd help us." "Don't leave the other children alone with him." With that, they promptly left, not bothering to speak to Principal Dale, who'd been hovering outside the classroom nervously. Hoping that we'd not done anything to make the young Thompson upset, they quickly rushed out, and Mrs. Thompson gave me one last look, a look of relief and warning, as if she'd passed the baton of responsibility into me. It was mid-January when I noticed the children become strange. Their memories lax and their mannerisms slow. They seemed drained and tired. It wasn't unusual for January. Having a birthday than myself meant I wasn't unaware that January was a depressing month for most, and the lack of daylight certainly did nothing to invigorate the children's enthusiasm for school. All the best holidays had passed, and all they could do was hope to see summer as soon as possible. Yet, I hadn't missed the clear personality shifts in some. Eric Lowitz never spoke, and he'd cry to me about how stressed he had been, without telling me what it was that had upset him. Even when calling the Lowitz, they'd been unnerved to hear about his actions in school, as he'd been nothing but gleeful at home, speaking about his best friend Timmy and how much he loved my classes. Jenny had become nearly mute, never willing to answer questions in lessons, and nervously shifting in her desk whenever Timmy spoke. But her mother, my hairdresser, spoke nothing but praise about how Jenny had really come out of her shell at home, and how she loved talking about school. The only difference was Timmy was the same as always, albeit his gaunt demeanor from the first semester was swapped for a new one that glowed, and showed the same energy as the child I'd seen in the picture in his file. It hadn't truly unnerved me, until I'd been at the Winter Festival. The Winter Festival was something that Witness loved to indulge in, a festival with live music, stalls, dancing, and activities to ease those morose from the penniless weeks they had suffered post-Christmas. It kept joviality within the community, and everyone was glad to see it come close. I'd taught my kids some songs to sing, as the elementary school always did an intermittent show before the local teenaged and older bands that would play, and they'd sang until their lungs could burst. A young Josiah enthralling the crowd with his voice. He ended up being on Broadway, so I could never forget the angelic voice that emanated from him, especially being one of the more withdrawn kids in my class. I'd had a few drinks, due to the kids having their parents around and Mr. Fitzgerald goading me on to finish some maple-flavored whiskey he'd been gifted. I'd been speaking to Mrs. Greaves, who'd held up an apple-bobbing stall, when Mr. Fitzpatrick returned with some water he'd asked, "Have you seen the Thompsons?" His perfect smile crinkled with unease at the corner of his mouth. Mrs. Greaves kissed her teeth, shaking her head. "Those poor babies. Nothing but pain that whole thing has caused," she uttered, tapping a teenager's hand away from the apples floating at the top. She must have noticed my confusion, and she'd continued with, "That child's a menace, making the children do terrible things. I just saw them walk over here," she ushered, her hand towards the long, vacant public path, probably to set off fireworks. "Don't leave the other kids alone with them." I ran, Mr. Fitzgerald hot on my tail. I ran and ran until I saw them. A group of students stood around Timmy Thompson. They had vacant expressions, eyes white and empty, like they'd all been hypnotized by something I couldn't see. Timmy stood all around them, smiling before pulling his hand upwards, beckoning to the sky. I screamed out, screaming for him to stop. I don't know what compelled me. Perhaps the drink. It's all such a faded memory now. Timmy stopped, scowling. He picked up Eric Lowitz and Jenny Powell and ascended into the air. The other children screamed and cried, begging to be taken with them. I ran forward, but a harsh grip on my arm kept me back. Mr. Fitzgerald held my arm, stuck and frozen, as he stared blankly into the sky, eyes completely white, with no pupil to be seen. I looked up, and I saw it. I'm not sure if I can call it a UFO. It wasn't an object, or anything akin to one. It was a mouth, a hole in the air that wasn't in the atmosphere, or could even be explained in dimensional terms I could dictate. It was a mouth, lips pink and teeth human, that began to suck air inwards into the dark cavity of its throat, and Timmy and Jenny and Eric were pulled up into its mouth, and it gulped, before pursing its lips and spitting only Timmy out. He'd wiped himself off, and the other children returned to normal, bickering about why they'd been brought here. and how they were hungry. Mr. Fitzgerald's grip stilled and loosened, and he asked me why I'd been so distraught. For a second, I forgot why. I had no recollection until I'd looked Timmy in the face, and it all came rushing back. He knew that I knew what he'd done, and smirked, chuckling lightly into the back of his hand. A day later, the Thompsons left town. The kids in my class kept asking about him, and then a week later, nothing else was ever spoken of again. In fact, I'd forgotten about it entirely until recently, when I'd reread my diary from that time. There was an urge to, after hearing about a homeless woman in witness, one who'd been a staunch business person and with no mental health problems, who after going insane had been hallucinating a missing child. I live back in Manhattan now, but the story irked something new in me, an urge to know more. I read through my diary entries, reading the passages I'd made. I'm glad I'd remembered Eric Lowitz and Jenny Powell, because they don't exist, at least not that their parents could remember. We all just went back to our normal lives, and soon, we simply became as unknowingly complicit in Timmy Thompson's plan as we'd been all along. It would be wrong to call Timmy the Pied Piper. That would make it seem as though Timmy himself was responsible for the culling of people in the town of Witness, where people never miss a missing person. Because I'm not sure I ever met the real Timmy Thompson to begin with. The thought of moving into a haunted house was exciting for me. I didn't really believe in the paranormal, but I also didn't not believe in it, if that makes sense. I'm in my mid-30s, single, and even though I always imagined one day settling down with a wife and dog and white picket fence, none of that seemed to be happening. I'm not the most handsome guy, and combine that with being a little socially awkward, I realized it was more realistic to get the house first than a partner. It's not a big place either. It's 1,200 square feet with a tiny backyard, and the neighbors are so close I can almost reach out and touch their house without leaving my yard. But it was mine. It was a long house, a shotgun-style house I think they're called. The previous owners had bought it with the intention of flipping it. They had only done half the work, stopping midway through renovations and selling at a loss. It was the fault of the ghosts, apparently. The outside was beautiful. The siding was all new, a dark hunter green with bright yellow door that felt both cheerful and welcoming. The landscape was simple but well done. Once you got into the house, you could see where the renovation stopped. Some walls were painted, some were not. The kitchen was untouched and didn't look like it had been updated since the 70s. But the one bathroom and master bedroom had been completely redone and looked great. It was all I needed. I was certain that I could update the kitchen later if I wanted to. If the stove and fridge worked, I didn't really care what it looked like. I was the first of my siblings to purchase a house, and my mom was thrilled at first when I told her. When she first came to visit, she seemed less than impressed. Her face dropped as she walked into the home for the first time. "Oh, James, this place is only half done, and it's so small." She sighed as she looked around my tiny home. My mood dropped when she said that, though I tried to not let it show. "It's all I need, Mom. I'm just a single guy. I don't even have a dog yet. Besides, this is all I could afford. Houses are expensive around here." My mom shook her head and kept frowning. "But honey, if you get married, there won't be enough room for both of you and your children," she said sadly. After Mom left that day, I tried to raise my spirits. My mom was always like that, and I should have prepared myself emotionally before she came over. I ended up ordering a pizza and settling down for some gaming with my friends. Most of my friends live in other states and even other countries, but we're all gamers, so we have that to connect us. I had been showing them all pictures and videos of my home throughout the day, and at least they were impressed. "Dang, dude, you're like an official adult now," my friend Yuri chirped over the headset. My mood lifted with that. At least my friends could appreciate my new place. "Thanks, man. Though I hate to tell you I've been an adult since I was 18. I snapped back. On the screen I could see him shrug. "If you say so, man. I know I didn't think of you as an adult till now." He grinned at me. I laughed. On the monitor I could see my other friends rolling their eyes at Yuri, or they were just focusing on the game. There were 6 of us total. Me, Yuri, Robert, Cheryl, Sadie, and Travis. A pretty full game tonight. A few of my friends were married or had kids, so it was rare that they could have enough time to join a game session. I was finally settling into the game in between bites of my dinner when my friend Cheryl caught my attention through the headset. "Hey James, is there anyone with you right now?" she asked. "Yeah, all of you guys," I said as I sipped my beer. "No, I mean in the house with you right now. Didn't you say your mom left? I just saw someone walk past your doorway." She sounded concerned. I glanced down at her face on the monitor. She was staring intently at me with her controller down by her side. I turned in my chair and looked behind me. There was nothing in the hallway, and my mom had been gone for hours, and I absolutely lived alone. Turning back around, I shrugged. "Did you see a shadow or something, Cheryl? There's no one here except for me." I tried to reassure her. "Could you just go check? I swear to you that someone just walked past your doorway." She sounded worried. Mentally, I rolled my eyes, but I smiled at her and nodded. "Okay, I'll just go check. Maybe it's the ghosts after all," I said, trying to lighten the mood. "Or maybe it's just a good old-fashioned burglar coming to steal your old Atari system and moldy pizza boxes." Robert piped in over the headset. "Robert, I'm being serious right now. I know someone walked by the door." Cheryl hissed at him. "Do you need us to have 911 on standby?" Sadie asked. "You're all the way in Kansas City, Sadie. I don't think they'll reach me in time." I laughed. "Just yell if you need us. We'll come running." Travis joined in. I loved my friends. I really did. But if someone was really in the house and I was about to be murdered, they'd probably regret those jokes later. I stood up and poked my head into the hallway. Nothing. I walked to the master bedroom. Also, nothing. Same for the kitchen and bathroom and living room. Say what you want about small houses, but there is absolutely no place for a serial killer or burglar to hide in one. When I came back into the second bedroom, all my friends were waiting for an update. I shrugged before sitting down and putting the headset back on. There's nothing there. Maybe the hallway lights or something caused a weird shadow, but I'm all alone in here, I told everyone. Cheryl still didn't look convinced, but everyone else accepted it. We kept gaming and everyone with kids or spouses started signing off as the hours passed, till it was just me and Yuri gaming well past midnight. But as 1 a.m. got closer, even he was ready to call it a night. He lived on the East Coast, so it was even later in the evening for him. "I'll talk at you later. The Sandman is finally calling me to bed." He yawned over the headset. "Same here. It was a good time. The best way to break in a new house is for a good gaming session." I yawned back. He laughed and signed off, and I stood up with a groan. I was stiff from all the sitting. At least tomorrow was Saturday, so I could sleep in and then get busy with putting everything away. This would be my first full night in my new home. I was excited, but also felt a little nervous in a new place. The creaks and groans of the new house weren't familiar yet. I hadn't done enough to the place to make it feel like home. It almost felt like I was staying at an Airbnb instead of something I'd bought and paid for. My bed was set up, but I hadn't put the sheets on it yet, and I wasn't going to either. No one was going to judge me except the ghosts if there were any. I spread out a blanket to cover the bare mattress, and pulled a knitted blanket on top of me. This would be just fine till morning. I had my phone in bed with me, and even though I was exhausted, I couldn't resist some mindless scrolling till sleep finally took me. I felt my eyes closing. It was a relaxing feeling, that need for sleep pulling you down till you couldn't ignore it anymore. As I set my phone down, a flash of movement by the doorway caught my eye. It was low to the ground and dark. My heart started pounding as the small burst of adrenaline hit my system. I know I was half asleep, but it had looked like hair, as if someone was peeking at me from the doorway with their head on the ground, and then suddenly jerked out of sight. I pushed myself off the bed and cautiously peered out into the hallway. I had my phone in hand, rearing it back as if I would use it to bludgeon someone. A stupid idea. It wouldn't be a good weapon, plus I'd break my phone when I needed it the most. Reaching around the door frame, I flicked on the hallway light. There was nothing. I stepped out into the hallway and closed the bedroom door behind me. I didn't want anything sneaking into the bedroom with my back turned, if anything was there. The second bedroom I used as my game room was closed, and I knew nothing was in there. I would have heard the door opening and closing. The doors and windows were locked. Nothing in the kitchen or living room. The bathroom was also clear. I felt myself relax as I realized I was alone, but I still felt like I saw something. Maybe it was a rat. Though a rodent of that size running around my house, possibly chewing through cables in my electronics, didn't make me feel any better. When I went back to bed, I closed the door behind me and locked it. Probably not necessary, but it made me feel better. At the very least, it would be a deterrent to rats. I was asleep as soon as I hit the bed. When I got up the next morning, I found out I had slept in more than I intended. Not that it mattered. I had the whole day to do whatever I wanted. A nice breakfast and 2 cups of coffee later, I was ready to get started. Luckily, I didn't have much in the way of possessions. I had an extensive game collection and memorabilia, but beyond that, my home was a bachelor pad. It made setting everything up easy though. By 5 p.m. that day, I felt satisfied with everything. All I had to do now was get used to my new home. I sat on the couch and turned on the TV. After close to an hour of YouTube, I realized I was bored and restless. Now was a good time as any to get out and explore the neighborhood. I locked up the house behind and picked a random direction to walk in. It was a good-sized neighborhood. All the houses were older and smaller than you'd see in a normal suburb. Some looked like they hadn't been updated in decades and looked lived in and loved. Others had new siding and had an air of modernity that made me think they had been bought and flipped like my house had. The walk was therapeutic. I should make this a daily habit, I thought to myself. Getting out of the house, away from the electronics, was a good way to detox. "Hello," a small, quiet voice spoke from beside me, and I jumped. I looked around, my eyes finally settling on an old woman sitting on a metal folding chair in her front yard. She looked up at me, smiling and offering a slight wave. Beside her, an old dog of indeterminate breed slept beside her in the sun. "Hello," she said again, slightly louder, as if she was afraid I hadn't heard her the first time. "Hello," I said back, perhaps with a little too much enthusiasm. She had startled me. but I felt I should still be polite. You just moved in, didn't you? To that greenhouse down the street? It used to be white, she said matter-of-factly. Uh-huh. I nodded back at her. I felt my mood drop. I like old ladies as much as the next person, but that didn't mean I wanted to sit and talk to her. Old ladies tended to ramble. She nodded sagely, while reaching down and giving her dog a gentle pet. It didn't wake, but it stirred in his sleep. You be careful in that house. It's had a lot of owners over the years. Not many people stay for long. There was a lady murdered in it, in the 70s. It doesn't seem that long to me, but I bet you weren't even born yet. She chuckled. Uh-huh, I said non-committedly, slowly edging away from her. I knew it. She was a rambling old lady, and I was about to get sucked into a long conversation I didn't ask for. I already knew the place was haunted. Supposedly, anyway. I knew her, the lady who was murdered. My husband and I moved into this house when we were in our 30s. It was our dream house. I remember Nancy. She was a sweet girl. Her husband was a monster, though. But back then, you never could intervene with those things. It wasn't your place, she said sadly. Uh-huh, I said again, though I stopped backing away. I could spare a few minutes if she was going to give me the gory backstory to the house I lived in. He killed her one night, bashed her head in. He was jealous, said she was trying to sneak out of the house, trying to leave him. Though if that was true, I wouldn't blame her. The old woman sniffed and wiped her nose. I stood there, waiting for her to keep going, but she seemed to have been lost in thought. Either that, or she was having a senior moment. I cleared my throat trying to get her attention. Sorry, dear. I was lost in my memories. I'm Deborah, by the way. Lovely to meet you. You should keep on with your walk. Don't mind me. I tend to ramble sometimes. She waved her hand as if dismissing me. I smiled at her and waved as I walked away, though I kept glancing back at Deborah. She seemed happy, just sitting there in her chair in the front yard. I wondered if she talked to everyone who walked by. If she did, I'd have to make sure not to walk past her house again. The rest of my walk was uneventful. I even took the time to stop at the local coffee shop and had an iced tea before walking back home. Except for the weird encounter with the old lady, it had been a pleasant time. It was getting dark by the time I made it back home. I had stayed out longer than I intended, and I had also gotten lost, several times. If I was going to take daily walks, I would have to get better at finding my way home. Walking in the house, it was dark, and I hesitated at the entrance. I could have sworn I left the tableside lamp on at least. I hate walking into a dark house, so I always leave at least one light on, but it was off. I shrugged. Maybe I was misremembering. There wasn't much to do for the evening. It was just a matter of making myself some dinner and either watching a movie or playing a video game. I decided on leftovers and some good old solo gaming time. I had plenty of games I had been meaning to start. I was warming up the pizza in the microwave, with my back to the living room, when the TV suddenly switched on. It wasn't loud, but the sudden noise was enough to make me gasp and whirl around. It was switched on to the local news channel. I stared at it for a few seconds before going over to turn it off. Then I turned it back on and selected Netflix. A movie sounded better with dinner anyway. I did check the cables on the back of the TV to see if anything had come loose, and the batteries were good in the remote and it hadn't fallen off the table, which might have explained why it switched on. When I sat down to eat my dinner, I was a little unsettled. The thought of ghosts was getting to me, and I didn't even really believe in the supernatural. Maybe I need to get my house tested for radon. The evening passed quickly enough. No one else was able to game that night, and I just mindlessly watched Netflix and messed around on my phone till it was midnight again. Another exciting evening in my new home in the bag. That night, I jolted awake. I had been fast asleep. I hadn't even remembered falling asleep. My phone was in my hand still, playing a relaxing rain sounds playlist from Spotify. I lay there for a few minutes trying to understand what woke me up. That's when I heard it, a soft but unmistakable sound of something being dragged down the hallway. I sat upright and stared at the bedroom door. I had closed and locked it again. Safety against any rats that might try to sneak in while I was unconscious. The sound was still there, steady and obvious as it slowly made its way down the length of the hallway and into the living room. There was no way I could blame this on a dream, and if it was a rat, it was the size of a dog, in which case I was terrified to find out what it was dragging down the length of my house. My heart was pounding with the adrenaline that was being pumped into it. I sat there, minutes passing as I listened to whatever it was drag itself all over my house. I didn't jump up to investigate like I did yesterday. This time I was genuinely afraid, and just as suddenly as the sound started, it stopped. And still I sat there listening to the silence. In some ways it was worse, because now I had no idea where this thing was. Another minute passed before I worked up the courage to get to the door, open it, and peer into the hallway. It was empty. I did another quick check of the house, and it was all empty. Doors and windows all locked tight. Going back to bed was hard. I thought about staying up watching TV, but quickly dismissed the idea. I'd rather be safe in my bedroom than exposed in the living room. I grabbed my laptop and watched YouTube while sitting in bed. It felt safer, having some kind of noise in the room with me. I did fall asleep, but only when the light of dawn was peeking over the horizon, and I heard birds chirping. I sighed and closed the laptop and passed out. When I woke up again, it was well past noon, and I was starving. I also felt sheepish. In the light of day, the noises I heard last night seemed childish. It had to be rats. I had seen something the previous night, and I needed to do the adult thing and call an exterminator. Walking into the kitchen to make some food, I busied myself with looking up the local exterminators, and I looked up homemade rat traps and natural deterrents. Maybe I should try to get rid of the things on my own before calling in the professionals. The food and coffee helped, though now I had no idea what to do today, except set up homemade rat traps. I did give my new house a good cleaning, mostly because I wanted to look for any sign of the elusive rodents. There were no droppings, no holes in the walls or ceiling, nothing that would indicate their presence. I started Googling how to test for radon. After all, I just sat on my sofa and tried to think. Between the stress of moving, getting used to a new place, and all the worry about rodent infestations and ghosts, maybe I was just overwhelmed. "Are there any ghosts in here?" I called out, surprising myself. I really hadn't meant to speak. It just kind of burst out of me. The sound of my own voice startled me. It hung heavy in the air. I hadn't spoken to anyone, or even heard my own voice since I spoke to the old woman the other day. I hadn't realized how quiet it was, till the silence had been disturbed. "If there are ghosts here, I'm sorry that you died," I stammered. "But if you are here, and it's you making those noises, could you please stop? I'd like us to live together in peace. Neither of us can go anywhere, so we're kind of stuck together," I explained to the probably non-existent ghosts. "I know your name is Nancy. I talked to Deborah. She was your neighbor while you were, alive." I stammered again, feeling cringeworthy. "If you don't bother me, I won't bother you. We can find a way to live together. I've always been good with roommates," I explained. The house was silent. I sat there for a full minute, my ears straining to hear anything. I wasn't sure what I was even listening for. An actual answer? If I were to hear a disembodied voice, I'd run right out of the house. But there was just silence. I took that as an answer. "All right. Well, I'm glad we could talk about it," I said to the empty space. I rubbed my eyes with the palms of my hand while I said it, feeling like a complete idiot, but I did feel better, all things considered. The rest of the day and night were quiet and uneventful. The week passed in peace, and the next, I won't lie, I half believed that addressing the ghost helped. The rational side of me just thought the giant rat that lived in my house had finally found a way outside. Either way, the silence at night was heavenly. A month passed in sweet silence. The only sounds in the house were the ones that I was making. I had gone on more walks, avoided Deborah, and had plenty of time to game with friends when they had the time to do it. I really felt like I was nailing this whole adult living in their own home thing, until the night when the sound started up again. A crash woke me up. I sat bolt up in bed and stared at the open door. I had stopped closing it and locking it at night a week ago. From the living room I heard another crash. The sound of obvious footsteps could be heard in the living room. My heart was pounding. This wasn't like last time. This was very obviously a person walking around my home. I reached for my phone and touched the screen. It was dead. A bolt of fear ran through me. Of all times for this thing to be dead, it would happen tonight. I could still hear the footsteps in the living room when I heard a voice beside me. "Don't touch that phone. Leave it right there," a deep male voice said from somewhere beside me. The adrenaline that flooded my system in that moment hit me so hard, it made me lightheaded. And I jolted from the bed and ran for the door. Maybe I could make it outside. Someone slammed into me from behind, and I fell to the hallway floor with a loud oomph as the wind was knocked out of me. I lay there stunned as whoever hit me stayed on my back and placed his hand on my head, pressing my face into the hardwood. "Stay down, just stay down," the voice hissed into my ear. His breath smelled foul, and if I could have turned my head, I would have. "There was someone here. I thought you said no one was home," the voice said from the living room. I could hear footsteps approaching, even though I couldn't turn my head. "I thought no one was home. The lights were off and there's no car in the driveway," the voice that was holding me down said. I fought the urge to yell out that they should have checked the garage for a car, but decided that I shouldn't antagonize the burglars. "Go check his room for a wallet," the voice behind me hissed. I managed to turn my head slightly so I could see the man in the living room out of the corner of my eye. He was wearing a dark and filthy hoodie with an equally filthy bandana covering his mouth. His eyes, the only thing visible, were wide with fear. As I lay sputtering on the floor, I saw him snap around and face the living room again. "What was that?" the guy asked, backing further into the hallway. "What do you mean? What is it?" the man holding me said. His grip tightened on my hair, and I fought down the urge to yelp. "I hear something. Someone else is in here with us," he shot back, looking from me to his friend and back again to the living room. That's when I heard it. That same shuffling sound that I hadn't heard for weeks, as if something was being dragged along the floor. This time I heard grunting too, as if someone was exerting themselves with their movements. My heart leapt again. I could hear what it was getting closer and moving into the light. It was a head. Thick and dark hair covered a skull that was only half there. If I looked closer, I could see what looked like brain matter or congealed blood glinting in the light from the caved-in cranium. My stomach heaved at the sight of it. The head moved further into the light, and I could see it was attached to a body. A woman. Her dress, I couldn't tell what color it had been originally, was so caked in blood that it was impossible to tell. The eyes rolled in her sockets as she locked up the burglars. They were bloodshot, but I could tell that they were brown. I could see the hurt and fear in them, and anger. Her jaw was dislocated, but she still managed a strangled squeal, as if she was trying to talk or scream. I couldn't tell, and it honestly didn't matter. The man holding me down finally let me go and jumped back. He let out a low scream, as if there was no breath in his lungs, and he still tried to make a sound. I took the opportunity to push myself towards the hallway's wall, and as far from the apparition and the men as I was able to get, and I looked up. His face was covered too, but his eyes were uncovered and wide with shock. The smaller man who had been in the living room was slowly backing away down the hallway. He was letting out a series of high-pitched screams before he finally turned and bolted, heading straight to the back door. The other burglar followed right behind him. I heard the door slam open, and the glass rattled in its frame as the door hit the side of the house before swinging back shut with a clang. I breathed a sigh of relief when they left. Then I snapped my head back down the hallway towards the living room to look for the woman. There was no one there. I lay there, my head reeling and trying to catch my breath. I pushed myself up into my feet. I ran to the back door and made sure it was closed and locked. I slid the deadbolt in place and looked back to the living room. Still nothing. I blinked and rubbed my head. A concussion. It had to be a concussion. That guy slammed into me so hard I had to be disoriented. I called the police in a daze, and an ambulance for my head. I waited for them outside on the front porch in a fog, my eyes returning to living room to see if the entity would reappear. There was nothing there, and it was deathly quiet, almost like it was waiting for something. "Thank you," I muttered into the darkness of the house. I felt the energy shift then, as if whatever was in there, whatever had helped me, was satisfied with my thanks. The police came, and the ambulance. My neighbors who I had never met came out of their house to stare and point. A few of them filmed me with their phones. I hoped nothing about tonight ended up on YouTube or TikTok. I did end up going to the hospital just to be safe. I had to call my mom and my brother and sister just to let them know what was going on. Mom was hysterical. I almost regretted calling her, but if I didn't, I'd never hear the end of her asking why I didn't call her. I messaged my friends letting them know what happened. Since none of them lived close, they sent flowers and video chatted. Yuri sent me some DoorDash, which legit made me tear up. Going back home after the hospital was surreal. I hesitated slightly on the doorstep, wondering if I should have stopped at a church for holy water. But the house felt different. It felt lighter, but also expectant, like it was excited to see me. I took a few deep breaths and walked in. It didn't matter if this place was haunted or not. This wasn't the movies where you could just move away at the drop of a hat. I was stuck here. Besides, I still liked my home. I sighed and stretched out my arms in resignation. "I'm home," I said, feeling the tension leave my body. "Welcome home," a tiny voice said from somewhere deep within the house. I choose to ignore it. I got into a car accident a few weeks ago. One moment I was tapping a finger along to Boston's More Than a Feeling on my morning commute to work. The next, I was in a hospital gown in an unfamiliar white room. A doctor told me a semi had blown through a red light and T-boned me on the driver's side of my car. The end result was having my left leg amputated below the knee. I may have walked, begrudgingly wheeled away with my life, but the driver of the semi wasn't so lucky. He flew through the windshield of his truck and slid 20-some-odd feet down Main Street, leaving a trail of blood and organs behind him like a meat crayon. I was extremely bitter after my accident. I began picking up the bottle more often than not, and friends began distancing themselves from me, leaving me isolated in my new handy-capable apartment. Sometime last week, I woke up and noticed the whiskey glass on my nightstand was almost empty, so I hoisted myself into my wheelchair beside my bed and rolled into the kitchen to freshen it up. That's when I heard a slow clomp, clomp, clomp coming down the hallway, like somebody was playing hopscotch. I immediately spun around. "Who's there? I may be in a chair, but it won't stop me from putting a hole into you," I screamed as I reached for the small handgun I had holstered to the right arm of my chair. Clomp, clomp, clomp. "I'm warning you, I'm not screwing around." I was sweating profusely, and my thumb almost slid off the hammer of my pistol as I tried to cock it. Clomp, clomp, clomp. I took aim at where I thought the intruder's midsection would be as I waited for him to turn the corner, and I found myself face to face with a leg. Well, most of a leg anyway. A leg that was severed just below the knee. I didn't know what to do. I just stared at the thing and it seemed to stare back at me. Then it began hopping towards me and I freaked out and I took a few shots at the thing. The first two missed, but the third caught it and sent it sailing off somewhere down the hallway. I was met with a burning white pain where my one leg once was and I passed out. I woke up sometime later to loud knocking and somebody yelling at my door. "Sir, this is the police. Is everything okay in there? We had a report of shots fired." Disoriented, I weakly rolled over to the door to answer it. My head was pounding like an elephant on a bass drum as I unlatched the lock to let the officer in. The cop looked down at me and frowned pitifully. I must have looked like a wreck. I hadn't showered in a couple days and reeked of booze. That's when I realized I spilled the remnants of my drink into my lap when I passed out, making it look like I peed myself. Yeah, someone broke in, but I scared them off, I guess. The officer raised an eyebrow and told me he would have to make a report of this. He didn't seem to want to stick around too long, something I was getting used to. My new disability combined with my disheveled appearance seemed to make a lot of people uncomfortable. I locked the door back up and began to wheel myself toward the kitchen to get back to business when I froze up. The leg was standing beside my open living room window. I saw the calf muscle tense up like a runner about to take off. "Wait," I yelled, but it was too late. The leg went flying out of the window. I sped over as fast as I could and peered out just in time to see it smack to the ground, 8 stories below. I had experienced phantom sensations before where my leg used to be, like an itch that's now impossible to scratch, but I had not yet known phantom pain. When the leg hit the ground, I felt an explosion of agony, like a hydraulic press had come down onto my skin. I felt bones that were no longer there cracking and breaking. I don't know what to do. I'm being haunted by my leg. Maybe I'm going insane, but the thing keeps messing with me. Last night I woke up to a sharp pain, and found the foot merrily hopping around in thumbtacks. I don't know why this is happening, but I'm starting to think that maybe it can't pass on without the rest of me. Some nights I wake up and see it in my wheelchair flicking at my gun with its big toe. It wants me to join it, and at this point, I'm really starting to see that as an option. Have any of you heard something like this? This thing is wearing me out, and I'm at a loss for what to do, so please drop me a line. Any advice at all? Thanks. This is going to sound completely insane. I've been sitting on my phone for the past few hours trying to decide if I should even share this. The idea of it is so absurd. I can barely wrap my head around it. But, if anything, I need to have some records of this experience if things take a turn for the worst. But they're starting to look pretty bad. It all started about a month ago. For some context, I live with my roommate in a small flat in Washington, D.C. I'm not home a whole lot because my job requires me to work upwards of 70 hours a week. I came home one night after a harrowing day of work. It was pretty late and, I thought, my roommate was already asleep. I was fully prepared to do my nightly routine and hop right into bed. I unlocked the door to my apartment, set my keys on the kitchen counter, and opened the fridge to scarf down some leftovers from the day prior. I turned my back from the kitchen counter for not even a minute as I rummaged through the fridge, scouring each shelf for my Tupperware container of taco meat. Upon finally finding it, I turned back around to head towards the microwave and heat it up. But something caught my eye. There were now 2 sets of keys on the kitchen counter. No, that's not right, I thought to myself. I knew I had just put my keys on the empty kitchen counter, so how could another set have magically appeared? Was I so tired I was seeing double? I rubbed my eyes, but the replica keys remained, still next to mine, clear as day. I tried to rationalize it immediately. I'm a logical guy. I can always find an explanation for even the most absurd phenomena. I knew I didn't have any spare keys, despite my mother's constant insistence that I made copies just in case. So how could another keychain, identical to the one I owned nonetheless, materialize next to mine in an instant? I figured my roommate had crept in behind me and placed his keys on the table next to mine. I was probably so exhausted I hadn't even heard him come in. Though this explanation made the most amount of sense, upon further inspection, I realized the keys were an exact replica of mine, right down to the Charmander keychain I had since I was a teenager. There were keys on this mysterious replica that I knew for a fact my roommate couldn't have had. For instance, I saw keys to offices in the building I worked at. The keys were even positioned the same way I had set them down. It looked as if someone had copied the exact placement of my keys and pasted it directly beside them on the counter. It was utterly impossible. But again, I insist that I was not an irrational man. Not then, at least. I knew this had to be some kind of prank. My roommate and I weren't close. He was a pretty peculiar guy with interests that differed from mine. We didn't interact much besides the occasional cordial greeting, but I never would have expected him to be smart enough to play a prank like this. It was odd, even for him. I continued to reason away, coming up with any plausible explanation for the duplication of my keys as I ate my dinner in silence and headed to bed. But I couldn't sleep that night. I tossed and turned and sweat through my sheets. I had known in my gut something wasn't right, but I had ignored it for the sake of my own sanity. The next morning, the cloned keys were gone, Only one pair remained in the kitchen counter. I breathed a sigh of relief, chalking it up to me being asleep deprived, that I was imagining things. Boy, was I wrong. After about 2 weeks, I had honestly almost completely forgotten about the whole incident. That was until it happened again. This time I had just gotten out of the shower on my 1 day off. It was Saturday and I had decided to go for a quick run around the city for some exercise. I had arrived back at my apartment and taken my AirPods out to jump in the shower. I placed them on my dresser without a second thought before gravitating towards the bathroom to do my thing. About 15 minutes later, I leisurely made my way out of the bathroom, heading towards my dresser to throw on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt when I saw it. 2 AirPod cases lay beside me, one right where I had left it, and a duplicate right beside it. I had to bite back a scream. Where had the other case come from? How could I even discern the difference between the two? Which one belonged to me? I sat there for what felt like hours, staring at the scene before me in disbelief. I even contemplated whether or not I was going cross-eyed. I imagined the horror of beginning to see double of singular objects. I eventually, tentatively, reached a hand out to touch one of the cases to prove this theory, but I felt it in my hand. I felt them both in my hands at the same time. That was when I decided something was seriously wrong. Now, what I did next, I can't provide an explanation for. I'm not sure what came over me. Perhaps it was sheer curiosity. Whatever it was a mistake. I had scrambled over to my bed, tearing away at the sheets and the comforter, to find my phone and ran back to the AirPod cases. I picked one of the cases up. At this point, I wasn't sure if I was picking up the duplicate or the original, but in hindsight, I'm assuming it was the duplicate. I stared at my phone and saw they were connected to the AirPods. I pressed play on a single song I was all too familiar with, Kelly Clarkson. The music I heard coming from these AirPods, if you could even call it music, was not Kelly Clarkson's Since You've Been Gone. No, this was what I can only describe as the most demonic sounds I had ever heard in my life. It was a chorus of screams, women, children, monstrous creatures wailing in agony, and at a volume so loud, I thought my eardrums had burst. It was similar to what I had imagined the depths of hell to sound like. I nearly smacked myself outside of the head trying to rip the AirPods out of my ears. I felt all the blood leave my body as my knees buckled beneath me. I couldn't move. I couldn't react. I couldn't even scream. I had no idea what I was dealing with, but I was beginning to believe it was otherworldly. My sanity had fled me in a mere instant, and I had no idea what to do next. That evening, I contemplated checking myself into a mental hospital. The doppelganger AirPods had disappeared, but I had started to notice the clones of my belongings appearing more frequently. That same day, I had found 2 of the same ferns growing by my beside window when I knew I had only bought one. I tried to pour myself a glass of bourbon to calm my nerves, and found 2 of the same limited edition Blood Oath Kentucky Straight bourbon bottles right beside each other. I had gotten only one as a gift on my 25th birthday. I even went to brush my teeth that night, and found a replica of my same exact toothbrush, right down to the division of the bristles, and the directions they were pointing in. I called out of work the next day, and the following days after that. I couldn't function. I was living a life of dread, of trepidation. I was afraid to open my eyes. I was afraid to fall asleep. I felt as if I were going insane. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened tonight. I was holed up in the corner of my room, sitting at my desk, making a list of things that had duplicated themselves only to disappear in an instant. Throughout the course of the week, I had my laptop, my dresser, my picture frames, my pillows, and even my window duplicate themselves on more than one occasion. It had gotten to the point of being nearly inconvenient, if not inconceivably terrifying, specifically when my dresser had cloned itself right in front of the doorway to my bathroom. I hadn't had any contact with the outside world since the AirPod incident. Hadn't seen or spoken to a human being in fear of them, seeing through my veiled mental deterioration. I hadn't eaten or slept. I knew I would die if I kept living like this. At one point, I heard the front door of my apartment swing open, followed by the muffled humming of my roommate as he made his way to his room. I knew he was my only chance at survival. He was the only other person I could cling to, that I could use as some token of normalcy, someone to keep me grounded. I ran to my bedroom door and flung it open. I raced to the kitchen and caught him just before he had laid a hand on his bedroom door. I was panting like a marathon runner, and probably sweating like one too, but I didn't care. I didn't care about my appearance anymore, about how crazy I looked, or about how crazy I was about to sound to him. I just needed someone to confide in. "Hey man, what's going on?" he said casually as he turned his attention to my hunched-over form. His tone immediately changed from cordial to genuinely concerned. "Whoa, you okay?" I gasped, struggling to get the words out. "I have to talk to you about something. Something that's been going on here." Whoa, alright. Take it easy, man. Let's sit down for a second." He had put his hands in front of him gently and was talking to me as if he were trying to coax a rabid animal. I remember thinking his calm, cool tone was particularly out of character given that, as I mentioned before, my roommate was a pretty odd guy and wasn't usually one to be great with social interactions. But at that moment in time, his level of emotional intelligence was of very little concern to me. "You have to listen to me," I tried to say, swallowing the saliva that had accumulated in my mouth. "There's something really wrong with this place. I keep seeing double." "Seeing double? Like you're too messed up or something? Is that what you mean?" He stifled a laugh, clearly an attempt to lighten the mood, but I persisted. No, I'm not drunk. I keep seeing things appear, objects that are duplicating themselves." I knew how it sounded. I knew there was very little chance he would believe me, but I didn't care. I needed to find a solution. I needed to talk to someone about this. Anyone. "Dude, that's impossible." My roommate chuckled nervously. "Are you sure you're not just having some eye problems or something?" No, you're not listening to me." I was growing more and more agitated by the second. "I can feel them too. The replicated objects, they're physically there. You have to understand." Suddenly, so suddenly, I saw something from behind my roommate. From behind his form, I saw movement. I know I did. I saw a figure. It was peeking at me from inside of his open bedroom door. Though it was dark, the only source of light coming from the kitchen, and it barely illuminated my roommate, let alone the area behind his large body. I saw it. I saw the glimmer of a black eye peeking at me from behind him. It disappeared just as quickly as it appeared, as if it were snatched back into his room by an unseen force. I stared at my roommate with wild eyes. I pointed a shaky finger at him ever so slowly. "Who are you?" I say, in a voice so low I almost didn't recognize it as my own. My roommate's face morphed from a concerned expression into one of sheer terror. What do you mean, man? Silence rang in the air as the tension was sharp enough to cut through steel. I stared at my roommate for God knows how long, before I glanced once more at the doorway behind him, just as the figure reappeared. I could only see half of its face. A dark, black eye, the corners of a mouth, and a long, slim nose. I couldn't see a discernible expression, but I knew in my gut that I could see just enough to recognize those features. The too long nose, the high cheekbones, the shaggy, greasy hair. I knew it was him, or one of him at least. It was my roommate's. All I had to see after that was the movement of its mouth as it formed one word. Run. And that's just about what did it for me. I bursted into action, bolting towards the door and nearly ripping it off its hinges as I threw myself into the hallway of our dingy apartment building. I raced down the hallway, pushing through the emergency exit doors and sprinting through the streets of DC, narrowly avoiding getting hit by a slew of cars on my way out. Yet the entire time I could still hear them. The footsteps behind me. I didn't bother turning around. I ran for what felt like miles before finally slowing to a halt, only when the sound of the footsteps behind me subsided. I ended up near a dimly lit dive bar on the wrong side of town, and decided to head in for a drink because, Jesus, after that night, wouldn't you? And that takes me to where I am now, sipping on a vodka soda, sitting here typing this all out, recounting the past few weeks that have been nothing but complete chaos. I was lucky enough to have had my phone in my back pocket when the whole situation with my roommate went down. I'm surprised it didn't fly out as I ran for my life down the streets of DC. I don't know what to do. I can't call the police. I'll sound like a complete lunatic. Regardless, I know what I saw. I know there's something seriously wrong. The only upside of this night is that during the time I took to write this out, someone must have noticed how troubled I looked and ordered me another vodka soda because now there are two sitting in front of me. It started with Eddie Martin. 1 second, he was at Garvey's General, shooting it with the cashier. The next, he was gone. A whip crack-like noise signaled his departure, air rushing into a space that was previously occupied by a man. The glass bottle of cherry soda he was holding fell to the ground and smashed. The cashier looked dumbfounded. He ran through the store, seeing if anyone else was around to confirm what he had just witnessed. We all called him crazy at first. People don't just vanish into thin air. It wasn't until Garvey pulled up the CCTV records that we started to believe it. One frame there, the next, gone. Drink all over the floor. Most still thought it was fake. Some dumb joke the three men were in on. Lots of stuff could be done with computers nowadays. Faking a video was easy. Garvey insisted he had nothing to do with it though. Whatever this was, it was all Eddie. He was probably just hiding out somewhere laughing at all of us, Garvey had said. Then a day passed, and then two. Long time to hide for a prank. The third day was when people really started getting worried. An SUV drove through a red light on Main Street, went right through and into a pole. The driver's side seat was destroyed. Would have probably killed the driver if there had been one. The car, however, was empty. Sheriff Lowry found the registration in the glove department. Melissa Gore, a teacher at the elementary school, was the owner and the second person to vanish. The sheriff's department searched the area for about an hour before shrugging their shoulders and towing the car to the impound lot. An hour after that, the mayor was on the radio announcing a town meeting to be held that night. Word spread quickly of both the second disappearance and of the meeting. Whispers spread around town. Eddie could be explained away as a dumb joke. He'd show up eventually, right? It helped that he didn't have anyone to worry about him. He had a couple friends in town, but that was it. Mostly kept to himself. Melissa was a different story. All the kids she taught, a husband, some family in town. People would be looking for her. People would want to know what happened. The meeting was all messed up. Televised live on local channels for the viewing pleasure of those who couldn't make it. The mayor and sheriff walked out to a crowd that was yelling about 50 different theories for what took these people. Attempts to quell the crowd were futile until Sheriff Lowry cupped his hands to his face and boomed a "Quiet." The mayor, Mr. Reeds, was at the microphone now and started. He stammered and sputtered about how our small town didn't have the tools required to investigate these matters fully, and how he was calling in the big guns to help find these people. Half the room erupted into curses and boos when he clarified big guns were the United States government. He had said he contacted state police at first, and it got escalated surprisingly fast. No one wanted government types poking their noses in our business, but calmer heads recognized the necessary evil. We wanted our folks to be found, after all. A quick thank you, goodbye, and Mayor Reeds was off the stage, along with the sheriff. It would be a long time till we would all head back to our homes, however. 20 different conversations erupted. An angry male voice was one of the easier ones to hear. "Why are we letting the government come help?" he said. "They caused all this. Teleportation experiment. Got to be. Just like that Philadelphia thing." "Shut up, Jimmy," a different voice retorted. "It's aliens. Gotta be aliens. I saw a UFO the other week when walking my dog. Long, transparent thing with fins." And the two began to fight, calling each other all sorts of things that all boiled down to crazy or stupid. In the back, a small group had begun to form around Paul Baker. He worked at the library, going through historical accounts, and folklore was his hobby. "The land's no good," he said, shaking his head. "The hell's that mean?" a voice from the crowd around him asked. "Bad land. Bad things happen. When the European settlers came, they found this area completely unoccupied. Big, grassy, open area, next to a forest with a stream in it. Perfect for a community. Why wasn't it being used? Remember when those kids from Gritham came down that one summer? They were anthropology students. They said it was remarkable how empty the land was. No traces of native cultures at all. No arrowheads, no burial sites. Hell, no pottery shards. The land was empty for a reason. It has to be." The crowd began to murmur at that. Another group was forming on the other side of the room, this one headed by a handful of people. An older woman was talking the most, and the loudest. She was Patricia Hornley, a PTA mom who stayed in it long after her daughter had finished school. She had a few of her other PTA members around her, and they were providing their own theory. "Does this not fall in line with the description of the rapture?" she preached. "We assumed we would get all taken at once. But the Lord works in mysterious ways. Mrs. Gore was an angel to her students, and she has been taken up into the kingdom of heaven. I embrace this slow rapture, and I am happy for those that are taken. I pray my turn comes soon. Her crowd had a lot of churchgoers in it. They were all nodding with her, clapping in the pauses. I guessed it was comforting to them. I didn't stay long after that. Paul Baker had left that night. He went straight home, packed up, and was out to his car in about 30 minutes. His neighbors asked where he was gonna go, what he was gonna do. Up north, Jersey. He replied, I got family up there. I'll get a job there. And he was gone. Guess he spooked himself with bad land talk. He was leaving lots behind. Mayor Reed's big guns came in the morning. We had gathered near Garvey's General. We had all agreed last night that it would be a good idea to make sure no one vanished overnight. Families and couples sent one member each if they didn't all come. We had just finished confirming that we didn't lose anyone to the slow rapture. It was a good name. I had to give Patricia that. When we heard the roaring of mini engines, we watched as big, dark green trucks drove into our small town. There were 5 of them, all the same bulky SUV. Each had a decal on the driver door, a seal for some kind of government department. It showed a woman with a sword in one hand and a struggling snake in the other. Yellow words circled the seal in red. Bureau of Interior Management, BIM. The convoy came to a stop at the store. We watched from the parking lot as the door of the middle car swung open. A large man hopped out, and in the same swift motion closed the door behind him. He was dressed in a black jumpsuit, covered with pouches and belts. The same seal from the car door was embroidered on the back. He walked up to us, smiling, and asked us where Mayor Reed's might be. Someone pointed him out, and the man thanked us. Mayor Reed's, Sheriff Lowry, and the man in the black jumpsuit stepped to the side and started talking. We all tried to listen in, and bits and pieces came through. Just what the hell is this Bureau of Interior Management? Mayor Reed's asked. I thought we'd get the FBI or something. The man in the black jumpsuit, still grinning, put a large hand on the mayor's shoulders and replied. He spoke in a quieter voice than Reed's did. We couldn't hear a thing. He turned to the sheriff and said something. Listen, pal, Lowry began. I was under the impression this was going to be a joint effort. Where I come from, that means work together, not I'm the king of the playground, listen to me. The man in the black jumpsuit spoke louder in his reply this time, glancing at us. He was making sure we could hear this part. Your impression was wrong. As of 5 hours ago, in fact, complete control over this investigation has been passed over to me. Any interference in my investigation, and I will send you all the way to Attica. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Do you understand me? His hands wandered to our group at the end. That goes for all of you too, they said. Lowry stammered, 5 different words trying to come out while Reeds just looked at the asphalt like a scolded child. Good. The man in the black jumpsuit practically spun on his heels to face the crowd. Any motels in this little town? A man raised his hand. He wore a baseball cap and had a beer gut. We got one. I own it. It's just down the road a little ways. Great. Me and my boys are gonna borrow it for a few days while we investigate this little issue your town's got. You don't mind, do ya? The same grin was on his face. Well, I don't know. I mean... Oh, wait a minute. The large man held up a finger and dug into a pouch around his hip with his other hand. He pulled out an envelope. Reaching in, he produced a wad of bills that looked like they had just gotten out of the mint that day. Not a wrinkle in sight. This should cover it. He handed the motel owner the wad of bills. He turned again to face his convoy of cars. The man performed a hand motion, reached over to the walkie-talkie on his shoulder, and whispered a few words into it. The convoy began moving towards the direction of the motel. The man in the black jumpsuit walked over to the sheriff and mayor. "Now," he said, putting an arm on each of their shoulders, "where can I find the car that nice woman disappeared in?" The BIM guys had become a part of our town for the next few days. We got used to seeing them, walking in pairs, holding machines in their hands they would use to gather reading or something like that. Their uniform was very similar to the large man's. The only difference was that theirs was green. Black jumpsuit, he hadn't given his name, said that we should continue the morning head count meetings. A man from the bureau would join us there now, and if anyone was missing, he would call it in and they would send men to the scene to check. That's what happened when Mayor Reeds didn't show up to one of the head counts. The man in the green jumpsuit talked into his shoulder radio when we did the count. Then he was in his car and driving to Mayor Reed's house. The rest of us looked at each other. We followed. What else were we to do? "False alarm," one of the men in green was saying as I pulled up. They were packing their gear back into their trucks. "He's not gone?" I asked. "Oh, he's gone," the man replied. "Only not like the other two. He skipped town. His car's missing. Wallet probably too." Reed's was probably smart for that. Smarter than me. I don't know why I stayed. I thought about that on the drive back to my house. Maybe I thought I was special. That whatever happened to Eddie and Melissa wouldn't happen to me. Maybe deep down I believed Patricia's take. This was some holy rapture, taking the good to heaven. I wasn't religious much myself nowadays, but I grew up going to church every week and, well, that stuff sticks in your head. Or maybe it was simpler than that. Maybe it was the same reason everyone else was staying around. Maybe it was just a want. No, a need. A deep, primal need to see this through to the end. To get an answer. I passed the elementary school on the way back. The big sign out front with those removable black letters read, "We miss you, Melissa." A corkboard near to it had drawings pinned on it. All of her. Her students must have done them. They all had messages similar to the one on the big sign. There were a few students playing outside on the grass. Recess, I guessed. They were playing some version of tag, screaming and hollering. "The hungry spirit's coming for you." The kid who was it yelled, one by one, gonna get everyone." I shivered a bit. Children could turn anything into games, especially tragedy. Isn't that what Ring Around the Rosie was all about, after all? Life went on. We lost some people as the days went by. Sheriff Lowry was one. A few other townspeople, too. It became hard to tell who was vanishing and who was just leaving town in the middle of the night. The BIM people abandoned their motel base overnight. They now sat on the outskirts of the town, with tents at first, then a bigger, prefabricated building they got sent in from God knows where. A few of us went to investigate. The owner of the place was one of the ones who ditched town. Probably did it that day he got that wad of cash from the black jumpsuit man. Peeking in through the windows, we found that every room was what you'd expect. Just motel rooms, if a bit messy. Only one room was different. An olive green bag was on the floor. Black boots still lay by the bed. Equipment was on the table. Looked like one of the BIM guys got raptured. Must have spooked the others. The BIM guy at the next head count was wearing a full white hazmat suit. Guess they thought it would protect them from whatever was going on. Hell, maybe it would. The black jumpsuit man was also there, though he wore a similar white hazmat this time. "Still think it's them doing it, Jimmy?" the man asked. "Government teleportation? Look at 'em. They're spooked. It ain't them. I'm telling you, it's aliens." There weren't too many of us left now. Mostly it was Patricia's group, the ones who truly believed those that disappeared were getting taken up to heaven. She was preaching outside now. The town was empty enough that no one really cared. Most others had the sense to leave. Others who stayed were the families of the missing, hoping that the BIM guys might figure something out, might be able to bring them back. A very small handful were fools like me, staying to see this to the end. Black Jumpsuit looked at the crowd and cleared his throat. "We just need a few more days," he announced. "We're close to figuring this all out." "We know what's going on," screeched Patricia. A chorus of agreement came from her followers. "It's beyond you, and it's a good thing. It's a beautiful process." Black Jumpsuit held his hands up in front of him in defense while still smiling. "Whatever you say, ma'am." He looked at the rest of us. We nodded. A few more days, we'd find out what's going on. Patricia would be the last town member taken. She was outside, preaching again one day when that whip crack sound came and she was gone. The crowd stood still for a moment and then erupted into cheers. She got what she wanted, what they all wanted. She had been taken up. The BIM people were there quick. They all wore the full white hazmat suits now. They scanned members of the crowd with their equipment and took their readings. One of the people in the crowd was recording the sermon on their phone. They had captured the whole thing. Before anyone could watch it, though, the phone was taken by one of the BIM people. Her followers decided that they'd have a party in the school auditorium to celebrate her ascension. Food and drinks, movies on the big projector, the whole 9 yards. Even us non-believers went. What else was there to do in town anymore? It sounded like it might be a good time anyway. Tables were set up in the back with bowls of food and drink. The projection screen was lowered, and images of Patricia were being slideshowed on it, all with text that said things like, "Congratulations." No one knows who did it. It had to be someone from the BIM, someone who had a crisis of conscience. We'll never know their name, though. Suddenly the room went dark. There were a few gasps of surprise. Then the projection changed. Instead of the images of Patricia, now it was a white text on a black background that read, "You have been lied to." And the next slide, "The missing are dead." Some more gasps from the crowd. Somewhere a woman said BS. Deep down, though, some of us knew. And the next slide would convince everyone. It was the cell phone footage of Patricia's rapture. It played normally at first. Preaching, whip crack, gone. But the cell phone had a higher FPS than the old CCTV at Garvey's. The footage played again and slowed as it got closer to the moment, eventually going frame by frame. "Christ!" cried a man when we saw it. A child started to cry. A woman whose child got raptured broke down, something deep down inside breaking in his cries. Most of us were silent in the revelation. In one frame, Patricia was mid-sentence, mouth open, finger pointing. She was in the same pose in the next frame, and it looked normal until you got to her head. It looked as if a scoop had been taken from the right side of her face, the layers displayed like a half-sucked jawbreaker. Skin gave way to meat, Meat to bone, bone to brain, brain to nothing. Like something had taken an impossibly smooth bite out of her, and I knew it wasn't possible. It happened to her so fast, it couldn't be. But I could have sworn her mouth had changed slightly. I could have sworn it was curling into a scream now. My mind flashed back. Badland? Maybe. Hungry spirits? Closer. But, God, it felt like the air itself was hungry. We all left town after that. No one spoke a word. I passed the BIM base on the drive out. I locked eyes with Black Jumpsuit. For once, he wasn't smiling. I think they wanted guinea pigs. Wanted to see how often the thing needed to eat. See if they could control it. Screw that. I've been out of South Carolina for a while now. I still look, though. I still look at the area. Our little town got taken off the maps recently. Why wouldn't it be? No one lived there anymore. I look at missing people reports, though, and people still go missing around there. Abandoned cars found in the middle of the road or careened off the side. Our town was always a drive-through area. Town's off the map, but roads still get used. I hope it's enough. I hope the thing is satisfied. I hope to God it doesn't spread. I met my girlfriend Victoria 7 months ago in a bar. We felt an instant connection and started dating 3 days later. She brought nothing but happiness. The perfect definition of a soulmate. So when I graduated from university, we both agreed to move in together. She's 2 years older than me and was already working, so I moved into her house. However, after moving in, everything went downhill. The first incident happened on the first night of moving in. Victoria works night shifts, so she was getting ready to head out. Babe, I'm off to work now. Just to tell you again, the neighbors next door get a little cranky at night, so just ignore them, she said sweetly. Yeah, I get it, I responded. I gave her a kiss goodbye and she left, leaving me alone in her house. I sat down on the kitchen table and got to work. For context, I work remotely as a character designer for a video game company. It was peaceful for a few hours until the clock hit 2 a.m. The cranky neighbors began screaming profusely. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but it sounded like an intense argument. I tried ignoring it for a while, but eventually the sound became unbearable. Banging was heard on the walls, glass shattering on the floor, followed by more screaming and arguing. So much so that it sounded like multiple voices overlapping each other. I tried blasting music in my headphones, but that didn't help. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore, so I called it a night and stopped working. The next day passed by in a flash. I chose not to tell Victoria about the neighbors since it was apparently normal, and I didn't want her to think that it bothered me so much. It was her house after all. Nighttime came and I was watching TV in the sofa when the arguments from the neighbors came again. Thumping, glass shattering, furniture being thrown around. You'd think their house is a WWE ring. Jesus, I muttered to myself. Suddenly I started hearing banging on the door, followed by a blood-curdling scream. What the? I said while pausing the movie I was watching. The neighbor was trying to break into the house. That's it. That was the last straw. I got up and went to the back door where the banging and screaming was being heard. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen table in case the man would break the door. Thank God it was locked. Just in case, I leaned against it, each punch crushing my back. My heart was racing. My hands were shaking. I didn't know what to do. For all I knew, the man could seriously hurt me. It felt like an eternity before what I'm assuming is a man stopped banging the door. Concurrently, the screaming stopped, and it was silent. "What the..." I muttered under my breath. There was no way I was going to live in these conditions. I decided that I was going to confront Victoria about it when she got home. With that in mind, I made sure all the doors were locked, windows shut, and went to bed. A few hours later at 6 a.m., my girlfriend got home and laid down in the bed next to me. She hugged from behind and gave me a kiss on the nape, waking me up. "How's everything?" she asked softly. "Were the neighbors loud?" I grunted and turned my head to face her, rubbing my eyes. "What?" Victoria giggled. "How did it go with the neighbors?" I found it strange that she asked me that today, but not yesterday. Maybe it was me being tired. "The husband tried breaking in," I said. "He banged on the door for at least 2 minutes, screaming. I thought that was the end for me. Seriously, Victoria, I don't think this house is safe for us to live in. As long as the door is locked, you should be fine." She smiled sweetly. I gave Victoria a serious look. "Listen, I can't live with these conditions." I tried to say it as nicely as possible. "I didn't even feel safe in the house last night. You're telling me this is going to happen every single night?" Victoria looked down, her eyelids drooping down in discomfort. I felt sorry blaming her for something that wasn't her fault, but we obviously needed to do something about it. I can't fear for my life every night. "I'll call the wife tonight and see if anything can be done." She hugged me tightly. "Okay?" I smiled and kissed her forehead. "Thank you, baby. I know it's not your fault, but it's impossible to live in fear in my own house every night." On the following evening, Victoria left for her night shift. Once again, I was left alone in her house. She texted me around 15 minutes later, telling me that the problem was solved and that it should be better tonight. I thanked her and laid down on the sofa to wind down. I ended up falling asleep while watching a movie. I woke up a few hours later at 4 a.m. to screaming from the psychotic neighbors once again. Furious, I got out of bed and prepared myself for confrontation. I was ready to finally get to the bottom of this. However, as I walked closer to the front door, something felt off. I noticed the voices and banging a little closer than usual, as if they were in the same house. It was the first time I ever paid attention to where the sound was truly coming from, but it was still unexpected. Subtle, but unexpected. Following the traces of sound, the screams didn't take me to the front entrance, or to the house next door. They took me to the basement door, the only part of the house I haven't gone into yet. My heart began racing. This has to be my hallucinations. The sounds can't be coming from my girlfriend's basement, right? With my legs trembling, I tried to push the basement door open, but it was locked. It only resulted in even louder screams coming from downstairs. They sounded like a cry for help. "What's going on down there?" I muttered. The thought alone sent shivers down my spine. Thankfully, or unthankfully, my uncle taught me lockpicking when I was younger, in case I was in a dangerous situation where I needed it. Thanks, Uncle Will. So if there has ever been an opportunity to use that skill, it would be now. I took 2 paper clips and started fidgeting them inside of the lock. In just a few minutes, the door unlocked, but it still wouldn't open. I looked around the house for anything I could use, until I found a crowbar. Using all my might, I pushed the door open. Looking back, I wish I hadn't. Instantly, I heard loud, blood-curdling screams piercing my ears, screams that you would only hear in horror movies. Covering my ears, I forced my way downstairs. What I saw was horrific. Dead bodies of dozens of guys were organized in a line on the floor across the basement. Worst of all, every guy there looked to be around my age, many looking like the exes Victoria had talked about in passing. Above them was a jar. Inside it looked to be their faces with a large glow surrounding them. They were screaming in absolute, agonizing pain. From what I saw, it looked to be their souls. The sealed, trapped souls of innocent men facing endless pain in their afterlife. The stench was unbearable. Their bodies were bled out, as if everything inside of these men were sucked out to leave only their pure skin. Despite that, their faces were somewhat recognizable, each body neatly placed to keep its original shape. Their names were written in blood in front of each body. Jack, Noah, Michael, etc. Their screams sounded more like loud gasps from up close. The room was so loud I was getting dizzy. The screams only got louder. It sounded loud enough to screech into my brain. My mind went blank, my body shaking at the thought that this was my girlfriend's creation. It got even worse when I got to the end. Another name written in blood, with no body behind it, as if it was still being prepared. Dylan. That was my name. I then got a notification on my phone, a message from Victoria. My heart stopped just by reading it. Hey babe, on my way home. Sorry about yesterday. Let's have some fun tonight. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. Sure, I'd get spooked by a good horror movie, or jump at an unexpected noise in the dark, but I always chalked it up to an overactive imagination. That changed last summer when I took a job that led me to the old Hartley house at the end of Willow Street. Now I'm not sure what I believe anymore, but I know one thing for certain. Evil exists. And sometimes it finds a home in the most unexpected places. It started innocently enough. I'm a 23-year-old architecture student, and I was thrilled to land a summer internship with a local historical preservation society. My first major assignment was to survey and document the Hartley House, a decrepit Victorian mansion that had stood abandoned for decades. The plan was to assess its condition and determine if restoration was feasible. The house had a reputation, of course. Every small town has that one creepy old building that's the subject of endless rumors and dares. Kids would dare each other to spend the night there, but no one ever did. Not really. There were whispers about the Hartley family, how they'd all died mysteriously over a century ago, how the house had stood empty ever since, but I didn't put much stock in ghost stories and urban legends. My first visit to the house was on a sweltering July afternoon. The taxi dropped me off at the end of the overgrown driveway, and I remember thinking the place looked like something out of a gothic novel. 3 stories of weathered brick and warped wood, with a tower on one side and a wraparound porch thick with vines. Most of the windows were boarded up, but I could see hints of stained glass behind the boards on the upper floors. As I approached the front door, key in hand, I felt a strange reluctance. It was like walking through molasses, each step harder than the last. I chalked it up to nerves and the oppressive heat. When I finally reached the porch, the wood creaked ominously under my feet. The key stuck in the lock at first, but with a bit of jiggling, it turned. The door swung open with a groan that seemed to echo through the entire house. The smell hit me first. musty and thick, with an underlying sweetness that reminded me of overripe fruit. I stepped inside, my shoes leaving prints in the thick layer of dust on the floor. The entry hall was grand, even in its state of decay. The sweeping staircase dominated the space, its once elegant banister now warped and splintered. Faded wallpaper peeled from the walls in long strips, revealing glimpses of bare plaster beneath. To my left and right, open doorways led to what I assumed were the parlor and dining room. I spent that first day taking measurements and photos, scribbling notes about structural integrity and potential restoration challenges. It was tedious work, but I found myself oddly fascinated by the house. Every room seemed to hold whispers of its former glory. Ornate moldings, fragments of expensive wallpaper, the occasional glint of tarnished brass. It wasn't until I reached the second floor that things started to feel off. I was in what appeared to be a child's bedroom, documenting the remains of a once cheerful nursery. Faded circus animals still danced across one wall. Their painted eyes seemed to follow me as I moved around the room. I was crouched down, examining the base of an old rocking horse when I heard it, the clear, unmistakable sound of a child's laughter. I froze, my heart suddenly pounding. The sound had come from somewhere above me, muffled but distinct. I held my breath, straining to hear more, but the house had fallen silent once again. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the empty room. No response. I told myself it must have come from outside, maybe some kids playing in a neighboring yard, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. The sound had been too close, too clear. I finished my work in that room quickly, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over me. As I stepped back into the hallway, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, in the thick dust coating the floorboards, was a set of small footprints. They led from the room I'd just left to the base of the attic stairs at the end of the hall. Child-size footprints. Fresh ones. I stared at them for a long moment, my mind racing to find a logical explanation. Had some neighborhood kid snuck in while I was working? But I would have heard the front door open, and besides, these prints seemed to appear out of nowhere. There was no dust disturbed leading up to them. Against my better judgment, I followed the prints to the attic upstairs. They went up a few steps before disappearing. The attic wasn't on my survey list for the day, but I knew I wouldn't be able to rest if I didn't check it out. The stairs creaked with each step, the sound impossibly loud in the silent house. At the top was a heavy wooden door, warped with age. It took some effort, but I managed to push it open. The attic was a cavernous space, the sloped ceiling creating deep shadows in the corners. Dust motes danced in the few rays of sunlight that managed to pierce the grime-covered windows. The air was thick and stifling, carrying that same sickly sweet odor I'd noticed downstairs, but stronger here. I swept my flashlight across the room, taking in piles of forgotten furniture and stacks of mildewed boxes. Nothing seemed out of place or recently disturbed. I was about to turn back when my light caught something that made my heart skip a beat. In the far corner of the attic, partially hidden behind an old wardrobe, was a rocking chair, and it was moving, slowly, steadily, as if someone had just vacated it. I stood rooted to the spot, unable to look away from the gently swaying chair. The creaking of its runners seemed to grow louder, drowning out the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the movement stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I don't know how long I stood there, flashlight trained on that corner, before I finally managed to back out of the attic. I practically flew down the stairs, my earlier skepticism completely forgotten in the face of blind panic. I didn't stop running until I was out of the house and halfway down the overgrown driveway. Only then did I pause to catch my breath, hands on my knees as I gulped in the warm summer air. When I finally looked back at the house, I saw something that nearly stopped my heart. There, in a second-floor window, was a face. A child's face, pale and solemn, staring down at me. Our eyes met for the briefest moment before the figure melted away into the shadows. I'd like to say that was the end of it, that I quit the internship, told the Historical Society to demolish the place, and never looked back. But that's not what happened. Because the thing is, I went back, again and again over the next few weeks. Each time something inexplicable would happen. Objects moving on their own, doors slamming shut, the sound of footsteps when I knew I was alone. But instead of driving me away, these occurrences only fueled my obsession with the house and its secrets. I threw myself into researching the Hartley family history, spending countless hours in the local library poring over old newspapers and town records. What I found chilled me to the bone. The Hartleys weren't just any wealthy family. They were involved in something dark, something that the papers of the time only hinted at in vague terms. There were rumors of occult practices, of children going missing in nearby towns, and at the center of it all was Edgar Hartley, the family patriarch. From what I could piece together, Edgar had been obsessed with the idea of immortality. He'd traveled the world, studying ancient texts and obscure rituals. When he returned to Willow Street, he was a changed man. That's when the disappearances started. The official story was that the entire Hartley family, Edgar, his wife, and their 3 children, died of influenza in the winter of 1891. But I found whispers of a different tale, of screams heard coming from the house on a moonless night, of lights in the attic windows and chanting in an unknown language. The more I uncovered, the more I felt drawn to the house. It was like it was calling to me, revealing its secrets one by one. I started spending more time there, long after my official work hours were over. I'd sit in the rooms for hours, waiting, watching, listening. And then one night, everything changed. I was in the attic again, drawn there by the persistent feeling that I was on the verge of understanding something crucial. The rocking chair was still, but I could feel a presence in the room watching me. "I know you're here," I said aloud, surprised by the steadiness of my own voice. "I want to understand what happened in this house." For a long moment there was only silence. Then a whisper, so faint I thought I might have imagined it. "He's still here." A chill ran down my spine. Who? Edgar? The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath misting in front of me. The whisper came again, louder this time, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "He never left. He's waiting. He's always waiting." Suddenly the room exploded into chaos. Every object not nailed down began to levitate. Chairs, boxes, old picture frames. They swirled around in a vortex of dust and debris. Through the maelstrom, I saw figures taking shape. Translucent, ghostly forms of children, their faces contorted in terror, and behind them, a larger shape was coalescing, a tall, gaunt figure in an old-fashioned suit. As I watched in horror, its features became clearer, sunken eyes, a wide, leering grin, and hands that ended in long, claw-like fingers. Edgar Hartley. His voice when he spoke was like gravel grinding against my skull. "Welcome, my dear. We've been waiting so long for someone like you. Someone to continue my work." I tried to run, but my feet wouldn't move. The ghostly children swirled around me, their whispers growing urgent. "Run. You must run." Edgar's form glided closer, those terrible hands reaching for me. "You've come so far, learned so much. Join us. Join me. We have such wonders to show you." In that moment, I understood the truth. The house wasn't just haunted. It was a trap. A prison for the souls Edgar had taken, and a lure for new victims. And I had walked right into it. With every ounce of will I possessed, I broke free of the paralysis that gripped me. I ran, Edgar's enraged howl following me as I fled down the attic stairs. The entire house seemed to come alive around me, doors slamming, floorboards buckling, the very walls pulsing like a living thing. I didn't stop running until I was far down Willow Street, the sound of my own panicked breathing drowning out everything else. When I finally dared to look back, I saw the house standing silent and dark once more, but in an upper window, I could just make out a figure, tall and thin, watching me retreat. I quit the internship the next day, told them I was sick, that I couldn't complete the project. I tried to warn them about the house, but who would believe such a fantastical story? As far as I know, the Hartley house still stands at the end of Willow Street, waiting for its next victim. I'm writing this now as a warning. If you ever find yourself in a small town with a house that everyone avoids, a house with a dark history and a bad reputation, stay away. Some doors are meant to stay closed. Some secrets are meant to stay buried. Because sometimes, the monsters we tell ourselves don't exist are all too real. And sometimes they're just waiting for someone curious enough, or foolish enough, to invite them back into the world. I thought I didn't believe in ghosts. Now I know better. There are things in this world that defy explanation, things that lurk in the shadows of old houses and forgotten histories. And once you've seen them, once you know they're real, you can never truly escape. So if you are ever driving down Willow Street and you see an old Victorian house at the end, keep driving. Don't slow down. Don't look back. Because Edgar Hartley is still there. And he's always waiting for someone new to join his family. James slid his fingers down my waist and tucked them into my back pocket, bending over to kiss me on the cheek. We stood like that in our freshly manicured front lawn, watching the movers carry our furniture up the front steps and into our new home. In our old apartment, on the outskirts of the city, that furniture had felt large and compact like a can of sardines. It was difficult to even maneuver to the fridge and back. Here, in the suburbs, where every house was a cream-colored cookie-cutter copy of each other, it would feel like dollhouse decor. I took James by the waist, removing his hand from my backside and giving him a coy smile. Our honeymoon phase hadn't really ever ended, not since we started dating, and definitely not since our wedding. I didn't think it ever would. "Is this too much?" I asked, resting my head on his shoulder. "It'll feel so empty with just the two of us." "For now," he muttered, and I could feel him smiling. We had never even really discussed starting a family, just because it felt so implied. We could always just read each other's minds like that. I knew he wanted kids as soon as possible, but I also knew he knew I wanted to wait a little longer, and he respected that. It was inevitable, but not a priority. I looked around. I always found neighborhoods like this one a little creepy. They felt simulated and devoid of actual life, but not this one. Somehow, even though the houses were the same, they each felt different. The home to our left appeared empty, with a colorful for sale sign on the lawn, but the one to our right was lively. The windows were adorned with bright pink flowers overflowing from their pots, and the yard was sprinkled with children's toys. Even now there were kids outside, a young boy who appeared around 12 years of age pushing a younger girl on a yellow swing set. Their laughter filled the air. "Hello," a cheerful voice called, and I turned to see a woman marching towards us with a gleaming smile on her face. She was beautiful and young, maybe around my age, with blonde hair tied up in a pristine ponytail. Her pants fit her perfectly, accentuating her feminine curves, and her blouse was bunched up around her pregnant stomach. Felt myself subconsciously cross my arms. Insecure. "Hello," my husband replied, bringing me out of my daze. I realized the woman was holding a dish wrapped in tinfoil and steaming. "You're the new neighbors, I presume?" she asked, her smile only brightening, revealing her perfectly white teeth. "Yes," I said, not wanting her to think I was rude. "I'm Adeline. This is James. We're so excited. This is such a lovely neighborhood." "As are we. My husband and I were so pleased to hear a young couple was moving in. It really is the perfect place to raise a family," she said knowingly, glancing at her children and then back at us. "Oh, we don't have kids," I said, a nervous laugh bubbling up in my throat. "Oh," she exclaimed. Her smile seemed to falter, but almost as if it were a glitch. It was so brief. She held out the dish in her hands. "Tuna casserole?" James took it from her, peeling back some of the foil and taking a whiff. "Smells delicious." "We never caught your name," I said, leaning into my husband's side. "You are..." The woman opened her mouth, but no words came out. I waited for her to answer. "Honey?" a gruff voice called from the neighbor's doorway. It seemed almost unnaturally loud. Not as if he was yelling, but like his voice was amplified somehow. The woman smiled at us again apologetically. "I must be going," she said, resting her hands on her stomach. "We'll have to get together sometime." James and I only had the time to nod before she was turning away, walking quickly back towards who I assumed must be her husband. I saw something move on the second floor of their house, baby blue curtains parting. I looked up and met the eyes of two more children. They appeared to be twin girls, maybe 4 or 5. One of them waved, the other just stared. The night felt even more quiet when I stepped outside, almost eerily so. The air felt so heavy and still, like I was standing inside of a painting of a street. My footsteps echoed against the pavement, and I tensed each time another scream rang out from the house. "What the?" I muttered, half out of curiosity and half just to hear a human voice. I knocked on the front door 3 times, wiping my sweaty palms on my jeans. I was already starting to regret coming over here, feeling silly for disturbing their night if it really was nothing. Even their porch was pristine. The white paint looked fresh, and even the dolls and toy cars strewn against the railing looked organized. I heard footsteps, and the front door opened a crack. I caught a glimpse of a man's face, his jaw square and dusted with stubble. "Good evening, Adeline," he greeted me. "Hi," I said, my voice coming out far softer than I meant for it to. "Good evening. I thought I heard something. Is everything okay?" He hesitated, then smiled. It looked a little forced. He opened the door wider, and I had to stop myself from flinching. His white button-down was stained with flecks of blood, bright red and fresh. There was a child clinging to his pant leg, a little boy that I didn't recognize. "Everything is all right," he told me, tussling the boy's hair absent-mindedly. "My wife is just going into labor." "Oh," I exclaimed, blinking at him in shock. He seemed incredibly calm, considering the circumstances. "Should we call someone? An ambulance?" "No," he said quickly, his smile fading the tiniest bit. "No, that's quite all right. Thank you for your concern. This isn't her first rodeo, so to speak." He chuckled stiffly. "Oh, okay. Well, tell her congratulations." "Will do." He seemed to look me up and down, and a shiver creeped up my spine. "Well, have a lovely night, and we're so happy you moved in." He went to close the door on me, turning away, but at the last second, the little boy shoved his hand through the crack. A piece of notebook paper fluttered to the slats of the porch, and the door closed with a sharp click. I picked up the piece of paper, somewhat stunned, as another scream ricocheted inside my head. I unfolded it slowly, holding it under the porch light and squinting to make out what the shaky scratches of red crayon read. "Mommy makes lots of babies. Smiley face." It was only a week later that I got a call on the house phone. I was in the bath and I ran to the kitchen, a towel wrapped around my waist and my hair dripping warm water down my back. "Hello," I said into the receiver, clutching the phone with both hands. Somehow I already knew who it would be. "Hello, Adeline." Her voice was just as cheerful as it had been that first day we'd moved in, like a jingling bell hanging from the door of a shop. "How are you, dear?" "I'm fine," I replied, my eyebrows cinching into an involuntary frown. "How are you? How's the baby?" "What?" She sounded genuinely confused, but only for a second. "Oh, the baby's just fine. Such a miracle of life, isn't it?" "Yes, such a miracle. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you." "Yes, so, listen. I was hoping you and your husband would come by tonight for a little dinner party. I made tuna casserole. Please, please say you will." I swallowed. Something about her was beginning to unnerve me. Something about how perky she was only days after labor. But I still didn't want to be rude. And it wasn't like I didn't like her. I didn't want to pass up any friends, especially when they lived just next door. "Of course," I said, hoping she could hear my polite smile. "We'll be there." I clutched my Tupperware of cookies tightly to my chest as James guided me up the front steps. I prayed they wouldn't be able to tell they were store-bought, although I was sure they wouldn't say anything even if they did. James knocked on the door, then tutted and picked at some chipped white paint next to the peephole. "Looks like they need a new paint job out here. Maybe I should offer." Babe, that's rude, I told him, a strange feeling twisting in my stomach. Something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Our neighbor threw open the door, beaming at us. She was wearing a pink flowery dress and a white apron. I'm so glad you can make it. Come on in. Everyone's waiting in the dining room. I couldn't help but stare at her stomach, which seemed almost as large as it had been the day we'd met. I glanced at my husband, but he didn't seem to have noticed anything, and only smiled at me reassuringly. Admittedly, I didn't know as much as I could about childbirth, but I knew your stomach stayed large for at least a few days. Surely her body just hadn't recovered yet. Their dining room was larger than ours, or maybe that was just the way it was decorated. It was minimal. The only personal items I could see were more toys. At their long dining table there were 6 places set. A little girl sat at one of them, quietly playing with a Barbie doll, and a teenager sat next to her, scowling at us. I didn't recognize either of them. This couple seemed so young. How could they have a teenager already? Some people started early, I guess. I had assumed dinner party meant there would be more people, but I felt guilty for assuming that. They were so eager to spend time with us. Maybe they just didn't have many other friends, especially with so many children running around. Across from the kids sat her husband, grinning at us. I blinked. He didn't look how I remembered him. Hadn't her husband been a brunette? This man's hair was a lighter brown, almost a dirty blonde, and his face seemed softer. It must have just been the lighting, I told myself. Surely in the dark, his features had just looked bleak and more severe. The woman immediately started bustling around in the kitchen, and James and I took our seats. I stared at the glass of wine already set out in front of me, the dark red liquid, reminding me suddenly of that night, of the blood splattered across the man's shirt. James began chatting up the husband, but I couldn't bring myself to keep up. I just stared into the glass, swirling the wine around, watching it lap up against the rim. It was so dark, almost black. We didn't even know these people's names. Were we so rude that we had never asked? Was that a bug? I dipped my finger into my wine and fished out a small fly, still buzzing desperately. Looking around quickly, I flicked it off my finger and to the ground, not wanting to embarrass our hosts. Such a lovely home, James was saying, and I smiled and nodded as if I had been listening. Yes, I butt in, and then hesitated. Forgive me, but I've forgotten your name. The man's grin didn't falter. Joseph, he said happily. No need to apologize. I'm Joseph. And your wife? Dinner is served, the woman called, interrupting me. She wielded a large dish which gave off a faint fishy aroma, setting it down with a flourish in the center of the table. Thank goodness, honey. I'm starving. Joseph tucked his napkin into his shirt and picked up his fork and his knife, clutching them in both hands cartoonishly. I looked at James, searching for any semblance of confusion. I found none, only a polite smile. This is the children's favorite dish, she told us, taking my husband's plate. How many kids do you have? Here you are, love, she said, scooping a helping of casserole onto his plate and reaching over to me to set it down in front of him. As she leaned over me, I caught a glimpse of her face. Her skin seemed to glisten around her eyes, like it was wet. Growing boys need to eat. James chuckled nervously, the first hint I'd gotten of anything amiss. That's what I keep telling Adeline. Joseph laughed uproariously, pounding his fists on the table. I caught the teenager jump, and the little girl set down her Barbie, but I couldn't decipher the expression on either of their faces. A man of my own heart, he cried, and he didn't stop laughing. What did you bring us? The woman asked after a moment, nodding at the Tupperware, having to raise her voice to be heard over her husband's laughter. I swallowed. Chocolate chip cookies. Lovely. I gazed down at the food she'd put in front of me. It smelled even fishier up close. Nothing like the first one she'd given us. I picked up my fork, picking at a flaky corner. A fish bone stuck into the prongs, long and slender and sharp. I hope you'll eat it all, the woman said to me, leaning over so close her blonde curls tumbled onto my shoulder. She smelled of perfume and faintly of fish. Now that she was close to me, I could see clearly that her face was, in fact, wet. You simply must get used to eating for two. After that dinner, it wasn't that I was avoiding them, but I didn't make much of an effort to get closer. I felt deeply uncomfortable, in a way that I didn't quite like to think about. Even so, I told myself it wasn't them. We just had gotten busy. James had started his new job in the city, starting construction on a new shopping mall, and I had a big interview coming up. I simply didn't have much time to think about our neighbors. Not that they didn't make it difficult not to. Neither of us got much sleep anymore. The sound of a crying baby kept us up and made us restless. They baffled me during the day, too. One Monday, before James had gotten home, I noticed a man out in their yard, playing with a few of the children. He was chasing them around the swings, around and around, and they were shrieking with glee. My curiosity got the better of me. Was this an uncle, a babysitter? I knew little to nothing about this family, and I figured that was what was unnerving me so much. Maybe if I knew more, I would feel comfortable living next to them. Before I could stop myself, I walked out, watching them play for another moment before speaking. Hi, I called out, and all four of them turned to face me. Hello, I'm Adeline. I live next door. Sorry to be nosy, I was just wondering, how are you related to the family? The man smiled at me just like the rest of them. Widely. Up close he looked even older, maybe in his 40s. He must be a relative of some sort. Don't be sorry, Adeline. I'm their son. We've been so happy that you moved in. After that, I put even more distance between myself and the neighbors. I was sure there was a logical explanation for all of this, but if I thought too hard about it, I felt like my brain would explode. A couple of nights later, James had had enough. That's it, he muttered against my shoulder, squeezing me from behind. I'm going over there. I groaned, rolling over and pressing our noses together. Even with my eyes closed, I could see his dark circles, and his hair stuck up wildly from tossing and turning. Don't, honey, I whispered, my voice raspy. It's okay. It's not their fault. Surely they can do something, he argued, gently running his fingers through my hair despite his abrasive tone. Jesus, it's almost louder with the windows closed. How many babies do they have over there anyways? I paused and thought about his question, and I listened. I hadn't realized, but he was right. The crying didn't sound like one infant. It sounded like a whole chorus. I can do it if you want, I muttered, but he shook his head. No, it's okay. I'll go. You went last time. He pulled back the covers and got to his feet. reaching for his pants next to the bedside table. I sat up and watched him get dressed, and once he had kissed me and walked downstairs, I stood up to peer blearily through the bedroom window. It was raining that night, the first rain we'd seen since moving in. It made the neighbor's house look much older than it was, almost like a haunted house. In the darkness and the storm, it almost looked dilapidated. I watched my husband tread through the mud, smiling at how goofy he looked carrying our purple umbrella. I watched him march up the front steps, shaking the water off of himself and knocking on the front door. I remember it so vividly. It wasn't a dream. I remember him knocking and then, so quickly, it was unnatural. The front door opened. I didn't see who was behind it, but I saw a bright flash of light and heard a deafening gunshot, and my husband fell to the porch. His chest was eviscerated. Blood and guts spewed out on the wood. My husband's warm body still twitching. I remember staring, shaking in complete shock. I remember seeing curtains parting from the corner of my eye. But I couldn't pull my eyes away from his body. I remember everything going black, like static taking over my vision, and falling. I was surrounded by red meat and blood, and a sticky white substance. I was naked and wet, and I couldn't move. All my limbs were cramped up against my body. I felt a pull, pulling me, sucking me down into the redness and the darkness. I heard a voice, a woman's voice, muffled and distant, screaming and sobbing. No, I don't want to, please. I don't want any more. I saw a bright light, and I woke up in my bed, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. My husband sat up next to me, woken no doubt by my violent cries. He pulled me against his chest, stroking my hair, but I wouldn't stop shaking. It's okay. It's okay. Just a dream. But it wasn't just a dream. I saw it. I had seen him die. It had been so real, so vivid. I was still mourning, still in shock, curled up in his lap. It couldn't have been a dream. She brought me a pie the next day. The wife. James had stayed home from work to console me, deeply alarmed by my reaction to what he thought was just a bad dream. He offered to get the door, but I didn't want him to. I didn't want him anywhere near a front door ever again. I turned the knob with shaking hands, and there she stood, her hair tied up in a messy ponytail, clutching a pie tin in front of her. She was still pregnant. She held it out to me, her smile gleaming and wide, but her eyes apologetic. I wanted to apologize for the noise, she said cheerfully, tilting her head. I hope it hasn't kept you up. It's just so difficult sometimes with newborns. You of all people would understand. I don't have kids, I said bluntly, eyeing the pie. It must have been cherry. It was so red. So red. Remember? She blinked at me. Oh, yes, of course. She held out the pie, pushing it into my hands. Please, take it. I cautiously took it from her. It was so red inside, like the red from my dream, like my husband's guts. When I looked back up, she was still smiling, but there were tears streaming down her face and dripping off her chin. I stared at her blankly. Are you okay? Yes, oh yes, I'm fantastic, dear. Without warning, she opened her arms and pulled me in, hugging me tightly. the pie tin crumbling between us. "We're just so glad you moved in." I heard a sound like water trickling, and I cringed as something wet touched my legs. I pulled back and looked down to see liquid trickling down her thighs, slightly pink and sticky. You, She raised her eyebrows inquisitively, then looked down at herself and seemed to blush. "Oh my, yes, you must excuse me." She gave me another smile, so wide it looked like it might have hurt. Still weeping silently, she looked older than before. "I'm so sorry. Again, I'm so sorry." She killed herself a couple of days later. I saw it happen. I felt an urge to look out of our bedroom window around 5 in the morning, and I saw her standing on the roof of the neighbor's house. She seemed to look me right in the eyes before she plummeted. I ran down the stairs as quickly as I could, almost tripping and cracking my head open. When I got outside, everything looked different. The house looked different. Old, like it hadn't been lived in years. The yard was overgrown, the grass swallowing up the children's toys, and the pink flowers on the windowsills were shriveled and brown. The porch was dirty and packed with things, as if only hoarders had ever resided there. The paramedics came after I called 911, and the police, and it occurred to me that it was the first time I had seen anyone other than us and the neighbors on that street. They told me it was a good thing I had called because no one else would have. When I asked what that meant, they just looked at me blankly. "No one else lives here, ma'am." One of them told me, as if it were obvious. I stared at her body until they took her away. She looked different. She looked old. Even so, I could have sworn I saw her stomach growing. I heard them call her Jane Doe as they zipped up the black body bag. That was a few months ago. We moved back into our apartment closer to the city, and even though it's cramped here, it feels so much more comfortable. I've been going to therapy, trying desperately to figure out what I witnessed was real or pure insanity. My therapist seems to think it was stress. Somehow, so does my husband. As if he wasn't there. As if he didn't see what I did. He seems different. I've noticed things. Like how the mole on the back of his wrist is gone now, and how his hair grows slightly curly when it used to be so straight. I can't get the image of him that night out of my head. His body destroyed and drenched in gore, his eyes still open. I've been throwing up every morning, but I won't test. I'm terrified to confirm what I already know. My phone reads 1703. The stairwells leading up through each floor in the apartment block have a kind of middle floor between each actual level of the building. This lets the stairs go up one way, and up the other way, keeping the stairs as a spiral. I'm sitting there, jammed between the second and the third floor. My boyfriend Aiden went upstairs to go do some chores for his dad. He doesn't mention me because he doesn't want his dad to know he's hanging out with me. So I hide downstairs just far enough so his dad can't see me if he exits the room on the 4th floor. I'm sitting, alone, waiting. There's no sound or buzzing from the lights, but they slightly flicker. One shade of light brighter, and one shade darker. You can't notice it unless you're staying still and spacing out, staring at the red carpet that covers the stairs. I put in headphones and turn on some random song I've heard a million times over to drown out the silence. I hate being alone. but I'm alone waiting for somebody who makes every moment feel perfect, so I don't mind it. I'm not upset, I just hate waiting. I hate being alone, and I'm waiting alone at the stairs. The melody courses through my ears, giving me some instant relaxation. I look at a picture of me and Aiden together, hugging each other, and smile at the memory. Maybe we'll take more pictures today, and I can smile at more memories when I'm home, happy of a day together. I turn the phone off and on because I'm lazy, and I want to see the time in bigger numbers staring at me through my lock screen. 17:33. I take my backpack off of my back and put it beside me. I don't know how much longer I'll have to wait, but the time's passing too slow, so I want to eat something and close my eyes. Dozing off isn't my plan, but after a ham sandwich and some water, my body has other plans, and I black out with my back to the wall of the stairs. I guess I was more tired than I thought from all the walking today. I fall into a deep, dark, dreamless slumber. Up here. I wake up. I heard somebody whispering something. A habit I do because a bad memory leads me to check if I'm awake. I push my thumb and my index finger far apart on my left hand and bite the space in between. It hurts, so I'm awake. The motion sensor turned off the light, but as soon as I move, the light flashes back on and blinds me for a second until I blink my eyes. Nothing has changed. I'm still here alone, except for the voice I heard. Was it in my head? I must have only dozed off for a few minutes. I turn on my phone, squinting my eyes at the brightness of the light. 22:51. It has in fact not only been a few minutes. I check the time 5 or 6 times over to make sure I saw it right. I did. I can't help but notice that my phone battery hasn't gone down too much. I have no service here, so I'm not surprised I didn't get any missed calls from my mom being worried, but I am still surprised I'm still here. She probably would have called one of my friends who knew Aiden and gotten them to ask him to check up on me. I get up off my butt, avoiding the feeling of pins and needles all over my legs, and make my way upstairs to head over to Aiden's door. I'm not planning to enter, but if I go up, I get a service, and if I go close enough, I can get his family's Wi-Fi and use it to call my mom to come get me. As I go up one floor to what should be the third, I notice that my phone hasn't gotten any more reception. I'm still on one bar, so I can't see any calls I might have gotten. Weird. I mumble to nobody in particular. I head up to where the 4th floor should be, but it's not there. It's just another floor that leads to another floor. Something in my stomach sinks, and I check my phone desperately to hope there's at least a signal here. There isn't. Maybe I mixed up which floor I was on. There's no numbers anywhere, so if I was between the 1st and 2nd floor, then the next floor would be the 4th floor. I lean over the stairs to the gap between each staircase and floor and look up to see if the ceiling is close or far away, indicating which floor I should be on. What I see makes my heart drop. There is no ceiling. There is no end. There is no 4th floor. There is no top. I look down and see there's no ground either. No bottom floor. I run up the stairs till my heart's beating out of my chest. I scream, "Aiden!" till I feel like I'm choking on his name. It's just me. I'm alone. I'm alone on the stairwell by myself, and there is nobody here to save me. I stop. I don't know what floor I'm in, but I decide that running up the stairs screaming frantically isn't working, so I sit down and examine my options. My bag is about 20 floors down, so I should probably go get that so I have my remaining food to keep me alive a little longer. There's still the apartments themselves that I can check. There's the elevator, And then there's my phone. When I turn it on, I notice the time. 23:55. I press the phone symbol on the bottom left and dial 911. No signal. I unlock my phone and stare at the wallpaper for a moment, admiring the photo of Aiden smiling. I wish I kissed him one more time before he went upstairs. I swipe down and hold on the Wi-Fi button to check if there's any Wi-Fi connection. There's nothing. My battery is at 34% and going down, so I should preserve battery as much as I can. I try calling the elevator, but the button doesn't work. I kick the elevator door in anger and move on to the door leading into the apartments on the floor. The way the block is built, each floor has a door on the left that leads into one apartment on the left and one apartment on the right. Other blocks have 2 doors on the right and 2 doors on the left, but this one, for whatever reason. The door leading into the apartments open, but neither of the apartments themselves open up. I knock and shout for help as much as my throat lets me, but I'm greeted back with silence. Nobody heeds my call for help. It's just silent oblivion reminding me that I am alone. I am alone. I turn my back to the door and I roll down against it. I break. I cry. I'm sad. I'm scared. I'm angry. I'm confused and I don't know what's happened. I cry and cry till my body gives up and I feel myself dozing off. I blink and wipe my tears and check my phone. 24:02. Of course, my phone's on 28%. I cry more. I stand and punch the door as hard as I can. The wood doesn't break, but my skin does. My middle finger's knuckle is red and bleeding. My ring finger's knuckle is red and swollen. The others look only a slight bit red. I lean against the door and cry a little more while staring at my bleeding knuckles. I sit there for a long time, until finally something changes. The motion sensor light goes off. I stand up and I go through the door into the stairwell. I've walked in and I've opened a door the motion sensor should have turned back on, but it didn't. I stand there in darkness, covered in snot and tears as my knuckles bleed small red drips onto the matching carpet, becoming one with the floor. My stomach rumbles. I'm starving. There's food in my bag. It's still down there. It's still around 20 floors down. I turn the flash on my phone on and make my way down the steps. I'm not running, so it takes a lot longer to get down than how it took to get up. I have no clear indicator as to if I'm on the same floor, so I'm hoping I'll just find my backpack and maybe try going down instead of up. When I'm 5 floors down, I suddenly hear something that makes me stop. Up here. In the same voice that woke me up when I dozed off. Maybe it's the thing that took me. Hello? I shout while looking up. Nobody responds. I peer my head over the railing and look up and see nothing. I use my phone and flash upwards. As soon as I do, I notice a pair of oily, long black fingers pull away from the bar of the stairwell. It's only 1 floor above me. I pull away and quietly walk down the stairs as fast as I can without making a noise. I am scared, but I made too much noise and it pulled away so it knows where I am. I need to get away without it knowing where I am, and I need to get to my backpack, and then I can hide behind one of the doors till the lights turn back on, if they will ever turn back on. I'm 15 floors lower than I was 5 minutes ago. I should be close to my bag. As I turn the corner again to head down the steps, I see my bag. I see my bag, and I see the figure looking through it. Long, inky, veiny limbs, on all fours holding up a thin, wiry frame. Its entire head is jammed into my bag, and it seems to be eating the contents of everything. My clothes, my water bottle, my food. As I shine my light over it and freeze in horror, it reacts to the light, pulling away into darkness and taking its head out. It doesn't have a face, it's just a spiral of teeth. Staring into its face, I don't see an end to the teeth. It's just spiraling indefinitely deeper than its head biology should allow. It screeches at me and runs downwards frantically on all fours, using the wall and the floor like a spider running as fast as it can. I scream and stand still. My food is gone. That thing is below me. Something else is above me. I don't know what to do. I'm hiding in the door on that very floor. I don't know what else has happened since, but the lights have turned on and off multiple times. I've seen shadows and eyes peering in at me when the lights were off, but I'm not going to move even when they're on. There's nowhere to run to. I have never been a person who's kept many close relationships. It's never been my nature to let people into my life. I've always taken stock in being an observer, getting to know people from a distance. This trait is what led me to become so enmeshed in Monica's life. Monica Steffens and her husband Dylan were my neighbors and my landlords at my new apartment. I had just moved to the city from my small town, mostly to find work, but it didn't hurt that there were many more people watching opportunities here than at my previous residence. My apartment was not lavish by any stretch, but it was perfect for me. I lived on the top floor. A view of the rooftop garden from my kitchen and my bedroom window was directly across from the Steffens' kitchen window, as they lived just 2 doors down. Although I'd tried, I could never get a view of their bedroom, as their thick, blackout curtains were shut tightly at all hours. For the first week after I moved in, I learned the Steffens' routines. Each morning, Monica would already be at the kitchen table by the time I woke up at 6. She'd sit, her chin propped up against her palm, head buried in her book, and long blonde curls falling in front of her face. It was so cute. When Dylan got up, I could tell she stiffened at his presence. Immediately, he'd begin to berate her. I could see the spittle fly from his mouth as he slammed her book shut, grab his keys, and walk out the door. This was an almost daily occurrence. If he wasn't screaming in her face, he would sit across from her silently, eat a bowl of cereal, and disappear out the door. When he left, he would not come back again until dinner. I don't know what he would do during the day, but I never cared to find out. He was probably cheating on Monica. That pig. Plus, if I followed him, it would be less time I could spend with my beautiful girl. Hour after hour, Monica would sit at that kitchen table, unmoving. Poor thing was paralyzed with fear. I hadn't known her that long, but I knew I could never let her stay with this guy. When Dylan got home, he walked in and picked her up from her chair and took her to the bedroom. I could hear his insincere apologies, just saying sorry in hopes he'd get laid. They come out an hour later, him placing her back into her wheelchair. I'd watch Monica sit with her back to my window while her doting husband cooked dinner. He cooked in seeming silence, not speaking to her or even acknowledging her presence. It baffled me how that troll could treat a woman of that caliber with such carelessness. Although I could never get a clear view of her face, I could tell she was beautiful, shy, and that he didn't love her like I did. He was so controlling. His wife never left the apartment complex, let alone feel safe enough to even move from the kitchen table during the day. The only time she could come out was Saturday morning. When I would see her on the rooftop garden, I knew she wanted me to save her. After observing their routine for around 2 weeks at that point, I could pinpoint exactly when I could corner Dylan. The morning I planned to confront him, there was a change in the usual routine. While Dylan was in the middle of his screaming session, he struck the back of Monica's head. This sent her forehead slamming down onto their wooden kitchen table. Let me tell you, this set me off. The rest of the routine remained unchanged, as at 7 a.m. exactly he would leave their apartment and head for the elevator. Following him, I left at 7:01 so I could catch the elevator right before it closed, wanting to seem nonchalant. I smiled when I walked into the elevator and introduced myself, stating that I was sorry for not formally introducing myself since moving in. I hadn't interacted with him directly when I had signed the lease, just his property manager. He gave me the side eye, so I confidently stuck out my hand to shake his. He grabbed it finally, his tarnished silver wedding ring cold on my hand, and said, "Yeah, I'm the landlord, Dylan." I told him I had noticed his wife's affinity for gardening, and asked if she'd like some company next time. I know, a little early to get to talking about Monica, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. I couldn't spend any more time exchanging pleasantries with this guy either. That's when something strange happened. He turned to me and grabbed my forearm, squeezing so tight that it was painful. He shoved me forcibly against the elevator wall and said, "Listen, I know you've been stalking my wife. She wants you to leave her alone." The elevator door dinged and opened. He let go of my arm and walked straight out without another word. Straight through the complex doors to his car and drove off. I stood, shocked. What was that? But I had gotten what I came for, and that was all that mattered. That whole "leave her alone" was such an obvious lie. It confirmed to me that she needed my help. Dylan was becoming more unhinged by the day, and this episode in the elevator was proof. I went straight back to my apartment, already thinking of what I was going to do on Saturday morning when she got to that garden. It was already Friday evening by the time Dylan got back from his daily escapades. I dreamed of her that night, about finally turning her around, seeing that gorgeous face that was no longer hiding from Dylan, professing my love and running away together. We'd get a cottage so she could garden but live near the city so we could people watch together. We'd both be free and happy. Saturday morning came, and I woke up early to prepare my things. When Dylan woke up, he went immediately to find Monica in the kitchen. He lit into her first thing. It was too muffled to hear exactly what he was saying, but loud enough that I could hear through their closed window. I could see her distress. She couldn't even lift her head to defend herself. This poor, beaten-down woman was counting on me. But it wasn't too much longer now. Dylan forcefully grabbed her wheelchair and wheeled her out of the apartment, heading to the roof. I watched as he dumped her there, screaming a final time, saying, "You can just rot out here. I don't even care anymore." Dylan disgusted me. I wished I could rush up there and take her away right then. However, I knew I had to wait for Dylan to depart if I wanted to avoid a confrontation. Half an hour later, I approached the elevator so that I could reach the rooftop garden. As the elevator rose, I took a deep breath. Was I going to do this? Confess my love to this married woman and propose that we run away from her abusive husband together? I guessed so, because a moment later, I was stepping out from the elevator and into the small hallway that ended with the final obstacle between me and my love. As I approached the door that led on top of the roof, I felt the hot summer air begin to seep in. I turned the knob and stepped onto the bright roof. There she was, Monica. That silky blonde hair was instantly recognizable. It had fallen and covered her face slightly so that she couldn't quite see me approach. I walked over slowly, as I didn't want to startle her, but then my emotions took over. I grabbed her shoulder, spun her around, and closed my eyes right before I professed my love. But I got no response. I mean, nothing. Not a screw you, not an I love you too. Silence. I opened my eyes, expecting to meet the eyes of a beautiful woman. Instead, I gagged. She had no eyes. They were gone. No eyebrows either. They were replaced with thick, black stitches that held her eyelids together. Her eyes were completely sewn shut. My eyes traveled down to her nose. She had a maggot hanging out of her right nostril, and it turned to crawl into her left one. She was a repulsing pale color with burst veins littering her skin. Then down to her mouth. It was sewn as well, and her lips were gone, ripped off her face. Her mouth was sewn into a line. No smile, no frown. Completely straight and emotionless. Beyond that, her legs were completely gone. I was expecting her to have been intact. I mean, I knew she was in a wheelchair, but her legs looked like they had been sawed off. They were jaggedly rotting, not being cauterized of anything. I couldn't look anymore. I ran to the hallway leading back to the elevator, vomiting once I had gotten the door shut behind me. I ran to my apartment where I deadbolted the door behind me and sunk down into a fetal position sobbing. I felt indescribable loss and anger. What had he done to my beautiful future wife? He mutilated her, and he thought I was going to let him get away with this. I had no weapons beside a massive hammer from an old toolbox I had under my sink. I stalked my way to the Steffens' apartment and broke the doorknob off with my hammer, kicking the door in. I wanted to avenge my love. The apartment had an atmosphere so grotesque, so depraved, so much more disturbing than I could have ever imagined. I walked into the door and smelt rotting flesh seeping from the walls. The only light came from the singular kitchen window, the one I had stared into so many times. The one I had never imagined would hold this horror lurking in the spots I couldn't see. Right by the window, just out of the view I could see from my apartment, was a meat hook, and there in the dim apartment hung Monica's left leg. He was going to eat her leg. I nearly puked on the kitchen table. I couldn't bring myself to leave, though. No matter how much my brain said to run, my feet kept taking me further into the apartment. I entered their bedroom. Dried blood splatter stained the walls and floors. It looked fairly faded. How long ago had he killed her? I knew it hadn't been long, but I believed that the whole time I had been living in this apartment, she had been dead. I gazed into my apartment window as I re-entered the kitchen, imagining how untainted my mind had been just hours ago. I began to panic. I wanted to call the police. I had impenetrable evidence against Dylan. Not only was Monica slumped over on the roof, but his apartment was a striking and completely incriminating crime scene. Before I attempted to get help, I knew I had to get Monica somewhere safe. I started my way out of the kitchen, making my way back to the front door, but then a voice rang out from just outside the front door. "What the?" Dylan yelled. He broke the routine. I had no chance of running. I ducked back into the bedroom and slid quietly into the attached bathroom. I could hear his thudding footsteps grow closer and closer as he threatened. "I have a gun. Whatever creep is in here, I have a gun." It was time for me to avenge Monica. I heard him enter the bedroom. I grabbed the hammer in my hand, charged out of the bathroom, and swung. I hit him directly in the left temple. He screamed, contorting with pain. I dropped the hammer and fled back to my apartment, adrenaline carrying me the whole way there. All I could focus on was getting his blood off me. When the police searched the apartment, they were in shock at the scene. It wasn't me that called them, but another tenant down the hall. By the time I was finished washing myself and disposing of my bloodied clothes, Monica had been found by police. Coroners came and wrapped up her frail body. They lifted her up, and she was gone. I didn't even get to say goodbye. 2 days later, I went to her closed casket funeral. It was a fairly publicized affair, being how brutally tortured she had been. I stood in the back, and after the burial, I left. My car packed and everything I owned, I left the city. I still dream of her, of dancing in the kitchen, of how our lives could have been, of her beautiful sewn face. Monica, you're going to love my new place. It's the cottage we've always wanted. I can't wait to pick you up soon. See you then.